Enlightened, Chapter 1. Kai woke in a frenzy. This was the last day before his 18th birthday. He did his morning routine and told his parents goodbye as he ran outside to the training area. Due to beast attacks, once someone made 12 years old, they were trained to fight. At the age of 18, people could potentially unlock a superpower. In the case you didn't, basic self-defense was still required. Heroes can't always make it to save everyone, so people need to be able to defend themselves to some extent. His town was small and had no superhero protection. Most heroes were designated to certain areas. Domains were protected by heroes, and this left the towns to mainly fend for themselves. Kai grabbed his arming sword and got in position. "What are you doing here?" Reed asked. "I'm training. Why are you here? Didn't you unlock your power?" "You should be gone by now," Kai said. Reed had unlocked the power of super strength. He was destined for greatness. "I stayed for your birthday. I want to see what power you get, but I do leave tomorrow," he answered. "Yeah, me too," Kai said. He was nervous. What if he didn't get one? Would he be at the mercy of the beasts, or would they be at his mercy? They finished their stances, blocks, slashes, and thrusts before rushing off to help their parents. They helped to pick and plant vegetables, and afterward they went to go hunting. They returned with a deer, and their parents cleaned and cooked it. Before long it was night. Reed had left, bathed, and returned. Kai prayed as he sat on the end of his bed after his shower. He felt a strange feeling inside him lately when he prayed. He went downstairs to his unlocking party. An unlocking party was either a true celebration or a great insult. If someone didn't unlock a power, it would be a great humiliation, but if they did, it would be a great celebration. It was simply a house party, with food, drinks, and friends. Reed's powers were unlocked. No one knew what happened. Everyone apologized, and when he patted one of his dad's friends on the shoulder, the man went forward a few feet. Reed then ran outside and punched a tree. An indentation was inside the thick tree trunk, and his fist was fine. The next few days he lifted things that no one could possibly lift. The superior sect was notified, and Reed would leave for training at their war camp in a week's time. After everyone ate and drank, the time had come. It was a few minutes before 12 a.m. Kai would turn 18 then, and unlock his power. 12 o'clock came, and everyone held their breaths. Kai closed his eyes, and nothing happened. "Hey, Reed, do I have to do anything?" Kai asked. "I don't think so. Mine is strength. I had to hit something," Reed answered. Kai punched the table and shook his hand and cursed. He held it out, pointed his fingers, tried to run fast, but nothing happened. Instead, he just ran in place like a fool. Everyone patted him on his back and consoled him and left. His parents told him they loved him and it would be okay, and they went to bed. Reed told him bye, and he would visit when he could. He tried telling him about the great jobs he could get in the big city, and he would put a word in for him. Reed gave him a fist bump and left. Kai went to his room and cried. After crying, he fell to his knees and looked out the window. He closed his eyes and prayed. He prayed for powers, but also thanked the one true God for his parents, best friend, and his life. He then rose and walked to his bed to sleep, while behind him a star shot across the sky. Kai woke the next day and saw Reed off. They walked a few miles to the meeting point, and Reed left via helicopter. Kai bought his arming sword just in case he ran across a beast or two. He could at least try to fight, although he knew he wasn't strong enough yet. "Your buddy is gone now," a voice said. 3 young men came walking up to Kai with their swords already drawn. Kai drew his. The 3 were all cousins, the Bakers, Anthony, Bartholomew, and Clark. They had a deep hatred for Reed, and once he got powers, it only grew deeper. They could not beat Reed, so Kai was the next best thing. Reed would pluck them and kill them, so they waited until he left. Bartholomew charged and Kai parried his attack. He quickly spun and slashed him across the back. Bartholomew yelled in pain as blood gushed from his back. Anthony and Clark roared and charged Kai. Kai jumped back as Anthony overextended with his sword. Clark ran and thrusted at Kai's stomach. Kai jumped to the side and Clark's sword went into Bartholomew's stomach. Clark yelled in anger as he and Anthony circled Kai. They exchanged strikes, and in the end, Kai was stabbed by Anthony. He fell to his knees, and Clark followed with a stab as well. Blood flew from Kai's mouth, and the 2 ran away. Kai dropped face first on the dirt road. Tears began to well in his eyes. He prayed one final time before death. However, he felt that feeling again. Kai felt a strange feeling building in him. Pain ravaged him, but not from the wounds. The pain he felt was the wounds closing. Kai rose to his knees and looked down. His wounds were rapidly healing themselves. "What is this?" he said excitedly. He looked at the now dead Bartholomew. "You seeing this?" he asked the dead man. Kai smiled. He stood and thanked God. When he did, his wounds closed faster. Lai stopped praying and the healing slowed. He prayed again, and the wounds healed faster, closed. So praying speeds the process, Kai thought. He thought of something and prayed while he stood. The energy he felt earlier began to flow through his body. He felt it build and grow, and soon it felt as if his body was full. But full of what? He thought. Kai held out his hand and tried to focus on the center of his palm. A small white light began to form, and Kai jumped back. The ball dissipated, and Kai felt he had a small amount of room in his body. "Oh, wow! That came from me," he said. Kai focused again, and the small ball of energy came back again. He held it there by focusing on that spot. He raised his hand out and held his focus. He then looked at a tree and tried to shoot the small ball of energy at the tree. It flew out and left a deep indentation in the tree. "Whoa," he said aloud. He continued to pray and discovered he didn't have to pray, merely clear his mind and his body would fill with this energy. He did notice that when he prayed, focused, concentrated, or meditated, that it filled faster. He continued storing energy and shooting the ball of light. He held it and stared at it in his hand. The ball began to peel away and coat his hand until it had a dim white glow around it. He turned his hand over and looked at it. He walked to the tree and punched. He discovered that if he punched with his fist, he could make the same indentation as the ball of energy. It had turned to dusk, and Kai needed to get home. He would have to experiment later. But he had powers. What powers? He didn't know, but he would learn them and change his future. Chapter 2. Kai jumped through his kitchen window. He ran upstairs to his room before his parents could see him. He took off his blood-stained clothes and shoved them into a bag. He planned on disposing of these later. He showered and really looked at himself. He had no scars or stab wounds from the earlier attack. He was smiling like an idiot. "I wonder what's the extent of my healing. Can I regrow limbs?" he thought. He shuddered and dismissed the thought. That was something he wasn't going to find out himself. Kai laid in bed. He wasn't hungry, he wasn't sleepy. He was excited. He could self-heal and shoot a small ball of light. He wasn't the strongest by far, but he knew he wasn't the weakest. The next morning, he woke up and got dressed for church. His parents were waiting for him. They ate and went to the only church in town. He watched the preacher gyrate and jump around. Soon after, he sent collection plates around for money. Kai always noticed how the ushers made strange faces if anything was put in besides paper money. The choir was preparing to sing when a man burst through the door. "Beast attack," he yelled. The men jumped and ran to the pulpit. The women and children were led downstairs to the basement. "Kai, go with your mother," his dad Kevin said. "But Dad, I can help," Kai said. "Then help your mother. I love you, son," his dad told him. The front of the pulpit opened, and the inside was full of swords. 2 ushers ran to the door and opened it. The townsmen ran out with their swords raised. The beasts were a pack of mutated wolves. When beasts mutate, they gain the ability to use an element. These wolves had the ability to generate fire. 6 fire wolves ran through the town, burning any and everything they saw. The men ran around and chased them down, stabbing and cutting them. The fire wolves had superior agility, though, and several of the men were jumped on and burned alive. A fire wolf had fire on their paws, and their canines had a red glow to them. Their bite was strong, and if they sunk their teeth into you, it would burn your flesh. Once they took someone down, they would stand on them and ignite their paws, setting them ablaze. The chaos was everywhere, and Kai stood there in amazement. The townsmen flanked and surrounded a single target. Once it attacked one, the others would rush in and kill it. This method was ineffective, though, as it would usually mean someone would lose their life or be horribly mangled. Kai watched as his dad moved with grace and confidence. He rolled away, performed up cuts, and slashed with efficiency. Kai was proud. He personally saw his dad kill 2 of the 6 wolves. Kai went to check on his mother. Once he went around the platform, he heard a crash through the window. Kai turned and peeked around the choir stand and saw a huge firewolf. This firewolf was different from the others. All the mutated beasts had glowing red eyes. This one also had flames where its eyebrows would be. It was larger too. The other ones were around 3 feet tall on all fours. This one was around 5 feet tall. The pastor reached down and grabbed a spear off the floor. The deacons and ushers reached under pews and grabbed one as well. They charged the beast with vigor. They all went for a thrust, and with great agility, the big beast leaped in the air. Its flames ignited, and the red-orange fire spread from its paws to the ground. The flames continued to travel and reach several people. Several deacons and ushers burned, their screams filling the church. The others continued stabbing the beast, and the pastor, with surprisingly good reflexes, flipped and stabbed the wolf. The large wolf bled from everywhere, but it would ignite its flames, cauterizing the wounds. It was getting slow, but it still was biting, slashing, and burning everyone it could. Finally, just the pastor was left, and they squared off. The pastor took a wide stance and spun his spear. The wolf growled and crouched low. It ran at the pastor, and when the pastor thrust his spear, the wolf did a quick jump to the side and then jumped past the pastor, claw extended. The claw sliced open the pastor's side, and a pool of blood poured out. The pastor staggered and fell to his knees. The wolf loomed over him, its imposing figure ready to kill. The pastor looked to the sky, ready to accept his fate. Then he heard a whimper. The wolf had jumped back and was snarling past him. Kai stood there with his hand outstretched, glowing white. In his right hand was an arming sword, and his left hand had a dull white glow around it. The pastor looked at him, smiled, and collapsed. Kai's knees shook a little, afraid of the beast. He gathered himself and stepped out from the hallway. At the least, he didn't want to lead the wolf to the women and children. He was essentially the last line of defense. Kai shot another ball and ran at the beast. The wolf was already on its last legs. However, if left alive, it would retreat and recover only to attack again sometime in the future. The wolf leapt in the air, and Kai raised the sword as he ran under it. The sword tore open its underbelly and blood spewed out. It wasn't over, though, and the wolf wanted to kill Kai for interrupting its meal. Its fire grew bright once more. This was its final charge. The flame on its paws slammed to the ground, and a wave of fire came at Kai. Kai ran at the beast, and the fire crashed over him. His clothes caught fire, and he yelled in pain. He never stopped charging, though, and shoved the sword in its eye. Kai continued screaming, his skin burning and blistering. The wolf fell and began to twitch. Kai rolled on the ground and tried to put out the fire. Water soon covered him, and he last saw his father standing over him, screaming with tears in his eyes. Kai woke the next day and felt pain all over. He was wrapped from head to toe like a mummy. He closed his eyes and focused. He felt energy slowly building in him. The energy went to the outer walls of his body, permeating his skin. It built and kept compacting on itself. His skin was absorbing it, and he kept doing this for hours. Finally, he felt the energy begin to store and fill. He kept concentrating until his body felt full of energy. He then relaxed and fell asleep again. He woke the following day, and he was surrounded by his parents and a doctor. "Relax, son, it's okay," his dad said. Everyone looked at him with sad faces. A man with a white coat and glasses stood on the other side of him. "Now, young man, you have been badly burned. The fact you're alive is amazing. We rubbed you with ointment to lessen the pain and wrapped you. It's time for the bandages to come off now. You may not be able to go outside anymore, but if a Grandmaster healer can heal you, you may be able to regain your skin. Of course, it will take multiple treatments," the doctor said. He leaned over and began to unwrap the bandages. Kai's parents held each other, and his mother sobbed uncontrollably in his father's arms. The doctor jumped back. "What in the—" the doctor shrieked. Kai's parents looked dumbfounded. In the bandages was his old charred skin, and on the bed was a healthy, unburned Kai. Chapter 3. "Young man, I have to report this," the doctor said. He checked Kai and informed his parents that he was fine. He then informed them they had 24 hours to inform the superior sect that they had a rookie hero. Kai's mother ran and dove on him. "Oh, son, I'm so proud of you," she said. His father had a wide smile. Pride was oozing from the man. "My son's a hero," he boasted. Kai smiled. Did you know? Kai's mom asked him. I found out yesterday, Kai stated. Really? How did you find out? His dad asked. Kai didn't know how to answer. His father stared at him. Honey, why don't you head downstairs and make the call? His dad said. His mother kissed him and went downstairs. Talk to me, Kai, his father said. Well, a few days ago, Anthony, Bartholomew, and Clark attacked me when I saw Reed off. We fought and Clark accidentally stabbed Bartholomew, killing him. Unfortunately, Anthony and Clark stabbed me multiple times and left me for dead. I prayed, Dad. I prayed and I began to heal. I ran home and bathed, still not believing I had powers. The next day was church, and I planned on telling you afterward, but then the attack happened, Kai said. His father stood pondering what his son had told him. Well, those Baker boys are certainly a stain on this town. I even hear they rob travelers who pass near here. That's probably why they were there in the first place. All their parents are dead due to beast attacks, so they banded together to survive. No one will miss them, and come to think of it, no one has seen them for a few days. Be careful, you will have to leave now, and when you do, they might try you, his dad warned. Kai nodded. His mother returned upstairs and informed them that someone would be there tomorrow to speak with them. The next day, a black truck pulled up next to their house. 2 people got out and knocked on the door. Kai's dad opened it, and a man and a woman entered with suits on. The man had on a pair of shades and messy brown hair. The woman had one long blonde braid going down her back. The man had muscles you could see through his suit. The woman had long legs and wore high heels. Hello, we're from the Superior Sect's Recruitment Division. We hear you harbor a hero, the man said. Kai's dad invited them in. He fixed them some coffee, and they talked for a bit. Kai came downstairs with his mum, and everyone stood. Kai felt the power coming from the two. The man was strong, but the woman was scary. They talked again for a while, and they came to terms. Kai would leave in 3 days, and they would be a few miles up the road. Apparently, there was a small diner that served delicious food that the heroes visited whenever near. They even had a side lot for helicopters. According to the terms, Kai had to stay for a year to receive adequate training. Then he would get stationed at a certain location for a certain number of years. His role on whatever team he is assigned to is to be determined. It depends on his yearly evaluation. His station would be 5 years, and then he could do whatever he wanted. He would still receive a monthly pay and would be tasked with helping if he could, so he would have to promise himself to the superiors for 6 years, and then he would receive lifetime pay. The representatives asked what his power was, and Kai simply said, "I don't know." The woman asked, "What do you do?" Kai said, "I can heal myself and shoot a little ball of light." The woman stared at him. "Show me," she said. "How?" Kai asked. She raised her hand and a small piece of stone formed. She said something and shot it right through Kai's chest. He flew back in the chair and crashed on the ground. His mother snapped. "I'll kill you," she shrieked. Kai's father grabbed her and whispered to her, "Look." Kai was already getting up. He stood and raised his shirt. The hole was closing. Kai concentrated, and the hole closed faster. "Amazing," the man said. "And you said you can shoot a ball of light?" the man asked. Kai focused, and his left hand began to glow, and soon a small ball of energy floated above his palm. He walked outside while holding it. Everyone followed him. They went into their backyard, and he shot it out. It went into the woods and hit a tree. "Nice," the man said. "Real nice," said the lady. "Tell you what, in 3 days I'll come get you personally. I'll park at the diner and walk down to get you. The walk will be nice and relaxing," she said. Kai's parents looked at each other. "Sorry, ma'am, but the other kid had to walk." "Why are you personally coming to get my boy?" his father asked. "Not many people have combat and support skills so early after unlocking their power. He can only heal himself now, but with training he can possibly heal others. Also, he can shoot a projectile," she answered. "So, my boy's special," his dad said with a cheesy smile. The woman rolled her eyes. "How are his weapon skills?" she asked. "Swords are over there," his dad said. Kai and the woman messed around with the swords for half an hour or so, and she said he was adequate. They thanked them for the coffee and left. Kai had 3 days to get prepared. While the 2 representatives drove back, the man asked the woman, "So what do you really think?" "His dad's right, he is special," she answered. "Really? Why is that?" the man asked. Because when we clashed swords, he cut me, she said, showing him a cut on her right hand. Inside their home, Kai's dad danced stupidly and slid across the living room floor. Kai's mum laughed and shook her head. She kept hugging and telling him to be careful, even though he had 3 days left. He trained the next day and the day after. The night before he left, the pastor had asked to see him. The man had survived and had received several healing treatments. He still had bad scars from his wounds, but he could walk again at least. He thanked Kai for saving him and gave him $5,000. Kai tried to refuse, but the pastor was having none of it. The training instructor, Mr. Smith, gave Kai one of his best swords before leaving and told him to tell Reed hello. That morning, his parents gave him a set of gambeson armor made from the large wolf he killed and its core. A core was simply a magic beast's crystallized heart. Kai was still unaware of its uses, but he knew they were important. According to the blacksmith, it has a nice resistance to fire, his dad said. It was all black and had a thin layer of fur on it. They finished breakfast and wished him well. The woman walked up shortly after. She spoke with his parents for a while. Kai hugged and kissed his parents and waved goodbye. He grabbed his bag of clothing and personal items and slung them across his back. With that, Kai left to a crowd of people, thanking him for saving them and their kids. He had $5,000, nice armor, and a new sword. He waved to everyone, wiped away his tears, and left for the superior sect. Chapter 4. Kai and the woman walked down the street to the diner. Kai asked her a million questions, and she smiled to herself, remembering her first time she went to the sect. He recalled her saying with training, "He can grow stronger." "Can I really grow strong?" he asked. "Sure, if you dedicate yourself," she said. Kai looked ahead with a faraway look in his eyes, like he was imagining himself stronger. She side-eyed him, thinking to herself about how strong he already was. What Kai didn't know was that the feeling he felt before he awakened was his dormant power. If one could feel this power before they unlocked, they were said to be unique. Unique powers were those that did not tap into the 5 elements. The 5 elements were earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning. Kai's power was fueled by focusing. This was stimulated by concentrating, meditation, or prayer. Either one would speed up his energy flow. Kai was taught to pray every night before bed. When he woke in the morning, before he ate at funerals, and other small prayers like wishing others safe travels and happy birthdays. The energy he was feeling could not be used until he unlocked, but was being enhanced and absorbed into his bones, blood cells, skin, brain, heart, and other organs. When he finally did unlock his power, it did not have to permeate these vital organs. It instead reinforced them, enhancing his power. Kai thought he was weak since he was considered a rookie hero, but that just meant he had no experience. "Listen, Kai, this won't be a fun experience for you. You are smiling and all. I need you to understand you are being trained for war. You will fight much stronger beasts than that." "Firewolf, understand?" she asked. "I know, I'm not stupid. This is my best chance to be something more than monster food. Also, I don't have a choice," he said. He had his head down, thinking about what she said. He looked at her and said, "I never got your name." "You know mine, but I don't know yours," Kai said. "It's Jessica, but people call me Jess," she said. Kai nodded. "So how was your experience in the war camp?" he asked. "Honestly, it was brutal. A healer is commissioned to us because of the injuries that happen, but if you endure, you will be that much greater," she stated. "Then I will endure," Kai said. "That's great. Now I need you to shut up. We are being followed," she said. "How do you know?" asked Kai. "Earth, remember. I feel the vibration on the earth. They have been tailing us from a distance since we left your town. 2 of them," she said. She began to walk slower, and Kai followed her lead. Jessica stopped. "Follow me, kid," she said. She cut through the woods, and Kai followed. After about 30 minutes of walking, she stopped and put a finger to her lips. She motioned for Kai to get down. He followed her slowly through the coverage of the woods. Once in a while, she would stop and look at something on the ground. After 15 more agonizing minutes of duck walking, she stopped. She leaned back and whispered to Kai while pointing. "I think I found out what your wolf problem is," she said. Jessica pointed to a cave and then the ground. "Someone has been dropping meat from the cave to your home. Once the wolves follow the meat, and it ends, they will eat the next closest thing. Bet money the trail ends at your town. After they have discovered an entirely new source of food, they no longer need to be led to it, she stated. So what do we do? Kai asked. She looked at him like he asked the stupidest question known to mankind. What else? Kill all the wolves. But first, let's kill the 2 bums who are feeding them, she said. Jessica looked at Kai and showed him a predatory smile. Kai found himself following the woman again. Shortly after, they came across a small creek. A small shack sat atop a small hill. They had pointed sticks dug into the ground. So that's how they keep them out, she said. Jessica raised her arms, and a small ramp made of earth rose up and over the sticks. She stood and boldly walked across it. She turned to Kai and gave him a motion to follow with her head. He followed and watched as the woman calmly walked to the door and knocked. What is she doing? He thought. The 2 cousins flew out of the house and tried to slice the woman in half. She sidestepped every attack and sent a small pointed mount of earth into Anthony's sternum. The man died with his eyes wide. Clark cried out and the woman simply stood to the side. All right, kid, you've got 5 minutes. I don't have all day and I want to get back soon, she said. Kai stared at her in disbelief. Clark spun to see who she was talking to. You, he snarled, this is your fault. Clark yelled, it's my fault you're a hater, Kai said. Jessica laughed out loud. This is getting good, Jessica laughed. Kai drew his sword and stared at Clark. I'll kill you, he screamed. You tried that already. How's that working out for you? Kai yelled. They charged each other and Kai went for a swipe at his neck. Clark ducked and cut Kai across his stomach. Kai gritted his teeth and calmed himself. He began to heal almost instantly. His energy began to build, but he couldn't focus on that right now. He roared and ran at Clark again. Clark parried Kai's strike and slashed him across his Achilles tendon. Kai screamed and limped back. Clark charged, and Kai raised his hand and shot him in his face. The energy ball crashed into Clark's head and left an indentation in his forehead. He staggered and began talking gibberish, clearly dazed. Kai charged him and dove on him. He punched the man repeatedly and began to strangle him. His hands began to glow and Clark looked at him with his eyes wide. Clark began to shake and kick, but to no avail. He began to go pale and his skin grew tight. He began to shrivel and his skin wrinkled. He had turned into an old man right before Kai and Jessica's eyes. What laid beneath Kai was now a dried husk of a person. Jessica was up now. She stared at Kai as she approached. Well, I bet that's new, she smirked. Kai stood and looked at the guy. What did I do to him? Kai said. This is why you need to learn to control your powers, also your emotions. You would have died if you didn't heal fast. You did much better when you sparred against me. Now come on, I'm ready to go, she said and casually walked away. She went inside the shack and looked around. She left disappointed. They had nothing of value inside. They left the way they came, and when they got near the wolf den, she stopped and stared at it. Okay, so do we smoke them out, or… Before Kai could finish asking, Jessica raised her hands and a wall of earth covered the closing. There, they'll probably be dead in a week, maybe less, she said. I told you, I'm ready to go, she repeated. Kai stared at her back as she continued walking. They made it to the helicopter at the diner in under an hour. They stepped inside and the pilot flew off. Kai once again stared at Jessica for a bit. He wondered how. Could someone be so cold? What kind of monster did they send to recruit him? He turned and looked out the window as they flew off. Jessica was staring out the window too. She had just seen this young man shoot an energy ball, heal rapidly, and drain the life out of someone. She turned and looked at Kai, thinking the same thing he was. I wonder what kind of monster they sent me to recruit. Chapter 5. After flying for a few hours, they began to descend. The Superior Sect was a large city in the center of the United States, made by the superheroes that protected this last remaining city. They had established this as an actual territory just for them. They paid no taxes to outside forces, a perk for protection. They would then have a small colony for them inside a domain that each of them governed. A few supers would be stationed there to be easily dispatched when needed. They landed atop a tall building and exited the helicopter. They went inside and Kai looked at the huge all-glass building. It was massive from the outside and somehow seemed larger from the inside. Each room was larger than his parents' house. They entered an elevator and Jessica looked directly at a camera. She pressed the basement button and then leaned against the wall. Kai was quiet, observing the situation. He was attempting to come off as a wide-eyed, overly impressed youth. He knew everyone would see him as a country bumpkin. His father had prepared him for this, therefore he would play that role. His father often told him that people would look down on him. Those who are from the big city would always think someone from a small town is easy prey. The elevator stopped, and they exited into a room with a desk and a computer. Kai was asked to give a sample of blood, and they did a basic checkup on him. He was then given a keycard and told to head back upstairs, take a cab to their hotel, and enjoy himself. All he had to do was show the keycard to the cabbie, and they would know where to go. Kai would visit a bank first and deposit most of his money. He would keep $500 and deposit the other $4,500. The new recruits would begin training in 3 more days. He would look for Reed and see what the big city had to offer. Down in the basement, Jessica went into a back room. The room was dark and had no furniture inside. A wall of televisions was lined up and began to come on. 4 individuals were all shown. The strongest users of earth, fire, wind, and water. "So how's the new recruit?" asked the fire user. "Stronger than he knows," Jessica answered. "Oh, how so?" the fire user asked. "As was stated in our initial report, he can self-heal and release a form of energy. I found out on this trip that he can also absorb someone's life energy," Jessica answered. "That's great. He has a good grasp on some of his abilities already," the fire user said. "How does the energy-stealing ability work?" the water user asked. "While heading back to the helicopter, I noticed we were being followed. When I headed into the woods, the 2 that were tailing us fled to their cabin. I discovered that. They were leading the firewolves to the town Kai and Reed are from. I disposed of one of the men and left the other to Kai. I observed his fight. He lost his cool and was slashed numerous times in vital areas. He healed quickly each time. That's not what surprised me, though. He ended up tackling the man and began to strangle him. His hands began to glow dull white, and the man dried up like a mummy. What's more is I think he can charge his power," she reported. The 4 went quiet. "What do you mean, charge his power?" "Our power charges naturally. Once we run out, that's it until we rest. This is why our combat skills are so important," the water user said. "I first thought of this when I first visited him. I shot him with my stone bullet, and he stood up right after. He removed his shirt, and Dexter and I watched as a clearly visible hole in his chest closed. He then took a deep breath, and it closed faster," Jessica said. The 4 were quiet for a while. "So we might have a super that can fight for a very long period of time?" the wind user asked. "I think so. He can only heal himself now, but I believe with training he could heal others. His sword skills are above average for his age, and honestly I think he might can do more," Jessica said. "So what happened with the wolf lair?" the fire user asked. "I didn't feel any openings in the cave, so I closed the only exit they had. They should starve out in a week or so." The 4 went quiet again. "We need to keep an eye on him. He will be invaluable to our cause. His friend Reed will be our enforcer. He will be a symbol with his strength. But Kai, he will be our purpose. Once he is ready, I believe he may be able to be a one-man wrecking crew. So Jessica, how do you feel about being one of the instructors at the war camp?" the fire user asked. Jessica cringed. She was only 1 year removed from graduation from that place and didn't want to return. She would do her duty. So she nodded and agreed. "Just give us 3 months, and if you wish to leave, then we will switch you at the first rotation of trainers," the fire user said. "Yes, we have a lot of beast lairs to eliminate, and rumors are spreading that they are becoming smarter. We believe there may be darker forces behind this," the wind user stated. "Years ago, the continued dumpage of hazardous waste into rivers and streams caused something strange to happen. A huge grizzly bear was drinking from a stream and ingested a large amount of waste. It was sick for months. Once it recovered, it had gained intelligence. It could use an element and could walk on 2 legs like a person. The grizzly bear had mutated and became the world's first magic beast. Months afterward, a hiker was live-streaming a hike he was on, and that bear attacked him. The hiker escaped, but he dropped the phone he was recording with. The bear looked at the phone and flipped it around in its paws. It studied the phone. The bear had red eyes and was mumbling incoherent words. Then wind began to swirl around it. The bear then looked right into the camera and it spoke. Chapter 6. The public tried to pass this off as a prank or a stunt. However, days later, the bear released a video. In a guttural voice, it proclaimed that humans had taken their land and that they would take theirs. Months passed and nothing happened. People began to think it really was a joke or some sort of filter. After all, there was no way a bear could use social media. Shortly after, red-eyed beasts began to attack. They didn't attack like a beast would. They were much larger than regular beasts, and some stood and walked, like people. They communicated and were organized. They had formations and were equipped with armor and weapons. All used some sort of elemental power. Guns had no effect. Strangely enough, only martial art weapons worked on them. The military even released missiles in certain locations, further decimating their lands. Forests were destroyed in mere seconds. However, the next day, they were back. Once they were restored, they were thicker and more lush than before. The forests were denser and the water was cleaner than ever. Some beasts could actually use nature magic. The beasts began to attack small towns and the outskirts of major cities. They would kill the people and then turn the area into part of the forest. Humans began to fight and train to protect themselves. Most gathered together in major cities, attempting to use the strength in numbers theory. People cried and prayed and prayed and cried. Then it happened. People began to experience a change. When some turned 18, they experienced a change. The first was a woman who burst into flames on her 18th birthday. Everyone jumped back in fear. She shrieked and rolled on the ground, but the flames did not burn her. She stood and looked at herself. The flames began to dim and faded away. She became the first fire user. This phenomenon began to happen all over the world. The super-powered heroes banded together and fought off the beasts. They killed many and many more retreated. King Grizzly never attacked though, choosing to remain in his underground lair and wait for the results. The humans celebrated their victory. They were confident they could defend themselves. The practitioners of martial arts began to train everyone in the use of weapons. A few accidents happened to some over-eager kids, and it was decided that 12 was a good age to teach them to use weapons. By the time one was 18, even if they didn't unlock their powers, they would be proficient in self-defense. They were ready. They were mighty. They were wrong. The humans grossly underestimated King Grizzly's intelligence and his mind frame. Beasts respected strength. They understood strength. They sought strength. King Grizzly left his lair and, with a few subordinates, he moved at night, seeking others like him. He found some, and they decided to band together before they were found and wiped out. He ordered his weaker magic beasts to perform periodic attacks to keep the heroes on their toes. His real work was being formulated in the background. They began to crossbreed. The strongest bears bred with the strongest eagles, the strongest snakes with the strongest salamanders, the strongest crocodiles with the strongest deer. They made strong magic beasts. They made strong warriors. They made strong abominations. They had powerful abilities, and they kept the ability to breed. So breed they did, abomination with abomination, and the more they reproduced, the more intelligence they lost. Their minds were reverting back to simple-minded beasts, powerful, maniacal, magical beasts, but beasts nonetheless. King Grizzly knew they needed more intelligence. An abomination and a simple magic beast would not remedy this, and then King Grizzly had an idea. An abomination and a human. A human was the most intelligent being he knew. His speech had come from the humans after all. King Grizzly dispatched some of his minions to capture young women and bring them back to his lair. He only wanted those, with powers and nothing else. After a while, and many dead minions, he had a few. He had them tied up, and the abominations did the unthinkable. After many errors and dead women, he had finally found success. 5 Beastman hybrids were born. All 5 had horns. All 5 were beautiful. Years later, the 5 had grown into deadly and powerful warriors. 3 were women and 2 were men. The 3 women had blue, green, and white scaly skin, similar to a dragon. Their stomachs and faces were exposed. That was the only part that looked human. Their faces were covered by what looked like dragon scales. They had sharp and pointy teeth, like razors. The color of their scales represented the element they controlled. Blue was ice, green was nature, and white was the wind. They had claws at the ends of their hands and feet. The two men had red and black scaly skin. They were shirtless and had the scaly skin going up their sides and merging into their shoulders and arms. Red was fire, and black was a power no one ever had seen before, the power of darkness. All of them had two twisting horns that stuck straight up in the air like a blackbuck. The black one, however, had three, two like the others and one shorter one in the middle. The four others had declared him the leader, even though he was really the youngest. They worked on their powers and trained together, growing stronger until the day finally came. "I'm going to challenge him, TCT," Black said. "He is our king. Without him, we would not be who we are," White said. As a fellow wind user, White was the closest to King Grizzly. "He's old," Black yelled. "We sit here and waste away while he reaps all the benefits. We praise him simply because he was lucky enough to drink heavily polluted waters." Black was enraged. He had gotten a good grasp on his powers, and the five had developed their own style of sword fighting. It was brutal, powerful, and bestial. It was perfect for them. All five were large and muscular. The women were a bit over 6 feet tall, and the two men were both 6'6", respectively. Black looked up to his big brother Red and valued his advice. Red was proud of his little brother Black. His determination and drive to bring their unique race to dominance was exactly why he was chosen to lead the other four. Black walked proudly with his greatsword. They had ambushed several travelers during their 23 years of life and had found very interesting items, full leather armor for them all. Over this, they wore a cuirass and greaves. Their proudest piece of equipment was their weapons. The brothers had greatswords, and the sisters had long swords. Black had made it to the end of the huge, many miles long underground lair King Grizzly was in and entered with his head held high. He looked at the 10-foot massive grizzly bear on his stone throne and yelled, "King Grizzly, I challenge you." Chapter 7. King Grizzly looked at the half-abomination, half-human, male. He knew it would come to this eventually. He had lost his right eye while the kids were young. He was hunting to feed them, and now he must fight one he loves so much. "Is that so? So you wish to rule?" King Grizzly asked. "You sit there, living off your past achievements. We sit here, stagnant because of you. The inferior ones walk around proud, showing no fear. They have forgotten what fear we can bring," Black said. "You have brought them no fear," the large bear said. "Neither have you. I heard the stories. You sat here while our brothers and sisters died," Black said. He raised his hand. "He thinks us dispensable?" Black yelled, "You sit here and get fat. Everything we get, we must give you a portion. You lost your eye to a fool. I heard he even danced once he stabbed your eye and you fled. One fool in a small town defeated you, yet you wish to lead us to glory." "To hell with you," Black screamed. "Oh, and you think you can do better?" King Grizzly asked. "I think it's time to find out. At the least, I'll have a nice fur coat." Black smiled, his pointed teeth exposed. "Over my dead body," the king said. "Have you gone senile in your old age?" "That's the point," Black said. "So be it," said King Grizzly. He rose from his stone throne and put on his homemade armor made from human skin and bones. He reached behind his throne and grabbed the Widowmaker, a huge spiked club he had loyal Lizard Man make for him. He flipped down his eye patch and walked to the opening of his throne room to face Black. The king held his club with one hand or one paw, to be accurate. Black pulled his greatsword from behind his back. His brother Red stood in the opening and kept his eyes sharp in case anyone tried to interfere. His three sisters stood by the opening. Black grasped his sword tightly with two hands. He was no fool. He knew the king's strength. He had trained with him for years. As he and his brothers and sisters were the most intelligent, King Grizzly invested a lot of time into their training. The five abominations possessed what King Grizzly was searching for all along: intelligence and the thirst for power. And no one wanted power like Black. They circled each other. The king took slow and measured steps. Black snarled and held his greatsword as if it were a baseball bat. However, the blade was always in a slicing position. He walked, stepping foot over foot, his eyes locked on the king's shoulder that he held the club in. The king stepped forward and Black opened his stance. Black's muscles bulged and he prepared to swing. The king stepped back and smiled. "Eager, are we?" King Grizzly smirked. Black snarled at the bear. "Shut up and fight," said Black. King Grizzly roared and charged. Black swung his sword in a wide arc. King Grizzly raised his spiked club and blocked the strike. He opened his mouth and released a blast of wind. It hit Black and he slid backwards. King Grizzly used the wind to propel himself to the abomination he had called his star pupil. He arrived quickly and slashed with his left paw. His claw tore into Black's cuirass, and King Grizzly used the momentum from his swing to continue into a backswing with his club. He used wind to push his club faster on the backswing, and Black barely managed to raise his sword to block. The power sent Black reeling, and he had to shove the sword in the ground to steady himself. The king followed up and released several small bullets of wind from its mouth. Black blocked several, but some still made it through. He continued charging and raised his club. Black uses his power of darkness and wrapped it around his sword. He slashed at the bear's midsection and dove past its downswing. The dark energy seeped into the wound and intensified the cut. Black quickly stood and shot several black bullets from each finger. The bear flipped the club and the dark bullets tore into it. It blocked his face, but his legs were exposed. A few hit his broad legs and blood began to leak out. The bear roared and flew in the air with wind. His eyes were crazy with rage. A cyclone of wind formed around him. He flew at Black, attempting to swallow him up in the cyclone. Black channeled darkness in his palm and fed his power into it. He shot it at the cyclone and held his energy into it. The darkness overtook the cyclone, and it began to harm the grizzly itself. The darkness turned into black blades of wind and sliced the king multiple times. He roared and cancelled his skill. He fell to the ground, shallow cuts all over him. He propelled himself towards Black with wind power and swung his club. Black wrapped himself with a dark aura. The club crashed into him, and he went back several steps. Black released most of his aura and only kept some around his feet. His speed increased greatly, and he ran around the king, attempting to slice him. King Grizzly activated a circle of wind blades around himself when Black was close. Black yelled in pain and jumped back. Green took a step forward. Red held his hand up to stop her. She saw Red's motion and stopped. Black had blood seeping from his cuts. He and the king were both bloody and low on energy. The king, who was older and hadn't been out of his lair in years, had less stamina than the younger fighter in front of him. His breathing was a lot more ragged than Black's. Black smiled. This was his plan the whole time, to wear down the older beast and take him out. Once he was tired, his power and speed would greatly decrease. Black sent darkness back to his feet and dashed towards the king again. The bear raised its paw, and Black sent a bigger supply of dark energy to his feet. He looked like a blur. One moment he was running towards the bear, and the next he was several feet behind him. His greatsword was down by his side in a fool's guard stance, and the king's paw was suspended in the air, sliced off. The king roared in pain. Blood shot from his paw, painting the floor red. The bear licked at it and ran at Black, fully attempting to kill him. He swung his club with his good hand, and Black ran around to the king's side where his paw was missing, slicing his side. The king kept swinging and missing, and Black's superior speed had decided the battle. The king released a blast of wind from his mouth, and Black opened a small black hole, and the wind blast went in. He closed it and opened one behind the king's head. It knocked him forward, and Black braced himself and thrust his sword out right into the king's mouth. The blade exited out the back of his head, and the king dropped his club to grab for it. King Grizzly's eyes went wide, and Black sent darkness through his sword. When the darkness made contact with the king's face, a popping noise was heard, and the king flew back. His teeth flew out and clanked on the ground. Blood spewed from a hole in his mouth. His jaw hung loose, and it was clearly broken. The huge bear crawled on the floor, slipping on its own blood, trying to stand. Loyal Lizard Man, his lizard man confidant, had tears in his eyes. Black smiled and approached the bear. He grabbed his sword with 2 hands and raised it overhead. The king turned and looked at him. Black, I love. Thwack. Oh, shut up, Black said. He swung down and removed the king's head. He raised it and let the blood pour into his mouth. He savored it greedily and laughed maniacally. Black then raised the severed head up high and roared, blood spilling all over him. He pointed his greatsword at the lizard man. "You have something to say," he said arrogantly. "Yes, I am at your service." "Lord Black," the lizard man said. All the magic beasts began to chant, "Therian Black, Therian Black, Therian Black." Black looked around and saw his brother smiling a huge smile. He looked at his sisters, and Green and Blue were clapping and whooping. White was looking at the king's headless corpse. Black knew he meant a lot to her. They shared the same power, after all. "From now on, my siblings and I are all Therians," Black said, "and everyone will refer to us as such. The king is dead." He threw the decapitated head of King Grizzly at loyal Lizard Man. "Go reinforce my armor with this teddy bear." Black looked around the room and spoke, "Long live the king." Chapter 8. Kai was on the phone talking with his parents. According to his father, this place used to be called Kansas City, Missouri. His father said it was a very nice city. Now it was the city, the only city left in the world. When the magic beasts attacked, many people fled the country. What many people didn't know was that many abominations had laid eggs in numerous places. Abominations kept their reproductive traits. If a snake mated with a crocodile, the abomination would be cold-blooded just like its parents. If both parents were reptiles, they would do what reptiles did, and reptiles laid eggs. Nearly all cold-blooded creatures laid eggs. Warm motors from planes, trains, and boats were perfect incubators. Boats and airplanes thought they were fleeing the country to avoid danger, but actually they brought danger to other countries by transporting the eggs. Magic beasts grow incredibly fast and their rage is insatiable. Other countries that had multiple nuclear weaponry began to release them once their firearms didn't work, but they released them upon themselves. Continents were destroyed and the Earth's population was reduced by 99%. Just like that, 8 billion people were reduced to 80 million. As the beasts closed in from all sides, humans retracted further in until the survivors had merged in nearly the center of the United States. If not for the supers, humans would be extinct. The supers couldn't kill them all, but they did manage to drive them back. This was 25 years ago. Since then, the super and non-powered humans managed to expand old Kansas City, Missouri, on a massive scale. The city was 4 times as large as it was then. Because survival was the main goal, qualified people were put in proper positions. No more favoritism and people being in positions because of who they know. Due to this, major technological advances were made. It was discovered that the hearts of magic beasts had taken on a crystal-like form and were an incredible source of energy. Also, their hides, claws, and tusks made great armor and weapons. People had no choice but to come together and grow. It was literally a matter of life and death. The old Kansas City was renamed the Superior Sect, one for the superior beings now living among us, and second for the superior way of living they now had. The mentality became build and repopulate. Everything became fast, rush, and hurry. People really began to understand their own mortality. Humans needed to survive by any means necessary, and they began to turn on each other. This caused the superpowered humans to have to police the very people they were fighting to save. Because of this, many moved to the outskirts and decided to live off the land. Many martial arts practitioners chose this route because peace and quiet was huge to their progression. This caused the ones who lived in the country to treat self-defense as a way of life. They trained every day in some shape, way, or form. It was part of them. Those who moved from the city lived off the land and were often ridiculed by the ones who did not choose this way of living. They called them hicks and country bumpkins. They made their own clothes, hunted and fished. Any mutated beast or plant could be easily recognized because they all had red eyes. There were still normal animals left in the world. If they had no ability to use an element, beasts usually left them alone. They had evolved to the point where they did not need food to live. They ate each other, but only when one was on the verge of death. and they ate humans as a delicacy. They only wanted to become stronger. The country people still had the benefit of an advanced civilization, just not as advanced as the ones that resided in the city. All the former major cities were now ruins and home to all sorts of abominations. The beasts continued to breed. The humans continued to breed. Now society is in a tug-of-war as humans and beasts both attempt to expand further. Cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, New Orleans, Houston, Miami, and most heavily populated cities were wiped out, if not from beast attacks, then from mass panic. Car accidents, human-on-human murder, and suicides greatly increased once people saw a talking half-anaconda, half-eagle beast that could shoot balls of dark green venom that would melt your skin off from 50 yards. Kai absorbed all the lore his parents gave him. He never missed an opportunity to gain knowledge. To Kai, if something was important enough to be said by someone you loved, you would be a fool to not listen. He told his parents he loved them, and he would leave tomorrow to start the war camp. He walked around a bit more, and played a game called pool with Reed for a few hours. They bid each other farewell and best of luck for the start of the hell tomorrow would be. The next day Kai woke and dressed. He and several others loaded a bus. Reed sat in the back seat with an attractive blonde. Kai sat in a middle seat and stared out the window. He closed his eyes and gathered his thoughts. His energy was still full, and he had been working on trying to make some sort of reserve for this energy. He knew he would not always be able to restore his energy during a fight. He wasn't able to train like he wanted. He wanted to keep his powers as low-key as possible until he had to use them. He noticed the others flexing their abilities and showing off on the bus. He was surprised at how Reed was acting. Pretty women have been known to make fools of all men. Kai had made a few small discoveries in the few days in the Sect. He discovered he had way more energy than others, even without focusing to charge his energy. Also, he had a funny feeling he was different. Everyone he spoke with had come during the customary time. One could come 5 days after finding out about their powers. This gave the superiors time to get everything situated for them. However, Kai had come 3 days after finding out about his power. Why did he come 2 days earlier? He didn't do anything but relax and train. He only hung out with Reed once. He also wondered why did Jessica personally come and retrieve him and escort him to the diner. However, Reed, who was being advertised as the future of supers, had to walk to the diner himself. He couldn't help but feel that more was in store for him than he knew. The bus arrived at an open field a few hours later, and all the recruits were ushered out. They were divided by sex, males on one side and females on one side. A small building was to their left, and a long, narrow building was to the right. 5 people ran at them, screaming like lunatics. They were told to grab their bags and line up. They were told that the building on their left was the barracks, and the long, narrow building to their right was the chow house. Directly in between the 2 buildings, but much further out, were the training grounds. Kai could see an obstacle course and a large, squared, open area closed in by rope and posts. The 5 individuals stood shoulder-length apart, and then one man stepped forward. Chapter 9. Kai instantly knew that he would not like this man the moment he stepped forward. He had an arrogance about himself, as if no one was better than him at anything in life. He was tall and lean, with shaggy brown hair and a scar on his left cheek. "All right, I won't do what everyone thinks I will do. I won't lie to you and tell you that this will be worth it. Some of you may want to quit, and some of you may finish. Believe it or not, there are some supers who are not able to join our ranks. What I will say is, this training will increase your chances of survival. As you may or may not know, we believe magic beasts are preparing something, and it would be wise for all of you to be prepared. We need all the brave souls we can get," the man said. "First off, introductions. I am Sam Strength. To my immediate right is Miss Jessica, and next to her is Taylor Telepath. To my immediate left is Felicity Flight, and next to her is Mr. Dexter. So I hear a few of you have an ability similar to mine. Is that right?" he asked. The man looked around. "Don't be shy. Raise your hands." He smiles. One young man with blonde hair and blue eyes raised his hand. Then Reed raised his hand. "Great. Name and power." The other young man with the blonde hair spoke. "I'm sorry, sir. What is your power?" "The question is, do you know your power?" he asked. Yes, I am strong, he stated. Reed nodded. Yes, I am too, Reed agreed. Yes, but what is your power? The two boys looked at each other in confusion. The instructor continued, My power is physical strength. However, according to my charts, the two of you have physical boost and physical multiplier. Like I said, similar power to mine, not the same. I am twice as strong as someone in peak condition. This is physical strength. One of you can make yourself strong once he engages. Like flexing a muscle, this is physical boost. However, once you tire or stop flexing that muscle, the power disappears instantly. Another one of you grows in power, and it banks or saves your physical gains. You can then grow stronger by training, exercising, and harnessing your skill. You can continue to store your gains, becoming twice as strong, 3 times as strong, 4 times, and so on. This is not just strength as far as power, but gains in your speed, damage you can take, endurance, and your gains are permanent. This is physical multiplier, Sam explained. Reed held back his smile. He knew this was him. He felt himself becoming stronger and tiring less. He needed less sleep to be fully rested, and he could run miles longer. The other glared at Reed in jealousy. Reed stared back. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Popcorn Muscles. I'm the man, Reed said. Kai was oblivious. He had no idea what was going on, because Kai was looking at the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. This woman was tall for a woman, around 5'10". Kai himself was 6'3". She had smooth brown skin, as if she was dipped in milk chocolate and bathed in cocoa butter. Her hair was pulled back and stuck out in the back in a big afro puff. She looked at Kai and they locked eyes. She smiled and turned her attention back to Sam Strength, who was still talking. Jessica noticed the silent exchange and smirked. Then Sam Strength's voice boomed. All right, everyone head to your room and come back down. You all have 10 minutes. He yelled. And remember, men on the left and women on the right, there will be checks. He continued. Kai and Reed ran into the barracks and took the room the furthest to the end. They wanted to hear the least amount of footsteps possible. They had simple values instilled in them. Peace and quiet would be akin to medicine for the upcoming year they knew would be grueling. The two ran back to the training grounds and lined up. Jessica watched Kai as he approached. He noticed and smiled at her. She looked away. Good old drill sergeant routine, huh? Kai thought. Kai knew the woman had secrets. He wasn't a fool, and he knew they gave blood when he arrived at the superior sect. From a drop of blood, they have broken down Reed and the other guy's ability to perfection. They even knew the other guy had to activate it by flexing it like a muscle. So what did they have on him? What was his power and how did it work? He could drain life, replenish his, shoot a small ball of energy, and encase his fists with the mysterious white light for extra punching power. Are they testing our blood and dissecting our powers for maximum efficiency or for maximum control? Kai thought. He did not want to be controlled. He would willingly cooperate because it benefited both parties. He would have an income for life, and when they destroy the magic beasts, he could pursue other money-making ideas. He knew that he could sell beast cores and their furs. He would be set if he didn't die. Reed looked at Kai. Hey, who was the girl you kept staring at? Reed asked. I don't know. I just got here like you, said Kai. She is fine, Reed said. I know, she's pretty too, Kai said. So, when you going to get her? Reed asked. I mean, I'm going to talk to her, said Kai. See if she's got a friend, Reed said. Man, you got to let me get in first, and what about the lady from the bus? Kai responded. She's cool. I'm just saying that you better hurry up. I'm sure you're not the only one who noticed her, Reed said. There are plenty of beautiful women here, Kai said. That's true. I'm just saying we outnumber the ladies here 2 to 1. Half the guys are going to be left out, Reed said. Man, let's get past this first, Kai said. We're off on weekends. That's 2 days of debauchery, Reed gleamed. Kai just shook his head. Sam Strength and the other instructors walked out and faced the recruits. Sam smiled and began talking. Okay, now it's time to introduce yourselves. The proper way. Chapter 10. Sam Strength continued to speak. Everyone will now step forward and introduce themselves one at a time. The women went first. Kai listened to all the names. Ariel Aqua, Sage Sand, Harmony Heat, Celeste Cyclone, Sasha Stretch, Vicky Vines, Helen Hare, Sophia Speed, Brenda Banshee, Erica Explode, Isabella Ice, and Gale Gravity. Oh, so that's her name, Gale Gravity, Kai thought to himself. Then it was the men. Evan Electric, Phil Poison, Cody Copy, Tim Teleport, Christian Clone, Otis Ocular, Ernest Expand, Tristan Telekinesis, Steve Spatial, Robert Rewind, Glenn Glutton, Andy Anger, Hector Hayes, Sabino Sonic, Reed and Kai. "Excuse me, why are they not saying their surnames?" asked Evan. "Why should we?" asked Reed. "It's fine. They are from a town called the Ville," Sam stated. Everyone looked at them. "Well, I guess we don't have to worry about the ladies. I don't think anyone here are their cousins." Andy Anger and several others laughed. "Food either, unless it's roadkill," Phil Poison said through hysterical laughter. Kai ignored them. "Why does it matter where we are from?" asked Kai. "Because people who live outside the city don't use surnames," Sam said. "Why is that?" asked Phil. "Because we are the same. The only thing different is our skin color and sex. Surnames divide people," Reed said. "Well, not exactly. This was actually mandatory before the beast attacks. It's not what you think, though. We only use surnames to represent our ability, not our social status," Sam said, leering at the laughing boys. Kai and Reed noticed that only 4 boys never laughed, snickered, or smiled at any of Andy and Phil's insults. "Well, my name is Reed, and my ability is Physical Multiplier, so no last name matches me." He puffed out his chest and said, "And why? Why advertise your ability?" Kai asked. "Well, we don't do it when we fight. It's just something we do when associating. It's not a big deal, trust me." Sam laughed. "It's certainly not." Dexter spoke for the first time. "If anyone was paying attention, Jessica and I do not use surnames either." Everyone looked away. They knew what that meant. Dexter and Jessica were from towns as well. Dexter continued, "Now, let's begin with some light sparring matches." The snickering stopped instantly. Reed smiled and raised his hand. "Instructor Dexter, I volunteer," Reed said as he walked and stood by Dexter's side. "Very good. Now let's find you an opponent." Dexter mumbled while looking. "Mr. Dexter, is it okay if we select who we wish to fight?" Reed asked. Dexter looked at him curiously. "I don't see why not," Dexter stated. "Well then, select your opponent," said Dexter. He turned to leave and mumbled to Reed, "Don't kill the guy." Reed smiled and pointed straight at Andy Anger. Andy walked forward, trying to show a brave face. "Ain't nobody scared of you, Reed," Andy shrieked. Reed walked to the stage, never looking back at the hollering fool. "Yeah, that's it. Show me your anger." Reed smiled and jumped in the square ring. Andy entered the ring. Dexter said, "Don't worry, we have healing patches at the ready until our resident healer arrives. Contestants ready?" The two nodded. Dexter looked at them both and yelled, "Begin!" Andy yelled, "Flex!" And veins began to materialize over his body. "Ha! You actually name your moves." Reed began laughing loudly. Andy took advantage and rushed forward. He swung with all his strength, and Reed raised his hand. Andy's fist smashed into Reed's hand. A blast of wind was released, brushing back several people. Reed kept laughing. His hand had stopped Andy's fist. Andy kept trying to pull his fist away. "So that is the extent of your anger?" Reed asked. "Well, I've seen yours. Let me show you mine." Reed balled up his fist and punched Andy square in his face. Andy's face crumbled instantly. His teeth went flying, and his body flew back. He hit the ropes and continued through them. The posts that held the ropes were uprooted, and the man flew for 30 yards. Everyone's eyes were wide. The instructors and remaining students ran to where Andy was. "Bring the healing patches, all of them," Dexter shouted. Everyone ran off except Sabino, Evan, Otis, and Ernest, the 4 that didn't laugh when the others did. "Serves him right, pompous jerk," Sabino said. Kai looked at the young guy. He had dark brown, low-cut hair. His mustache was of the chin strap variety. This meant his sideburns connected to his chin, and that connected to his mustache over his lips. His face was serious. Beside him stood the handsome guy from earlier, Evan. Another guy was next to them. He was large but not slouchy. He had red hair and no facial hair. This was Glenn Glutton. Lastly was Otis Ocular. Otis was normal height and looked battle-hardened. He had dark skin and wore a blue bandana. He had a low cut with deep, deep waves. It looked as if he brushed his hair all day, every day. Yeah, that guy's a pain. His dad runs a popular clothing company. He thinks he's big stuff, Otis said. Who, the dad or the son? Kai asked. Both. All four said in unison. Reed walked over. Think I went too far? Reed asked. No. The four said in unison again. Popcorn muscles. That was great, Evan said. The six stood and talked for a bit while everyone was checking on Andy. All of them were from the superior sect, but were taught not to look down on anyone. These are the people Kai wanted to get affiliated with. They understood that once this training was over, that they would have to hunt beasts. And not just any beasts. Magic beasts. These beasts could use abilities just like them. They had no sense of compassion or reasoning. They wanted to kill humans and eradicate the entire race. There was no time for fighting each other. They needed to be unified. He and Reed were raised this way. Being from a small town, they had a sense of family, of togetherness, of unity. The wilds that surrounded the last major city would be their battlefield, and the last thing anyone needed was soldiers who would go rogue. Also, Kai knew that normal magic beasts were attacking, but the abominations had not been seen for years. He took what Sam's strength said to heart because he felt the same way. Something was amiss. The abominations were a lot smarter than people were given them credit for, and Kai had a sinking feeling that they were planning something. Chapter 11. Therian Black sat on his new throne. He and his siblings were given titles. They had donned them Therian, neither man nor beast, but something more. The Therian's armor was now reinforced with King Grizzly's bones, but his fur remained unused. He played with his new toy. He had taken King Grizzly's paws and made karambits for himself and his siblings. 5 claws were made into 5 karambits. The shortest one on each paw was used to reinforce his greatsword. This left 3 paws after he did this. He made karambits with those 3 as well. He made them for his new lieutenants, his vampire, his werewolf, and his minotaur. To celebrate his victory over King Grizzly, he went to hunt humans to indulge himself. He saw 2 women practicing their newly discovered powers. One used ice and another used wind. He easily captured them and brought them back to his underground domain. He was going to eat them, but then he thought about something. Although he killed King Grizzly, that doesn't mean he did not respect him and all his teachings. That also does not mean he didn't pay attention to what he was taught. He learned that knowledge was important. He learned that trial and error are the most important of teachers. When King Grizzly would send a horde of magic beasts to decimate a village or town, he would send a cleanup group behind to search for valuables. This group usually consisted of his confidant, Loyal Lizard Man. Loyal was the first magic beast that King Grizzly came across once he mutated. He had become the king's blacksmith as well as his most trusted advisor. The cleanup crew would bring back what Loyal would deem valuable to the king. He bought him jewels, paintings, weapons, armor, and books. He loved books. King Grizzly taught the Therians the importance of knowledge. After his cell phone had lost its battery life, the king became obsessed with books. Therian Black would glance at some in the king's library. He fell in love with folklore. Therian Black especially loved the creatures of legend. This gave him the idea he had now. He and his siblings were made from abominations and humans breeding. Now he would attempt to breed a human and an abomination that formed from wolves. Many disasters happened, but in the end, one was born, the world's first werewolf. Then he did the same with a bat abomination and created a vampire. Finally, he did this with a bull abomination. He had to find a 3rd woman for this, and he found an earth user as they were the most common. For some reason, the 3 lieutenants ate their way out of their mother's womb. Therian Black found out something interesting. According to the books he read, vampires were humans that could transform into a bat, and a werewolf was a human that could turn into a half-man, half-wolf hybrid. Black found out it was the other way around. Vampires were already half-man, half-bat when they were born. They gained the ability to turn into a bat or a person. The same was true for a werewolf. They were born like that and eventually could turn into a huge wolf or a person. The Minotaur was different. He still ate his way out of his mother's womb, but it could not change like the others. It was stuck like this. It was not a mindless beast, though. It was intelligent, just like the other three. The Minotaur was given a large machete, the vampire a rapier, and the werewolf a claymore. Therian Black and his siblings would train them to lead the abomination army he was mass-producing. While the humans played and enjoyed their victory of the first untrained abomination army, Therian Black had been building an army. He would no longer need human women. They were more trouble than they were worth. They smelled if not washed and needed to be constantly fed. They had waste that came from strange places. Unlike abominations, they had a short life and could not be kept for long. And they were weak, so weak. He only wanted strong, smart abominations that would lead certain parts of their army. Ironic, proper preparation does take a long time. Therian Black laughed to himself. He had killed King Grizzly because he was taking a long time to make a move, and he found himself in the same situation. Therian Black was trying to decide if he should do a pincer attack where they attack from all three sides and leave one opening. This would give his forces a fish in a barrel effect. Or should he simply send all forces at once? "Brother," Therian Red called to his younger brother. "Are you well?" he asked. "Hello, brother. Yes, I am fine," said Therian Black. "You know you look like him." "Sitting there thinking and plotting," said Therian Red. "I never said the old fool wasn't wise. I have so many questions. My human side betrays me. I don't wish for a large loss on our end, but I know there will be losses nevertheless. I am also having a conflict within myself as far as strategy and tactics go," Therian Black said. "Brother, it will be fine. Although you eliminated the bear, you must admit he had a great strategy. He was going to send us into battle to test the hero's strength, and now you will do the same with our 3 lieutenants," Red said. "It is necessary for our survival. We have magic beasts as our soldiers, abominations as our high-ranking soldiers, and our 3 lieutenants to lead them. If the 3 lieutenants were to perish, it would set us back years. We reach full maturity in 1 year, but training one for battle takes years. If not trained properly, they will simply be cannon fodder," Therian Black said. "Well, the good thing is you are continuously breeding the abominations, so our army will be massive," said Therian Green, who had just walked in. Therian Green was evil and cruel, like her brothers. She enjoyed torturing her prey before killing them. "Ah, dear sister, I have missed you," said Therian Red as he hugged her. "And I as well," said Therian Black. "How is the mass army project going so far?" asked Therian Black. "We are rapidly growing. Most are mindless beasts, though. They attempt to attack us as well. Blue and I have caged those, and White researches ways to improve upon them," Therian Green answered. "What say the spies?" "How are the inferiors progressing?" asked Therian Red. "Honestly, from the intel I have gathered, they are not many, but the ones they have are powerful. They have yet to reach their full potential, though," Therian Green answered. "Well, we shouldn't give them a chance to," Therian Black said. "Well, how about a test run?" "We have never sent any kind of attack ourselves," Therian Red said. "Yes, but I don't want to lose any lieutenants. Not yet. They are pawns for our game and will die faster than they can blink. But I need them until we are done claiming the planet. If they survive once we wipe out the inferior humans, I will crush their heads under my feet myself. For now, find the strongest magic beast for a trial run. Send it with 100 of the failures. We will not send an abomination, yet," Therian Black said. "So, let's have a little fun then," said Therian Green. Therian Black smiled and nodded. "Yes, let's." Once they finished speaking, the werewolf lieutenant, who listened to the entire conversation with its exceptional hearing, began to growl. Chapter 12. At the war camp, the ring had been fixed. Sam walked and stood in front of the group of combatants. "Well, that just happened. We used 5 health patches on Andy, so we will try something different. We will have 3 more matches. 1 more match with the guys and 2 more with the women. If someone has already fought, they cannot fight again," Sam announced. A girls' match was next. Sasha Stretch fought Vicky Vines. Vicky secured a win by wrapping Sasha in sharp thorns. If she were to stretch in any way, her flesh would be ripped open. In the end, Sasha yielded. The next fight was Helen Hare and Erica Explode. Helen Hare was a gorgeous young woman with cold black hair braided straight back. Her hair was down to the small of her back. She had small throwing knives called kunai at the end of each braid. There were 9 in total. Erica Explode did just what her name said. She exploded. If anyone got close, she would explode. It wasn't that powerful, but continuous use made it devastating. Helen Hare tried to keep a safe distance from the lady, but Erica closed the distance quickly and exploded multiple times. Kai thought they were both limited in a sense, both having to get close in order to use their power. Helen's hair did reach out a bit, to around 5 feet, but that was also the edge of Erica's range. Finally, Erica dodged one of Helen's hair whips and grabbed another when the blade from the hair grazed her cheek. She then quickly spun towards her and exploded as many times as she could. It ended up only being 3 more times, 10 in total, but that was enough. Helen fell on her backside, her clothes torn and burned. Erica yelled to the sky and let out a big explosion, sending Helen flying out of the ring. The last fight was Kai versus Phil Poison. Phil called out Kai in an attempt to show Andy that he had his back. "It's all good. I was going to call your hands anyway," Kai said. "Well, you got 'em," Phil sneered. They both stood on their side of the ring. Sam stood outside the ring but in the middle. He raised his hand and said, "Begin." Phil opened his hand to his side with his palms facing the air. A dark green mist began to coalesce around his body. It only covered his lower half, up to his waist. He smiled and charged Kai. Kai stood with his left foot slightly forward and his knees slightly bent. His left fist was raised to his chin but was a foot away from his face. His right fist sat by the right side of his face, but only his thumb grazed it. He watched as the idiot charged him at full speed with his hands down. Phil closed in and yelled, "Poison jab!" A small bit of the green mist quickly formed around his left fist as he struck. Kai moved his head to the right and Phil's fist passed by it. Phil opened his fist right by Kai's face and the green mist left Phil's hand and made a small cloud the size of a basketball. Kai moved his head to the side, but he breathed in a small portion of the mist. Kai jumped back and coughed a second later. Phil smiled. He continued with a flurry of blows. His feet automatically released the cloud when blocked or if it struck Kai. His fists, however, had to be open to make the small cloud. Kai dodged a punch and accepted the poison cloud. He then punched Phil in the stomach with his right hand and put his open hand on Phil's forehead and released his energy bullet. Phil let out a small yelp and jumped back. Kai followed up with his own flurry of blows. Phil did his best to block and dodge, but Kai's training regimen was showing. He began to strike Phil every time he attempted to block or dodge. Kai used feints and weak initial attacks to keep Phil off balance. Phil began to sweat, and his nose had a slow trickle of blood. Phil was visibly getting angry. The accumulated poison was making Kai feel weak. His self-healing was doing its best to counteract it, but he felt himself getting tired. His breathing was getting labored. He needed to finish this. He went for a right ahitis, hand haymaker, putting all his weight into his punch. And Phil yelled, "Poison cloud." When Phil yelled, the cloud of dark green poison expanded and engulfed nearly half the arena. Kai began to cough uncontrollably. His body was then seen flying out of the cloud. Kai rolled on the ground, coughing and gasping for air. His eyes were watering. "Get some! With your bitch ass!" Phil screamed. Kai reached for his own throat, trying to clear his airways. He was on all fours, wheezing. His skin began to turn pale. Phil walked to him and began to kick him in his stomach. "Take your stupid ass back home," Phil said with every kick. Kai rolled away from the kicks. Phil triumphantly walked over. In his eyes, this match was over. Reed balled his fist tightly with rage. Evan looked down at it and then looked at the match. Kai fought to breathe. His eyes were turning red. "What the hell is this?" he said. "If I can heal, I should be able to heal from this, or expunge it or something," Kai thought. Phil was smiling and playing to the crowd. All the suck-ups were cheering, and Evan, Glenn, Otis, Sabino, and Reed were silent. Gail, Isabella, Harmony were staring at the gagging and wheezing Kai. Kai began to regurgitate. He threw up all his food. "Ew," the girls said in unison. Sam stepped forward, but Jessica put her hand out. He needs water, and lots of it. He has to dilute that poison, he murmured. Just wait a little longer, Jessica said. Kai did his best to focus. Energy began to flow through his body. The energy would rise and fall. He did the worst thing you could do in a fight. He closed his eyes. A green smoke began to come from Kai's nose, mouth, ears, and eyes. What the fuck? Phil yelled. Andy screamed at Phil. Finish him, you idiot! Phil rushed in to end the bout. Green tears came from Kai's eyes. Kai let out a loud, steady moan. His hands began to glow. It felt more steady than all the other times, easier to maintain and more thick, more focused, more powerful. He heard Phil call out his technique, poison jab. Kai swung and his fist collided with Phil's fist. And then Kai passed out. Chapter 13. Kai woke in a cold sweat. He was soaked and wet in a bed. He looked around and noticed he was in a room with dark grey walls and large rectangle lights. You're awake, Jessica said. Kai looked around. Your buddy Reed just left, Jessica said. How are you feeling? Jessica asked. Okay, I guess. Where am I? Kai asked. Do you remember what happened? Jessica asked. Where am I? Kai repeated. Jessica paused for a while. You are underground, under the barracks. This is the only medical facility we have out here, but it's fully functional, Jessica replied. Kai laid back and felt that his energy was low. He began to recharge himself. What happened to me? Kai asked. Passed out, Jessica answered. So I lost, huh? Kai asked. Yes and no, Jessica answered. What does that mean? Asked Kai. You did pass out due to poison accumulation, but before you passed out, you threw a punch surrounded by a dull white glow. So technically you lost, but Phil ended up worse. Than you, she answered. How's that? Asked Kai. Well, you two threw a punch at the same time. When your fists collided, his poison fist smashed with your energy fist and your fist won. When your fists collided, a loud bang rang out. Phil's poison cloud spread out and dissipated. People got bad stomach aches, like food poisoning. A bright light blinded everyone. No one could see for a few moments. During that time, everyone heard the scream. Jessica continued. No one could see. The light was so bright, many recruits said they had headaches afterward. While everyone was blind, Phil let out an ear-piercing scream. He continued screaming, and when we opened our eyes, you were passed out and blood was everywhere. We thought it was you who was badly hurt. Then everyone saw Phil rolling on the ground, holding his arm. His bone was sticking out, and blood was shooting everywhere like a burst water line. Your punch knocked his bone out of his arm. A spray of blood splattered on the faces of the combatants. The men simply wiped it away. The women shrieked in horror, Jessica said. I froze. I had never seen that before, she said. Kai was quiet. Really? I did that? Kai asked. Yes, you did, Jessica said. You got a white glow around your fists, and when you punched him... She didn't continue. So what now? Kai asked. Well, there's also the whole you dispelling poison thing, she said. What are you talking about? Kai asked. You were on all fours, and green smoke began to seep out of you. That allowed your weakened body to move enough to throw that punch. Kai was quiet, thinking to himself. Jessica was just staring at him. I don't know what to say, Kai said. I'll ask again. So now what? He questioned. So you got bullet, self-heal, the whole life drain thing, and now your fists light up and you almost punch harder than your friend Reed. The thing is, you just awakened your abilities roughly a week ago. Most people who just awakened can't use their abilities in so many ways so early, she said. Kai got upset. Look, I don't know what you want from me. I don't know why I can do this stuff. I don't know why I can use my powers the way I do. I barely know how to use half of them. I don't even know my power. What is my power? We never got to me, he said. We never got to a lot of you. The whole Reed chin-checking Andy thing, remember? She said. Whatever, Kai yelled. Look, relax for the rest of the day. Get a fresh start tomorrow. We'll bring you something to eat and let Reed know you're okay. Oh, and Gale. Gale asked about you too, Jessica said. Kai nodded and laid back on his pillow. Jessica left and walked down the hall. She went to the rear and a door led to stairs that went upstairs and outside to the rear of the barracks. Outside, Dexter waited by the back door. Sup, he said to Jessica. She nodded her head at him. Kid's something else, huh? He asked. Yes. Funny thing is, we can't identify his power, she said. How's that? Dexter asked. Don't know. Irie says all the equipment they use goes haywire. Almost like it's too strong to register, she said. But Reed is the strongest, then Sabino and Isabella, Dexter said. Right now they are. This kid is constantly growing. He hasn't even had time to refine his power. This is all raw talent. He can control his bullet, and I think he can control those fists. He can self-heal and recharge his energy. We all just saw him rid himself of poison, and I personally saw him drain a guy to death, she stated. Shit, he can do all that? Dexter asked. So far, yes, she said. Damn, Jess, who is this kid, and what exactly is his power? Dexter asked. He's just a kid from the country. We traced his background. As far as his power goes, that's what we don't know. For now, let's just call it... She looked up as if to think and said, energy. Kai looked up at the ceiling. He was surprised Gale asked about him. He was upset, though, that all his tricks were exposed. The only thing Jessica hadn't seen until now were his fists that glowed. Now she has seen everything. Kai didn't really trust her, but he had to act like he did. Why is she here anyway? Isn't she a recruiter? Kai pondered. He didn't know how the recruitment process worked, but shouldn't she have recruited him and passed him to the instructors? I have to worry about fighting weird monsters, haters, and now I have to worry about her and whoever she is answering to, Kai thought. One thing was for certain, he had to get stronger. He had never felt the way he did when fighting Phil. He was completely and utterly helpless. If he hadn't had his special punch, he would have lost. He was able to dispel poison now. It would take some practice to make it a smoother process, though. But that wasn't enough for him. He needed an AoE or area of effect skill, a defensive skill, or simply find a way to amplify his bullet. It was a nice projectile, but it was limited. It was small and needed to be directly shot at the person. Erica Explode gave him an idea. Could he make it explode? Also, he wondered if he could make it stronger or shoot more than one at a time. He made a vow to try a few different techniques once he got some downtime. Chapter 14. Sam's strength and the others stood outside smiling. All the recruits were told to dress in all black light tactical gear. Everyone wore black cargo pants, a short-sleeved black t-shirt with a concealed-style bulletproof vest over it, and a long-sleeved black shirt worn over the vest with black combat boots. Once everyone was lined up, he spoke. Good morning, this is Mickey Mend, our resident healer. Late as usual. He glared at Mickey. Mickey looked away in embarrassment. Yesterday was wild. Fun, but wild. Before we get started, we will go over yesterday's matches, he said. He then proceeded to go over the 4 matches from yesterday and break down what he thought the participants did right and wrong. Once finished, he walked to a table with sheathed arming swords and wristbands lying on them and looked up. Today we will have a scavenger hunt. Everyone will step forward, grab an arming sword and step aside. Before that, we know Reed's power is strength multiplier, but we will just call it power. Andy Anger's power is strength boost, but we will call it rage. Vicky Vines is plant manipulation. Helen Hare is hair whip. Erica A. Explode explodes. Sasha Stretch stretches. Phil Poison is poison. Kai is energy. Sabino is sonic. Evan is electricity. Gale is gravity. Glenn Glutton is glutton. Otis Ocular is vision. Hector Hayes is illusion. Isabella Ice is ice. Sage Sand is earth. Celeste Cyclone is wind. Ariel Aqua is water. Harmony Heat is fire. Sophia Speed is speed. Brenda Banshee is echo. Cody Copy can copy an imperfect version of someone's ability. Tim Teleport can use teleport. Christian Clone can make a clone. Ernest Expand can. Use Expand. Tristan Telekinesis can move objects without touching them. Steve Spatial can make portals. Robert Rewind can control time. He finished. Kai was dumbstruck. Time control? Portals. Illusions. Move things with your mind. Those powers are crazy. Kai yelled, Dude, your power is energy. No one knows what that even means. You are literally a walking source of energy. Think about that. Just think about that, Robert Rewind said. Man, you can control time, Kai said. No, I can perform a few time-related abilities. I haven't refined my ability yet to unlock new ones. Hopefully I'll learn some new things here, Robert said. Kai nodded. Still a good power, Kai murmured. Are you all done? Huh? Can I continue? Sam said. Now let me explain the rules. If you all look in the distance directly behind me, you will see ruins in the distance. We are currently in Columbia, Missouri. Those ruins used to be a very well-known college, he said. Excuse me, what's a college? Asked Sage. A college was an institute of higher learning. Basically, you would learn more than they could teach you in high school, and you would pay them back for the rest of your life, Sam said. Why would anyone give their life away like that? Sage asked. Because they would give you a paper saying you were smarter than a lot of people about a certain topic. You would then attempt to find a profession that exclusively deals with that topic, and they would pay you a good amount of money, he explained. What do you mean, attempt? Asked Sage. If you pay them forever, then you should be guaranteed a profession, right? She asked. Sam stared at her. Sage stared back. Look, I don't know. You asked what it was, and I told you. You're talking about the inner workings of a forgotten society, so honestly, who knows? He said. Now let me continue, Sam said. Sage glared at him. Sam ignored her. Like I was saying, behind me are the ruins of what used to be a collegiate institute. Inside certain buildings are beast cores, one of each: earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and a clear one. There are 6 cores, and there will be 7 teams. That means that at least one team will not make it. Before you ask, a clear core is a core that has had all its power used. More will be explained to you about cores and its many purposes later in your training. Your mission now is to collect at least 1 beast core. However, the more you collect, the better your results, Sam said. Are there beasts there? Asked Ariel Aqua. Sam shrugged. Probably. I would think so. Probably an abomination or 2 as well. He answered. Sage and the others looked at him. He's joking, right? Hector Hayes asked. Christian Clone shrugged. Sam continued. So we will check on you all in 3 days' time. Everyone should be okay until then. He said while showing no emotion. Teams can find 1 core and return or hunt for more. Teams will receive points for their efforts. Efforts are judged by cores and other factors. Okay, so you all have weapons and you know your objective. Also, you have an idea of what everyone's ability is. This is invaluable in itself. When magic beasts and abominations show up, you will not know their ability. Imagine a mutated rhino. Instincts will tell you it will use earth. Then its horn will release a beam of ice. Guess what? You're dead. Finally, your wristbands. They are designed to look like watches. Each one contains 6 pills under the face. The 3 red ones are low-grade food pills, and the 3 blue ones are low-grade water pills. In case you don't know, low-grade lasts for 1 day, mid-grade lasts 1 week, and high-grade lasts 1 month. The face is a monitor that has a map. Very important. You can touch the sides simultaneously once per day to get 1 full heal per day from Mickey Mend. But there is 1 health patch per person in the field. Last rule, no one can attack each other on the first day. This will give everyone a chance if they are smart. After that, have at it. And that's about it. Survive and come back with some cores. Any questions? Steve said with a curious smile. Hands instantly shot up. Why do we have on bulletproof vests when no one has any guns? Asked Brenda Banshee. Swords and superpowers are in play. Some type of protection is needed. The only type of protection we can provide for you and any hero is this, Sam answered. Any other questions? Sam asked. Are we really going to be left alone for 3 days? Vicky Vines asked. Yes, Sam said, obviously getting annoyed. Is that all? He asked again. This isn't fair. Reed will dominate, said Christian. If you think that, you've already lost. I'd hate to be on your team. Sam stated. No more questions. All 7 teams of 4 line up. Good luck, he said. And he walked off. 7 separate groups lined up and got in a position as if they were running a race. Sam yelled, Everybody ready? Set. Go. And everyone ran towards the ruins. The 5 instructors gathered together in a circle. So you chose not to tell them that we handpicked the beasts? Asked Taylor Telepath mentally. No, and stop doing Get out of my head, Sam yelled in his mind. Taylor chuckled. Sorry, it's becoming sort of my thing, Taylor spoke. So how long you think it will be before Reed's team comes back with the cause? Taylor asked. Probably by the end of the second day, Sam answered. Yeah, whatever team he's on will surely win. Ishadi, Taylor said. Dexter and Jessica looked at each other. Jessica turned and looked at the youngsters running towards the ruins. She mumbled. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Chapter 15. Logan Lycan moved swiftly through the wilds. His black fur was kissed with shades of grey. It made him look like an old wolf, and he was extremely young. But like all abominations, he reached full maturity in a year. He was a unique abomination, though. He wasn't Etherian, and he wasn't mindless like the others. He had transformed into his wolf form to move as inconspicuous as possible while still maintaining speed. He had just heard that he, Victor, and Malachi would be used as pawns. He and Victor Vampire were the only ones who could use the transform technique. Because of this, they had a certain bond. Malachi Minotaur was cool, but he was bull-headed, literally. He blindly did whatever the Therians asked, with no hesitation or questioning. This made him the perfect soldier and the perfect killer. He knew if he told him that he would defend the Therians wholeheartedly. He was given the position of Lord Black's personal guard, so he felt a sense of duty when it came to him. He needed to tell Victor. Logan did not want to become anyone's pawn. He wanted to live. He hated humans too, but he didn't know why. They just had a weird smell that made his nose itch. And they were loud, too loud. Logan arrived at Victor's underground domain. It was an old, long-ago forgotten underground town. It had a small fort that had a few rooms, but no portcullis or anything like that. Logan transformed back to his werewolf form. Yo, Vic, you in there? Logan called. Where else would I go, Fleabag? Victor Vampire called back. I'm coming up. We need to talk, Logan said. Man, don't. Bring no fleas up here, Victor yelled. Logan shook his head. He leapt and used his claws to dig into a portion of the wall. He then threw himself up and was on a flat, open roof. He walked left and opened the door to the top room, Victor's throne room. Victor sat on his throne. 3 beautiful women he had turned into vampires snarled at Logan and bared their fangs. Logan glared at them. Man, if you don't get these bitches out my face, Logan snarled. Victor looked at Logan intensely. He waved his hand towards the women and they exited into a back room. What's up, Mutt? Why the serious face? Victor asked. I overheard the Therians talking. Well, Black, Red, and Green. According to Black, he is building an army, and we will lead it with Malachi. The thing is, we are meant to simply weaken the inferiors, and they will come in and claim the glory. If we do survive the battle, he said he will kill us himself, Logan said. Victor sat quiet. His pale white skin slightly reflected the moonlight. If Logan knew Victor, he knew Victor was a great listener and a deep thinker. The two had eradicated 2 small villages, and Logan watched the precise and measured tactics of the vampire. He admired his strategic thinking, but he would never tell him that. After what seemed like forever, he spoke. Truly, he said, I figured as much. After all, we are not Therians. Also, we outrank the abominations. I've been thinking about this, just in case, he said, and then he went quiet again. And? Logan asked. Oh, you don't know, Logan asked condescendingly. I don't have time for riddles, bat brains, come with it, Logan said. It's simple, Barky. We make our own army. We clean out these small outskirt towns for them. How about we turn them instead, Victor said. Logan smiled. Think we will be able to get enough to join us? He is trying to build an army, Logan said. Yes, an army of mindless, snarling buffoons. Our troops will be smart enough to at least hold a basic conversation. Victor sat up in his throne. His eyes were huge now. Logan looked at him. I know that look. What are you thinking? Victor relaxed a little and mumbled. The heroes. Logan raised an eyebrow. What about them? Logan asked. What if we can turn someone from the superior sect? One of the heroes, Victor said. That would be game-changing, Logan said. So we turn someone and let them be our eyes and ears. Eventually, we get them to get close to a super, and even if they turn them, we would still be their master because their master will be subservient to us, Victor said. What if we each turn one? Because of your abomination blood, daylight doesn't burn you like the vampires of legend. So we can dip in and out of their city and control things from the shadows, Logan said. Did you tell Malachi about the Therians? Asked Victor. No, I came straight here, Logan said. Logan didn't say why he didn't tell him. Victor stood. Yeah, he has an undying loyalty to them. He could be dangerous, Victor said. The two sat and thought of different strategies to simply survive. These Therians were way too bold. They would actually kill them. And for what? Because they gave their undying loyalty. What was the reason? He sits and mainly reads those books, Logan said. We read as well, my friend, Victor said. Yes, but not as extensive as Black. Those books, what treachery do they teach? We need to find mates. Real mates. We at least need offspring to carry our legacies, Victor said. Of course you would say that. What we need to do is move, Logan said. Oh, why is that? Victor asked. This planet is vast. There is no reason why we need to remain so close to where they are. Question is, how do we do it? We can't just prance in there and say, all right, we out. Logan said, we are their pawns, right? Just say we would like to establish other regions in his honor, Victor said. Logan caught the idea and gave it heavy thought. The Therians live in an underground town that spills out at the southernmost area of old United States. One of them could go east and another west. The north was controlled by the Gelid Manticore, the very first attempt King Grizzly made to breed a human with an abomination. Once it made a year, it thanked its king and it flew away. It then fought all the powerful magic beasts and established dominance in the north. No one bothered it because no one wanted the icy terrain. Having some intelligence, it declared that no one would attack a human unless provoked. In a strange way, this failure actually had more compassion than any other spawn King Grizzly had seen. Well, we can try at least. We have to get away before the Therians sacrifice us, Logan stated. They both nodded. But for now, we will play their game. Chapter 16. Kai, Gale, Sabino, and Isabella were the furthest team to the right. They ran as fast as they could, scanning their surroundings as they approached the ruins of a once prestigious university. So you're from the Ville, huh? Isabella asked Kai. Yep, Kai answered blankly. That's one of the towns past the southern region of the Sect, right? She asked. Yep, Kai said blankly again. Sorry, there's so many towns surrounding us that it's hard to know what they are all called, said Isabella. It's cool, Kai said. Heads up, said Sabino. The four came to an open grassy area and safely passed it. They then stood in front of a strange oval-shaped area. There were several brick-colored lanes that were divided by faded white lines. In the center was a grassy area, suffering from at least a century of neglect. Across from them stood a large lizard creature. It stood on 4 legs and was similar to the salamander lizard that Kai had seen in his parents' books. It was as long as the bus they came to the war camp in. It had black skin with parts missing from it. The parts missing were replaced by orange lava oozing from it. It had long claws with small bits of orange at the ends of them. Oh, great. Another fire type, Kai thought. The magic beast roared and ran towards the quad of recruits with amazing speed. Here we go, said Sabino, and the 4 drew their blades and spread out. Watch out, yelled Kai as the beast charged them. When it was close, the orange lava spewed from it. Everyone rolled away and ran towards it. Kai fell back when he noticed everyone else charging. He thought someone should hang back and give range support. The beast began to spin around, and the lava flew everywhere. The 3 yelled in pain as the lava burned their flesh. They immediately turned and ran, yelling in pain. Kai shot 3 bullets, and the beast looked at him with rage. Its orange patches of lava skin began to glow brighter, and it released a stream of lava directly at Kai. Kai ran to his left as fast as possible, eyes focused on the beast. The lizard turned and swung its tail at Kai. Kai tried to jump it, but it clipped his feet and he landed face first. The beast charged at Kai and raised up on its hind legs. Kai quickly rose to his feet. The large fire lizard ran on its hind legs and rapidly slashed at Kai with its front 2 claws, shredding his forearms. Kai blocked a few, but the speed and size of the beast was overbearing. Then a ringing noise was heard. The beast let out a shriek and turned to face its aggressor. Sabino was releasing a three-wave projectile attack at the monster's right hind leg. Kai focused, closing his wounds as quickly as possible. The large lizard leaped in the air and instantly crashed down. Gale stood with her left hand outstretched, dark purple glowing from her digits. Before it hit the ground, a sharp spike of ice burst from the ground, impaling the lizard. The four jumped back and began to release their skills. "Shrill wave," yelled Sabino. Three crescent moon-shaped, shimmering silver waves flew from his body and crashed into the abomination. Each wave emitted a high-pitched ring. The waves landed, and the lizard swung its arms and legs wildly. "Flurry," screamed Isabella. Small, pointed blades of ice tore into the beast, dissolving on contact. It tried to raise its arm to cover, but it seemed to be having difficulty. Then Gale ran towards the monster. Gravity ball. A purple mass of energy the size of a basketball formed in front of her hand, and she shoved her hand towards it. The ball exploded, and the monster's head dropped, but it was still making pained moans. "Why not?" thought Kai. He then ran to it and calmly said, "Bullet," and a ball of energy slammed directly in its face. The head of the beast exploded like a burst watermelon, and brains and blood splattered all over Kai. "What the hell?" Kai said. Gale laughed. "Yeah, don't stand so close," she told him while laughing. "What? Why not? How do you know that?" "Wait, have all of you already had hunts?" Kai questioned. "Yes," the three said in unison. "The rules are simple. Once they run out of energy, and you know it's over, your next skill will usually finish them off." Gale answered. "How do you know when they're pretty much done for?" asked Kai. "Well, you see how it fell like that." "How? Its head drooped down?" Kai nodded. "These creatures don't do that unless they can no longer fight and are on the verge of death. They don't know how to quit or retreat, so if they fall like that, it's pretty much game over for them," Gale said. "Good thing it wasn't an abomination," Isabella said. "I'm sure they'll have a few. I bet my life they are watching us in some way," Sabino said. "Yeah, it makes sense. They're not a lot of heroes. They won't give us anything we can't handle. We're more valuable alive," Isabella said. "Let's advance everyone," Sabino said, and the four began to slowly advance. Kai was thinking about these three teammates of his that have actually been on beast hunts before. Beast hunts were the way people obtained beast cores. Electricity and other power sources had long been obsolete and polluted waters, and land made water unable to drink, and the fields could no longer yield crops. Beast cores are now used in tons of versatile ways. A water core was used for clean drinking water, baths, showers, and other water-related needs. Fire orbs for heat, fires for cooking and to heat water. Wind for the new hover vehicles that have been created, and ice for air conditioning. Earth cores would be stuck in the ground, and it generated clean soil. The hides of these beasts were used for clothing, and their teeth and bones were infused with the few metals left for weapons, and also used for protective gear. His first encounter with a magic beast resulted in him being burned alive. Kai was thinking as they walked. His light ball was stronger than usual. It was still the size of a large marble, but he noticed it hit harder. Was this because it named it? Does that help? Kai thought. "Hey, why does everyone name their moves?" Kai asked. Gale looked at him and said, "Channeling your thoughts." "What's that?" Kai asked. "It helps to channel your power into a certain form. Think how you want your skill to be, how it should look and flow, and channel your power into that thought while you release the skill. The skill that you named will become more efficient, stronger, more pronounced. Think of it like a chocolate candy, and your favorite chocolate candy. Chocolate candy is chocolate candy, right? But your favorite candy is not just chocolate candy. You may crave your favorite candy, know exactly where to get it from, eat it with certain foods. You will not eat all chocolate candies, but you will eat your favorite chocolate candy," Gale smiled. Kai smiled too. What the hell is she talking about? Kai thought to himself. Kai, look, think of punching someone. Now think of punching someone in a vital area. The strike was the same, but it would hurt them more. Naming your skills has that same effect, Sabino said. Oh, so it's more potent. Kai said, recharging his energy as they walked. Exactly. It's like that exact technique will emerge. No shaping or picturing it forming. It's almost like it's programmed in your soul once you name it, Sabino answered. Got it. I understand completely, Kai said. So that's what you understand? Asked Gale. He smiled at her. Even though he understood, he thought that would take away his flexibility. What if he needed a technique to change halfway through? Then what? Kai made a silent vow that besides his bullet, he would not name any skills. He would just have to be the best at freestyling. They checked a few buildings and found nothing. They then came to a ruin that was full of seats that went up and out. It had no roof. Instead, the top was open to the sky. Wow, this looks like a coliseum, Kai said, looking around. I don't know what the hell kind of place this is. But be on your guard, Sabino cautioned. Hey, what the fuck is that? Kai said, pointing up. At the top of the opening, the four saw huge black birds. Great, Kai said as he increased his focus to replenish as much energy as he could. Chapter 17. The black birds sat atop the ruin and looked down at the four. Their heads turned and twitched as if they were inspecting them, as if they were lost, as if they were food. After Isabella put the fire core from the lizard in her bag, the four rested some. Still, it wasn't enough to heal completely, and Kai had already counted 8 bird monsters. They were all spread out around the top of the ruin. Then one flew up and hovered for a bit. Kai could swear he saw it looking at him with contempt. It let out a caw, and then the others flew down. Now what? Kai said. The 8 birds landed with a loud thud. Dirt lifted in a cloud. It felt more like they crashed to the ground instead of land. Once they landed, Kai saw why. The things were around 7 feet tall, but were still birds. They really were looking at them like food. They were all black, and their wings gave off a strange sheen. They walked like a bird would, and their heads did the same quick twitch that birds did. The only thing that made them scary, besides the height, were the sharp teeth sticking out from their beaks. Their heads kept twitching, and after Sabino drew his blade, they all charged. Gale used an ability, and the air around her became heavy. The bird slowed. Gale then lessened the gravity around herself, increasing her speed, and charged. Another charged Isabella, and she continuously raised ice spikes. Sabino had released his shrill wave on multiple ones, damaging them severely. He moved to kill one with his sword. The other attempted to gain distance, and Sabino yelled, Mach 1, and was on the other side of the large bird. A second later, the upper half of the bird separated from its body. Seconds after that, the sound of thunder was heard. Another charged Kai, and he took aim, shooting bullet after bullet. Still, Kai kept his movements loose and his eyes scanning because he noticed that 2 kept circling them from a wide distance. He deflected a claw from one, and the other swung at him in a sweeping arc with its wing. Kai braced himself with his sword and blocked the blow, but then the other swung its wing too, slicing Kai's stomach. Kai let out a yell and ran back. He let out a few bullets and tried to get as much distance as possible. He tried to focus and keep away 2 oversized, swift bird beasts. He was healing slowly but tiring. He couldn't just play defense, he had to gamble. The bird to his right swung its wing in an overhead arc. He parried the razor wing by using the bird's momentum and moving it to his right. The bird was now off balance and stumbled forward. Kai then spun and squatted while diving past the one on his left's midsection. The height of the birds gave him a slim opening as they could not cover up as fast. This allowed him to perform a diving lunge. He rolled on the ground 1 full rotation and rose to his feet. The bird beast that had overextended was now standing tall, and it flapped its wings in one strong motion. This was all power, as the wing flap was slow, but the bird had concentrated wind power into the wing flap. A gust of wind blew across Kai's body. His skin opened up, and blood gushed from his wounds. The bird beast had used a wind technique that had air blades mixed into his wind gust. Kai staggered back and began to focus. His wounds slowly closed, but only a little before he had to battle again. He was on the ropes, and all he had managed to do was burn a few feathers and slice one of their sides. The other bird beast was bleeding badly from its side, though, and that was something. Kai gathered himself and charged the bird he had sliced on its side. The bird looked up and screeched. Kai shoved his sword into the beast as close to its heart as he could. The beast looked at him and prepared to shoot a blast of wind from its mouth. Kai saw the energy gather in its mouth. Kai reached out and grabbed the bird's feathery body. He didn't care where, he just wanted to grab it anywhere. Kai snarled and his hand began to glow. Feathers began to fall off the bird's body. Its eyes stared at Kai intensely. It tried to flap its wings and fly away, but the sword was wedged deep in its body and Kai was not letting go. The bird went up around 10 feet off the ground and it hovered there. It kept flapping, but it was slowly losing altitude. Nearly all its feathers were gone and Kai's energy was recharging insanely fast. He was completely healed now, and his body was filling with more energy. The bird fell to the ground, its knees and feet disintegrating on impact. Kai fell over, staggering over the beast. Its body broke away on impact, as if it was sculpted with ash. Kai looked up at the other bird, and it was hovering a few feet off the ground. A small whirlwind was rotating on the ground, directly under its feet. The bird turned to its side, its left side parallel with Kai's body, and flew at him. The body of the bird beast was twisting rapidly, and Kai noticed its wings were at its side. It had turned itself into a drill. Its sharp beak, combined with a twisting motion, would bore Kai, and he knew it. "I won't survive that," Kai mumbled. He focused and called his bullet. He held it and tried to feed energy into it. The energy from the small ball of light was warping. It stretched and seemed as if it was becoming unstable. Then it stabilized. The size did not change, but the energy sealed inside was more abundant. Kai held the bullet there and concentrated. It grew quickly and expanded from a marble-sized ball of energy to a baseball-sized orb of energy. It repeated this process a few more times, and the bullet was now a brighter white and remained the size of a golf ball. Kai could feel the wind from the twisting bird approaching him. He opened his eyes, and the bird was mere feet away. Kai stuck out his hand, and the concentrated ball of pure energy struck the bird beast. Chapter 18. A bright light lit up the arena. Burned feathers fell from the sky, and large chunks of the bird's carcass began to litter the ground. Kai fell to one knee, exhausted. The others gathered around. "Are you okay?" asked Gale. Kai nodded and focused. The other huge birds had been defeated by the others. The last bird to arrive had begun to descend. "Heal up, we got this," Sabino said, and walked towards the bird with Isabella right behind. Gale remained with Kai as he began to focus again on replenishing his energy. This bird beast was larger than the others. It looked at the two approaching as if they were worms. It wasted no time and charged the two. It charged with its head to the side, with its mouth open as if it was going to eat them. Sabino activated his Mach skill and quickly moved behind the bird. The bird continued towards Isabella as she threw up an ice spike. The pointed mound of ice came up from the ground and struck the bird. Its head went back, and 3 small pops hit the back of its head from Sabino's shrill wave skill. The bird opened its wings and swung in a circle. The wings just missed the pair, but the wind from the spin pushed them back. It shot straight into the air like a rocket, the blast of air from its takeoff sending the two a few steps back. Isabella and Sabino released their attacks, but they missed while the bird continued to soar in the air. Kai began to stand. He had used all of his energy on the small ball of explosive power and had drained himself completely. He didn't understand why it was taking him so long to gather his energy. But gather it he did, and was ready to get back in the fight. Gale looked him over. "So you're ready?" she asked. "As ready as I'm going to be," he said. He gripped his sword tightly, and he and Gale walked towards the others. "Here it comes," yelled Sabino, and the bird dove. It came down far away and flew at them. It spread its wings out and flew directly at the squad of heroes. A soft grey glow began to illuminate around the bird, and its speed increased. The glow started from its body and was moving outwards, beginning to cover its wings. The 4 braced themselves, preparing for what this attack was. The bird began to caw as it continued flying towards them. Everyone raised their swords. Gale tried to decrease gravity as the giant bird approached, but it never slowed, dipped, or lost momentum. Isabella raised ice spikes, but the magic beast barreled through them. Sabino could only use his Mach and shrill wave. His Mach is his movement skill that greatly increases his speed, and his wave is his only real attack. "We have to move," Sabino yelled, but the bird had become fully engulfed in the grey aura. The bird moved so fast it looked as if it teleported. It moved quickly past them as a gale of wind followed behind, lifting everyone in the air. Isabella used an ice spike, but didn't include the point on top. She instead left it as a flat surface and raised it to her feet. She landed on it and lowered it back down. Gale used her skill to decrease gravity as her feet were mere inches from the ground. Sabino used his mark skill when he was close to the ground. He propelled forward and skidded across the ground, rolling and tumbling, but was not hurt badly. Kai did not have any skill like this. He could heal, shoot energy, take energy, and power up his fists. Nothing else. He tried to take an example from Sabino, and when he was close to the ground, he began to release as many bullets as fast as possible. He moved back a little due to the force of each shot. He still landed nastily, and his legs broke. Everyone stood. "God damn it! You're always hurt," Sabino yelled. "Come on, we need you." Gale beckoned. Kai focused as much as he could, as fast as he could. His bones began to snap in place, his legs were popping, and his bones were healing. He pushed his focus, and within seconds, his legs were healed. He jumped up and generated the light bomb from earlier. It slammed into the bird's back, and it cawed in pain. The light blinded everyone but Kai. He took this time to charge and attacked the bird's wings. He cut, hacked, and slashed at its wings. He had one goal: disable its flight. From what Kai had seen, this was his strongest skill. So far, these birds have used their wings for their skills. Without them, they should be able to end this quickly. Isabella shot as many shards of ice as she could. They tore into the bird beast's wings, and a few had small holes in them. Gale threw out a gravity ball, and it hit the bird in its chest. It screeched again and tried to charge, but Sabino used his mark skill to run past it and quickly slash its throat. The large bird reached for its neck as thick black blood flowed through its feathers. It tried to fly, but the holes in its wings prevented that. It basically just jumped high in the air and landed on the 4 recruits' blades as all 4 stabbed it at the same time. It screeched again, whimpered and fell. The 4 exhausted supers cut out the beast cores as quickly as possible. They had 10 now, 9 wind and 1 fire. They looked around and saw an enclosed glass structure that looked like it could be secure for the night. At the very least, they could barricade it. They tiredly walked up a large formation of stairs and entered the room. It looked like a small living area. There was a kitchen, a bathroom, a large open area that looked like it was used for socializing, and seats that looked down on the field they had just left. The 4 fell to the ground, tired from the day of fighting. Gale, Isabella, and Sabino still had burns on them from the fire lizard and bad cuts from the razor-sharp feathers of the huge birds. "Man, first day out and we got our asses kicked," Sabino said. "Quit whining, we survived." "That's all that matters," Isabella said. Kai was fully healed now and was able to finally think clearly. The others would heal as well. Once someone unlocked their powers, they healed faster and gained access to energy for said powers. While other supers had to rest to restore their energy, Kai had the unique ability to begin healing at that exact moment an injury occurred, and faster when he focused. Kai stood and began opening cabinets and checking all the rooms carefully. The others watched him closely. "What are you doing?" asked Gale. "There must be some way to heal ourselves. There's no way we just get thrown out here like this," Kai stated. He searched and searched. In the back of the room, he saw a small cutout area with a faucet. There were 2 cabinets atop and under it. The top cabinet has strange bottles with clear and deep brown liquids inside. Gale walked over and looked at him and the bottles. "What are those?" she asked. "It says, vodka." As he held the one with the clear liquid and, "Bourbon," he said while holding the brown bottle. He smelled them and quickly pulled back. He put them back and looked in the bottom cabinet. He withdrew a small iron box. Kai opened it and smiled. Chapter 19. Kai removed the box and sat it on the counter. He opened it, and inside was a folded note, and underneath a small clear package were healing patches. "I saw these little baggies in one of the earlier cabinets I checked. I believe they're called Ziploc bags. These are extremely small, though. Inside one large clear bag were 4 single smaller clear bags, and each one had 1 health patch inside. "We got health patches," Gale yelled. Isabella and Sabino jumped up and ran to the others. Everyone took 1 patch. Gale, Isabella, and Sabino all used theirs immediately. The patch stuck to their skins and slowly dissolved into it. Their burns greatly healed, and their cuts scabbed over. Kai flipped the monitor on his wristband and dumped the food and water pills out. He then put the healing patch in and set 1 food pill and 1 water pill to the side. He then put the rest atop the healing patch and closed the monitor. He then opened the note and read it. "To the team that finds this note, present this note once trials are over to receive additional points," it said. "Just like I thought. This is all set up by the instructors," Isabella said. "Well, yeah, they're not going to just throw us into dangerous situations. They want to see if we can't handle these monsters," Gale said. Kai nodded, but he knew in his head they were being judged by other factors as well. "Let's barricade this door and get some rest," Kai said as he put the note away. The 4 ripped up some of the chairs and stuck them behind the door. They wedged one under the knob and stacked the others from that chair to the wall, making a wedge. "This should hold. Well, I guess I'll see you all in the morning," Isabella said. "Hold on. I really think we should come up with a strategy. So far we have been doing our own thing. We can't be out here running around all willy-nilly," Gale said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kai ate his food and water pill, and the rest followed suit. They sat back and talked about their skills. Their power was simple. Kai had energy, Gale had gravity, Isabella had ice, and Sabino had sonic, which is essentially a form of sound waves, and sound was a form of wind. Their skills were the techniques they had created from their power. Sabino had Mach 1 inch and shrill wave. Mach 1 was a movement skill that allowed him to harness his power's base form of wind and greatly increase his speed. Shrill wave was a 3-wave attack of concentrated sound waves that exploded on contact. It had an after effect that could disorient an opponent for a short time. According to Sabino, it had a small chance to confuse someone for up to 3 seconds. Isabella had Ice Spike and Flurry. Ice Spike was simply a small mound of sharp-pointed ice that would impale its victim. Flurry was a skill that released explosive snowflakes. It had a small chance to freeze an opponent. They would stop moving for 3 seconds. Gale had Pressure and Gravity Ball. Pressure could increase or decrease the surrounding gravity. She said she thinks her range is around a 6-foot radius. She described her Gravity Ball as an explosive ball of gravitational force. She said besides exploding, it has a small chance to slow an opponent for a short time. The same time as Sabino, 3 seconds. Kai explained he had self-heal, bullet, steal someone's energy, imbue his fists with energy, dispel poison, and his new energy bomb. Gale spoke next. "Which ones can you fully control?" she asked. Kai told the truth. "I can control my self-heal, bullet, and fist imbue," Kai answered. "Well, just use those," she said. "Well, I might as well just walk out there with just my sword," Kai said. "Let me explain. That bomb of yours, it's a variation of your bullet. However, you just learned that. You need more practice. Going out there trying skills you haven't mastered is dangerous for yourself and us. Plus, it seems to drain all of your energy. We don't need you out of commission. Until you are at least competent at it, put it away. Now, stealing someone's energy is dangerous because you have to get close. It is beneficial because it drains their energy and restores yours. The downside is that the opponent can still move. Until that skill is more refined to the point it incapacitates your opponent, use it as a last resort. Dispelling poison isn't beneficial unless you are poisoned. Plus, you say you can't control it. You need to try this on your own free time," Gale explained. Kai nodded. "That's understandable," Kai agreed. Gale spoke again. "Now, as far as strategy goes, we need to discuss the best way to utilize our skills to be as effective as possible," she said. "Any ideas?" Isabella said. "I'm thinking," said Gale. Kai smiled inwardly. "I actually do have an idea," said Sabino. "Okay, we need Kai to be the lead. He can heal fast, and his bullet is made best for mid-range attacks. He also has decent sword skills. I will flank and attack using my Mach 1, and Gale and Isabella release your long-range skills. If a beast goes airborne, Gale needs to use gravity and bring it down. Then Isabella will use an ice spike directly underneath. Once impaled, you need to drain its energy. This is for beasts only. The other supers are a totally different story. Once we face them, let's perform a single target focus. Zero in on one target and quickly incapacitate them. They all agreed and went to sleep. The next day, they followed the method for killing beasts. They went through the collegiate ruins, easily killing beasts like this and collecting orbs. Once in a while, they would hear noises and fighting in the distance. After around 8 hours, they arrived at an open field. In the center of the field was a huge rhinoceros, and all the teams were already there. Instead of rushing in, the four observed the fight and began to discuss a game plan. Chapter 20. The rhinoceros was 10 feet tall and as long as a car. The group froze. "Damn, everyone's here," Isabella said. "What is that thing?" Gale asked. The rhino has dark grey skin that looked to be as tough as steel. Its horn began to glow blue, and it rose on its hind legs and slammed into the ground with its front legs. A wall of water was raised from in front of it and moved towards the recruits. Everyone tried to run, but the water spread out and washed everyone back. Everyone stood soaked and wet. Kai scanned the area before engaging, and Gale stuck out her arm as he began to step forward. She pointed to a spot several yards behind the huge rhino. "Hey guys, what is that?" The others looked, and rolling and bouncing towards the battlefield were little spiky, basketball-sized dust balls, no, porcupines or hedgehogs. Whatever it was rolled in a ball and awkwardly rolled to the location the fight was happening. Kai stared at the small spiked furballs and noticed something strange. Dancing back and forth between their spikes was some sort of electricity. "Oh no," said Kai aloud. The group stared at the electric spiky ball things. "Hey squad, we can't let those things hit the battlefield. If that electricity hits that water, everyone will be fried," Gale said. "Think you and Kai can handle them?" Sabino asked. "You want us to fight that rhino thing?" Isabella asked. "Hell yeah," Sabino said excitedly. "I think it's enough people trying. I really think we should help with those spiky ball creatures. If they make it to that water, it won't be pretty," Isabella said. "That's true. You should go help them." "I'll assist the ones fighting that horned beast," Sabino said, laughing insanely. He then ran off, leaving the group to handle the spiky ball things. Isabella shook her head and ran behind Kai and Gale. Kai, Gale, and Isabella arrive in front of the spiky bulls and pause to survey the area. They counted 10 bulls in total. All the bulls were in a straight line. Kai ran in front of the group and lifted his hand. 3 of the bulls jumped and began bouncing off of Kai. He jerked and shook as electricity flowed through his body. His teeth chattered and his skin began to tingle. Once the effect ended, he ran and sliced at one with his sword. The sword clanged off its small spiky body, but thick yellow goo seeped from the impact point. It stopped moving, and a row of spikes shifted and arranged themselves in 2 straight lines. Then the lines opened, revealing a mouth of razor-sharp teeth. "Oh hell no," shrieks Gale, and she uses her pressure to hold a small group in one spot. She managed to hold 4 of the 10, and her and Kai began bashing the balls of teeth and spikes. The things squeaked and squealed like fat rats, and yellow ooze squirted from their wounds. Isabella was further back as she kept her distance, shooting at the bouncy balls of death. Kai began to shoot and kill the things, while Gale keeps screaming and whacking at the strange balls. Yellow Puss was all over her, and it was obvious she was freaking out. The balls are pulp now, dead from the trio's attacks. Kai grabbed her by her shoulders and told her it was okay. She looked at him with her eyes twitching, and it was apparent she was a little traumatized. Kai hugged her and saw she was visibly shaking. "All done," yelled Isabella. Kai looked at Gale in her eyes and spoke. "Stay here, I'll go check on Isabella," Kai said. He prepared to release Gale just as Isabella's body crashed into him as she was mule-kicked by the huge rhino. The 2 went flying, and Gale's eyes went wide. "Kai, Izzy," she mumbled. Gale ran towards where the 2 went flying with tears in her eyes. She was yelling Kai's name and running as fast as she could. Isabella had bagged back, trying to keep the spiky ball things away from the battlefield, and didn't realize she had gotten that close to the huge rhino. The rhino mule kicked her in her back and sent her flying forward right as Kai turned to see about her. When Gale arrived, she saw Kai on the ground groaning with Isabella on top of him. My back, she said over and over. Kai opened the monitor on his wristband and slapped a health patch on her back. The patch dissolved, and Isabella moaned softly as the patch repaired her back. She was still badly injured, though, and needed time to heal properly. Unlike Kai, the other supers needed rest to restore energy. They did not heal rapidly like him and couldn't focus their energy to speed up the process. Their healing kicked in during the time they slept. The ones that had recently unlocked their powers could stay up for around 3 days before needing sleep. Once they reach a certain level with their powers, they can stay up for weeks without being tired. Kai wasn't hurt as badly as Isabella, so his natural healing would be enough. He asked Gale to remain with Isabella, who could now walk. Isabella was limping badly with every step, and with every step she grimaced. Kai looked at the battlefield. Sabino was flying through the air yelling, and the rhino had flipped him with its horn. The others were limping away. The sheer force of this beast was incredible. Sage Sand's earth attacks kept it off balance, but she had a limited amount of energy. Robert Rewind was rewinding certain moves the rhino did, but like all the recruits, he had recently unlocked his power and was still figuring everything out. It recognized Robert was doing something that caused its moves to go astray, so it targeted him specifically. Robert ran as fast as he could, screaming and yelling, scared for his life. The beast was snarling at him, closing in. Celeste's arms had swirling cyclones around them, and she released them both at the beast's backside. This seemed to propel the beast and move it faster towards Robert. Robert cursed her loudly as he kept running. He was tiring, and it was visible. He began to cry loudly, and everyone was scared the young man might actually die. Then a loud thud was heard. The beast stopped running and staggered. It shook its head and roared. It looked to its right, and there in front of it with a bloody torn shirt was Reed. Chapter 21. Reed was enraged. He looked at the rhino with hatred in his eyes. The rhino sized up Reed. It snorted and its horn began to glow blue. Reed ran and punched it in the front leg. The huge 15-foot rhino roared and cancelled the skill. Instead, it charged and swung its horn wildly at Reed. Reed jumped back and to the side repeatedly, and when he saw an opening, he ran and punched the side of its face. The beast staggered and raised on its hind legs again. "Look out," said Celeste. Everyone knew what that meant. When the huge rhino beast raised on its hind legs, a huge tidal wave followed. "Ariel, get some water on it," Kai yelled. Ariel said nothing and shot a beam of water at the rhino. The stream of water came out as if it was twisting around each other. The stream of water splashed against the rhino with a ferocious crash and did absolutely nothing. The rhino was just wet. It looked at Ariel as if she was strange. However, this was just part one of Kai's plan, though. "Evan, shock it," Kai said. Evan looked at Kai as if he had forgotten he had electric powers. "Right," Evan said. He released a small crooked lightning bolt from his hand. It came out yellow and jagged, like a horizontal lightning bolt. It struck the beast, and because it was wet already, the damage was intensified. The rhino shook and smoke rose from its hide. It began to spin and buck like a bucking bull. Kai raised his arm and shot a few bullets at it. The rhino never even felt it. Phil Poison released the poison that was surrounding his lower body in a cloud. It affected the rhino a little, but it controlled the water, so it kept flushing out the poison. The way it flushed the poison was positively disturbing as it urinated the poison out. The urine had all the poison in it, and it spread out when it hit the ground, harming Phil's allies instead. Celeste had to keep blowing the poison away. "Hey man, don't use that no more. Just don't," Andy told Phil. "Hell, I can't do anything else," Phil replied. "Well, don't do anything then," Andy said. Phil shrugged. Kai shook his head. "Idiots," he thought. "That bolt hurt it, especially after it's wet." "Keep using that," Kai said. Sabino kept using Mach 1 inch and slicing its legs. Christian Clone kept summoning a clone, only for it to get crushed. Gale used her gravity to decrease gravity and hold it for a small time, and Reed would attack when he could. "This is taking forever. It's an absolute shit show," Kai thought. Tim kept teleporting and cutting at its feet with little effect. Erica could only explode at a fairly close range. Robert would rewind time periodically again and again. Sophia just ran fast, and Sasha tried stretching around it, but the rhino just ignored her as if she wasn't even there. What could she do by simply being wrapped around it? Kai was getting frustrated by the unorganization. He needed to get to Reed. He had to run around the beast before reaching Reed. He was currently pulling himself out of some rubble. "What's up, Reed?" said Kai. Reed sighed. "What's up, Kai?" said Reed. "This is going downhill quick, huh?" asked Kai. "Yeah, it's got real tough skin," Reed said. "Yeah, so you plan on punching it over and over again?" asked Kai. "Pretty much," Reed answered. "Why is that? Because of that first punch that landed? How about the other 300 you threw after that?" Kai asked. "Well, it's been working so far," Reed said. "I mean, you can keep running up stupid, or we can come up with a plan," Kai said. "I'm all ears," Reed said. Kai wished he had that telepath guy with them so he could communicate with everyone at once. Instead, he had to pass his message from person to person like a game of tag. Once everyone had the message, it was time to put his plan in action. Reed had to engage the rhino head first. Otis and Hector would use their skill to confuse the rhino. Isabella Ice and Vicky Vines would immobilize it by freezing and binding it with vines. Then Andy and Reed would have to work together by striking it as hard as possible. Ariel would keep it wet and Evan would electrocute it. Kai, Harmony and Sabino would use ranged attacks. Reed hated working with Andy, but their combined attacks kept the beast on guard. With confusion from Hector and blindness from Otis, the beast became bloodied and mad. Mad things make mistakes. The battle ended with Andy and Reed punching it on each side of its head, crushing its brain. Everyone stood there, tired and filthy. They had more than half the day, but no one wanted to go on. "Man, that was intense," said Reed. "Yeah, intense," Kai said disappointingly. "Okay, let's push forward," said Reed. Kai shook his head. "Bad idea," he said. "Why is that?" asked Reed. "Look at your people. Everyone is hurt. You're hurt. We need to regroup," said Kai. "I can still go," Reed exclaimed. "Wouldn't doubt it. But we were put in teams for a reason. Tell you what, Sophia and I will go scout ahead. There's a stadium a few hours back with a safe area at the top of some stairs. It's a glass enclosure. Take everyone and head back. We'll catch up," Kai said. "That'll put us back hours. Tomorrow is our last day," Reed said. "True, but I'm pretty sure I've figured this whole thing out," Kai responded. "Really? So what's up?" Reed asked. "Get everyone to safety first. We'll chop it up once Sophia and I get back," Kai said. Reed nodded, gathered everyone and left. Sophia and Kai went. Ahead a few more hours. After passing through a wooded area, they came across a huge sleeping ape with jagged rocks sticking out of it. Careful not to wake it, Kai carefully walked around it, observing its size and any distinguishing factors. Kai marked the spot on the map of his wristband's monitor. He and Sophia returned to the top area of the arena. He sat against a wall and thought about his bomb skill. He lost all energy when he first used it, but he noticed that when he used it again, he didn't drain all his energy. True, he drained a lot, but he was still able to move and slice at the wings of that bird beast. His skills were getting stronger, and he knew it. "So what's up? Why are we stopping like this?" asked Reed. "Because tomorrow we will fight our last battle. One beast, our toughest one yet. For this fight, we can't play. From what I can tell, we will be fighting a 20-foot ape." Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at him. Chapter 22. Reed was enraged. He looked at the rhino with hatred in his eyes. The rhino sized up Reed. It snorted and its horn began to glow blue. Reed ran and punched it in the front leg. The huge 15-foot rhino roared and cancelled the skill. Instead, it charged and swung its horn wildly at Reed. Reed jumped back and to the side repeatedly, and when he saw an opening, he ran and punched the side of its face. The beast staggered and raised on its hind legs again. "Look out," said Celeste. Everyone knew what that meant. When the huge rhino beast raised on its hind legs, a huge tidal wave followed. "Ariel, get some water on it," Kai yelled. Ariel said nothing and shot a beam of water at the rhino. The stream of water came out as if it was twisting around each other. The stream of water splashed against the rhino with a ferocious crash. and did absolutely nothing. The rhino was just wet. It looked at Ariel as if she was strange. However, this was just part one of Kai's plan, though. "Evan, shock it," Kai said. Evan looked at Kai as if he had forgotten he had electric powers. "Right," Evan said. He released a small, crooked lightning bolt from his hand. It came out yellow and jagged, like a horizontal lightning bolt. It struck the beast, and because it was wet already, the damage was intensified. The rhino shook and smoke rose from its hide. It began to spin and buck like a bucking bull. Kai raised his arm and shot a few bullets at it. The rhino never even felt it. Phil Poison released the poison that was surrounding his lower body in a cloud. It affected the rhino a little, but it controlled the water, so it kept flushing out the poison. The way it flushed the poison was positively disturbing as it urinated the poison out. The urine had all the poison in it, and it spread out when it hit the ground, harming Phil's allies instead. Celeste had to keep blowing the poison away. "Hey man, don't use that no more. Just don't," Andy told Phil. "Hell, I can't do anything else," Phil replied. "Well, don't do anything then," Andy said. Phil shrugged. Kai shook his head. "Idiots," he thought. "That bolt hurt it, especially after it's wet." "Keep using that," Kai said. Sabino kept using Mark 1 inch and slicing its legs. Christian Clone kept summoning a clone, only for it to get crushed. Gale used her gravity to decrease gravity and hold it for a small time, and Reed would attack when he could. "This is taking forever. It's an absolute shit show," Kai thought. Tim kept teleporting and cutting at its feet with little effect. Erica could only explode at a fairly close range. Robert would rewind time periodically again and again. Sophia just ran fast, and Sasha tried stretching around it, but the rhino just ignored her as if she wasn't even there. What could she do by simply being wrapped around it? Kai was getting frustrated by the unorganization. He needed to get to Reed. He had to run around the beast before reaching Reed. He was currently pulling himself out of some rubble. "What's up, Reed?" said Kai. Reed sighed. "What's up, Kai?" said Reed. "This is going downhill quick, huh?" asked Kai. "Yeah, it's got real tough skin," Reed said. "Yeah, so you plan on punching it over and over again?" asked Kai. "Pretty much," Reed answered. "Why is that? Because of that first punch that landed?" "How about the other 300 you threw after that?" Kai asked. "Well, it's been working so far," Reed said. "I mean, you can keep running up stupid, or we can come up with a plan," Kai said. "I'm all ears," Reed said. Kai wished he had that telepath guy with them so he could communicate with everyone at once. Instead, he had to pass his message from person to person, like a game of tag. Once everyone had the message, it was time to put his plan in action. Reed had to engage the rhino head first. Otis and Hector would use their skill to confuse the rhino. Isabella Ice and Vicky Vines would immobilize it by freezing and binding it with vines. Then Andy and Reed would have to work together by striking it as hard as possible. Ariel would keep it wet and Evan would electrocute it. Kai, Harmony and Sabino would use ranged attacks. Reed hated working with Andy, but their combined attacks kept the beast on guard. With confusion from Hector and a blindness from Otis, the beast became bloodied and mad. Mad things make mistakes. The battle ended with Andy and Reed punching it on each side of its head, crushing its brain. Everyone stood there, tired and filthy. They had more than half the day, but no one wanted to go on. "Man, that was intense," said Reed. "Yeah, intense," Kai said disappointingly. "Okay, let's push forward," said Reed. Kai shook his head. "Bad idea," he said. "Why is that?" asked Reed. "Look at your people. Everyone is hurt. You're hurt. We need to regroup," said Kai. "I can still go," Reed exclaimed. "Wouldn't doubt it. But we were put in teams for a reason. Tell you what, Sophia and I will go scout ahead. There's a stadium a few hours back with a safe area at the top of some stairs. It's a glass enclosure. Take everyone and head back." "We'll catch up," Kai said. "That'll put us back hours. Tomorrow is our last day," Reed said. "True, but I'm pretty sure I've figured this whole thing out," Kai responded. "Really?" "So what's up?" Reed asked. "Get everyone to safety first. We'll chop it up once Sophia and I get back." "A tea," Kai said. Reed nodded, gathered everyone and left. Sophia and Kai went ahead a few more hours. After passing through a wooded area, they came across a huge sleeping ape with jagged rocks sticking out of it. Careful not to wake it, Kai carefully walked around it, observing its size and any distinguishing factors. Kai marked the spot on the map of his wristband's monitor. He and Sophia returned to the top area of the arena. He sat against a wall and thought about his bomb skill. He lost all energy when he first used it. But he noticed that when he used it again, he didn't drain all his energy. True, he drained a lot, but he was still able to move and slice at the wings of that bird beast. His skills were getting stronger, and he knew it. "So what's up? Why are we stopping like this?" asked Reed. "Because tomorrow we will fight our last battle. One beast, our toughest one yet. For this fight, we can't play. From what I can tell, we will be fighting a 20-foot ape." Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at him. Chapter 23. "What the hell kind of a test is this?" Sage screamed. "Chill out." "Chill out," Sam said. "Chill out? Everybody got hurt. A rhino almost impaled Robert, and Isabella got her back broke," she said. "Okay." "And?" Sam said. "And?" everyone yelled. The youths looked at him incredulously. "Why are we here, everyone? Are we here to play games? So, y'all must think this is happy, fun time." Sam looked at everyone with a serious glare. This was just magic beasts. Each one of us can deal with at least one magic beast ourselves. "You haven't even dealt with abominations yet," Sam said. "Getting hurt is part of the job. This is what it means to be a hero." Sam growled. "A true hero. All guts, no glory. Now let's get everyone back, get clean, and get ready for tonight," he said. Everyone looked at each other. They still had more hell, they all thought. No one was bold enough to ask. Then Otis asked, "So what's happening tonight?" "Tonight, at 7 p.m. sharp. All of you will get your asses back down here. Because we're celebrating. Congratulations, you all passed." Everyone yelled and cheered. Some fell to their knees. Some did crazy dances from long ago. "Now get out as her." "Here," Sam yelled. The recruits ran off as fast as they could. Everyone returned a few hours later, dressed in casual wear. There was a tent set up with a huge long table with food lined up across it. There were two separate tables across from them, one with everything to make a salad with, and the other had desserts. In the middle of those two was a large cooler full of drinks. This included alcoholic beverages. The new heroes ate until their stomachs were full and drunk, until some were staggering and falling. Sasha grabbed Reed and pulled him towards the barracks. "Hey, Kai, we're going to her room, just letting you know," Reed yelled over his shoulder. Isabella jumped up and slapped Sabino. He had a look of confusion on his face. Then she grabbed his collar and kissed him hard on the lips. She then led him to the barracks, Sabino still with a look of confusion on his face. People were grouping up everywhere. Kai went to the cooler for a cold drink and turned to see Gale. "Oh, hey Gale," he said. "Hello, this was pretty fun. You know, besides the large, evil, powerful mutated beasts trying to kill us," she snickered. "Yeah, that will be our lives from here on out. You're ready?" Kai asked. "Ready to throw ourselves in dangerous situations, face near-death experiences, and get brutally beaten, all to ensure other people can live safely." "You bet," she said, smiling. She looked at Kai. "Kind of makes you think. You can die at any time." She moved closer to Kai. He gulped. Her beauty was ridiculous. "Kind of makes you realize how short your life truly is, how you can't hesitate, how you should take what you want. Do you see something? Something you want to take, Kai?" Her lips were practically touching his. She looked deeply into his eyes, almost begging him to ravage her. He couldn't take it anymore. Kai grabbed her hand and led her to his room. The next morning, everyone was shit-faced. Reed was staggering. Sasha was leaning to the left because she had one leg stretched out, and the other one wasn't. Sabino was sitting on the ground, dry heaving. Ernest had one expanded hand, and the opposite foot was expanded. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Steve fell out, and began to hurl. Kai was okay. He felt a buzz, but wasn't wasted like them at all. Maybe it's due to my self-healing. Kai thought. Isabella, Gale, Harmony, Sasha, and Sage were in a circle talking and peeking up, looking at Kai, Reed, Sabino, and Evan. Every so often they would squeal, laugh, and then shush each other. Kai wanted to ask Evan a question, but he was rocking back and forth as if he was going to fall over. "Well, I see everyone had fun," Sam said. Then Otis threw up. "Pathetic," Sam said, shaking his head. "Well, the good news is that we will be leaving this evening. Figured you'd do stupid, dumb teenage shit. So I'm just going to announce the team rank, individual rank, and prizes. So for the team rank, team number 7 is Hector, Cody, Tristan, and Helen. Team number 6 is Andy, Phil, Sasha, and Brenda. Team number 5 is Tim, Teleport, Ernest, Sage, and Helen. Team number 4 is Christian, Robert, Celeste, and Harmony. Team number 3 is Evan, Glenn, Sophia, and Ariel. Team number 2 is Kai, Sabino, Gail, and Isabella. Team number 1 is Reed, Steve, Otis, and Erica, Sam stated. He continued, "The individual rankings are only going to be the top 5, so in 5th place is Ariel, 4th place is Robert, 3rd place is Harmony, 2nd is Reed, and 1st place is Kai," Sam said. "Team prizes will be split evenly amongst teammates. 1st place is $10,000, 2nd place is 5, 3rd place is 4, 4th place is 3, 5th place is 2, 6th is 1, and last place is $500. For the individual places, everyone will receive monetary compensation, but the 1st place finisher will receive one reasonable request." Everyone looked at Kai. Everyone started telling him to ask for this and that. "Can I have some time to think about it?" Kai asked. "Sure, no problem. Take as long as you need." "You've got 2 weeks," Sam said. Kai tried to speak. "Well, that's not—" "All right. Otis, Sabino, hell, everyone. Get some rest and come back ready to leave at 5. We will leave then, so we can arrive at the Sect no later than 7:30. So with that, the recruits loaded the bus at 5 and prepared to head back. They laughed and joked, enjoying themselves while they could. Once they returned, their training would continue. The bus left, and the teens waved bye to their field training ground. The instructors sat in the front of the bus, discussing the events of the field trial. "Here's your money," said Taylor. Jessica pocketed it happily. "How do you know?" Sam asked. "That young guy took a burnout skill from a flame wolf. It burned him alive, but he healed from it and came back just fine. I put a stone bullet clean through him. Dexter and I watched as the hole closed. I sparred with the young man, and he actually struck me. With only the training from a shit-stained town, he actually struck me. That's why I bet on him. We all watched the trials from the hidden cameras. He came up with strategies on the fly, healed continuously, gave his health patch to Isabella without hesitation, explored the glass enclosure in the old stadium, and had the wherewithal to cut out the cause of the slain beast. We only told them about the different ones we expected. He figured out that we only gave preferences, that the mission was to get one from a magic beast. Also, he knew working together was the ultimate goal and the best way to beat the difficult magic beasts. The fact that he knew how to regroup and prepare is vital. He understands living to fight another day. Reed is a fighter, but Kai is a leader," said Jessica. "I love the fact that no one argued or were hating on the results. I saw determination in their eyes. Instead of being angry, they chose to improve," Felicity said. "Hey, what's that?" the kids asked. They were pointing to the field on side of the road. A bunch of creatures were quickly making their way to them. Kai looked at the instructors. "Another test. Ha, that's funny. But nobody's laughing, though," he said. The faces of the instructors looked focused. Kai recognized this from his father, Kevin. They were in battle mode. Dexter stood up. "Taylor, call for help. Felicity, fly ahead and meet the superiors. Sam, guard the kids. Jessica, you slow 'em, I'll stab 'em." "Cool?" Dexter asked. "Cool," the instructors answered. "We're not in range yet," said Taylor. "Damn it," said Dexter. "We gotta hold them off. Open the top. Taylor, save your energy. We need you to have max range. Felicity, go," Dexter said. Mickey, who was driving the bus, opened the door. Felicity jumped out and flew off at a rapid speed. "All right, Jessica, we're up," said Dexter. Chapter 24, Loyal Lizard Man stood at the deepest depths of the cave, overlooking the failures, walking aimlessly in a huge pit. The pit was more like an old village, and he was on a cliff looking down. He remembered when King Grizzly had first found him and brought him here. It was a small cave that emptied into a forgotten underground town. When King Grizzly began to build his forces, he selected Loyal Lizard Man to be his lead scout and his blacksmith. Loyal and his fellow lizard men used metal from wherever they could find it, stripping towns and factories dry. This was before it was discovered that the bones of magic beasts were stronger than steel. Because of Loyal, the magic beasts were able to tunnel the area further and wider. Connecting to pre-existing plumbing systems and reverse engineering them led to the creatures eliminating the possibility of the lair flooding. He and the other magic beasts then reinforced the walls and ceilings to make their underground lair look more like a city now. All this, only to have what King Grizzly thought would be the greatest enemy against the inferior humans become his greatest enemy. Now Loyal Lizard Man had to watch his friend, his savior, be killed right in front of his eyes. Every day he watched Therian Black drink from the skull of the once great king. He hated being so weak. He had never felt such pure power as he can feel from the 5 Therians. His simple power of camouflage made him the perfect scout. His fingers made him able to craft weapons and armor, but he only crafted for the Therians and their lieutenants now. He still remembered when King Grizzly tasked him to create his armor and he kept cutting off his fingers. The bear laughed loudly at him. Of course, his limbs grew back because of his lizard DNA, which was why King Grizzly's had chosen him. He remembered when the Therians were born, superpowered humans and abominations created these insanely powerful beings. The women used for these experiments had given birth before them, though. These offspring were called failures. They were all physical. They could not use any powers. They were mindless, killing machines. They were humanoid. They stood like humans, but had 3 fingers and a thumb with only 4 toes. Their fingers and toes were clawed, and they had razor-sharp teeth. They had no pupils or irises. Their eyes were all white, yet they could still see. And all they did was reproduce. They saw everyone as a threat except themselves. They came in 2 colors, a dull greenish-brown color and a dull purple-pinkish color. Their skin crawled and writhed as if it was alive. Black had wanted them eliminated because they could not be reasoned with, but Green convinced him to unleash them upon the inferior ones instead. Then send in the strong magic beast towards the end of battle. This would suffice for testing the merit of the inferiors and not losing any abominations until he was ready to begin the real war. This was being considered a skirmish, a simple reminder to let the human weaklings know that they were not as safe as they thought. "What is it, you worm?" Therian Green asked Loyal Lizard Man. "I'm not a worm, I'm a chameleon," Loyal answered. "I don't give a damn. Why do you disturb me?" she asked. Loyal blinked, and the scaly, green-horned woman was right next to him. He jumped and looked at her. He hated her. He hated all the Therians. He often thought about the day he could watch them die. However, that day was not today. "Lord Black wants me to see when the attack will commence," asked Loyal. "Tell my brother I will be sending 500 failures and a strong magic beast to attack shortly. They will intercept the young ones while they are inside the stomach of the yellow slave beast," she said. "It's a bus." "It is not a slave beast. It's a bus," Loyal said. "I don't care," she roared. Loyal went quiet. He stared across at the other side of the cliff they were on. He saw a very large magic beast. It looked like a deer, except it had frost coming from its nose. Its antlers were sharp, jagged and coated in ice, and it had a crazed look. Then Green smirked and said, "You know, there is talk of my brothers attempting to create a lizard abomination. Then you will be obsolete," she teased and walked back to the failures, laughing merrily. Loyal's main purpose was to scout out areas of interest for the Therians to eventually overtake and to craft their gear. He had made them all armor from his former king's bones. He hadn't used King Grizzly's fur yet, but he knew if he made an item from it that it would greatly increase physical resistance. But he wasn't going to tell them that. Whenever one of the Therians or lieutenants appeared, he would cease his crafting and act as if he was either taking a break or looking at something. He didn't trust any of them. But what they didn't know was that when he had to clean and skin his best friend, he kept something. He was instructed to simply clean the fur and it would be used later. He then took all their swords and deconstructed them. He took their blades, melted and mixed them with King Grizzly's bones and made a stronger, sharper blade. The claws were used to make karambits for them and their new lieutenants. These were curved knives and were mainly to symbolize their importance. He was then told to clean his skull, so Therian Black could have his very own chalice. That night, Loyal cried. Through his tears, however, he formed a plan. He smiled to himself. He knew he could not do anything directly, they would squash him. So he would have to find someone who would, someone who shared his interest, even if they didn't know that they did. Loyal thought of the item he kept, smiling a little to himself. At the present moment, he watched Therian Green walk off and knew what he had to do. Chapter 25. The mindless humanoid creatures called failures charged, recklessly with one thing in mind: kill. They were snarling and running at full speed. They ran upright like humans, but sometimes they would run on all fours. Mickey had the pedal to the floor. He kept yelling at the kids to hold on. He had only seen a swarm of beasts like this once before, when he was a kid. He still has nightmares from time to time, thinking about all the deaths. Mickey, being a healer, he had no offensive techniques. He can protect and heal, that's all. Healers were known as being burdens. They had to be protected. He never liked that prejudice. That wasn't going to be him. However, try as he might, he never learned an offensive skill. He refined his power multiple times, and multiple times, he learned a support skill instead. For this reason, he focused intensely on his weapon skills. He would be the best at something. Accepting his fate, he focused on refining his power. The more he accepted it, the better his support skills got. He began to love helping people and care less and less about killing beasts. He still trained frequently because he didn't want to be that burden that healers were said to be. Now the future of heroes were all on this bus. They all needed him. The world needed him. If he could not protect them, the remainder of society would perish. The best he could do now is drive. He was driving as fast as possible, and he tried to hide the terror in his eyes for the sake of the kids. The swarm of beasts were gaining on them, and he could do nothing. He did open the door for Felicity to fly and get help. Taylor Telepath had to get closer to the Sect to reach the superiors all at once with his telepathy power, and Felicity was currently flying to reach them, but she would have to find them first. He could only focus on the task at hand: drive, drive, drive. He could see Felicity rapidly moving in the air. She was at full speed. Mickey figured around 30 minutes before she arrived. That's not including finding at least one of the superiors and the time it would take them to get back. He glanced up again and saw a white beam rip through the sky. Then he saw Felicity falling. What in the world? He thought. He looked to the right and saw the strange humanoid things getting closer, and behind them was a large four-legged beast with shimmering white antlers. It was brown and a little taller than the bus. It had many sharp antlers, and a mist was coming from its nostrils when it breathed. Its chest enlarged, and it let out a steady breath to its right. Ice began to form across the road and ground a few hundred yards in front of the bus. Small, jagged peaks of ice began to form on the road, and Mickey became seriously worried. Dexter and Jessica were both releasing abilities at the swarm. Jessica was disrupting the earth, making the failures fall and trample each other. Dexter was raising directional earth spikes, making the points face the horde of failures. He impaled some, but the others then grabbed the dying ones and held them horizontally, using them to crash through the earth spikes. A beam shot from the woods, and then a huge deer with white antlers came from the wooded area, and the two heroes knew they needed to move quickly. This had just went from bad to worse. Dexter was going to change his skill and release his stone bullet skill, the one he and Jessica both could use. But then the bus began to swerve. Kai watched everything through the window of the bus. He and the others were looking at something they had never seen or heard of before. The creatures that were charging were human-looking. They favored humans at least, but no human looked like that. He marveled at Dexter and Jessica's abilities as they cut down humanoid beast after humanoid beast. Dexter was releasing spikes from the ground, and Jessica made them stumble and fall. It was obvious to Kai that Jessica was trying to hold them back, and Dexter was doing the killing. Then Kai saw a white beam shoot from the woods. Moments later, a huge deer emerged from behind the humanoid creatures. He had hunted smaller versions of these with his father. This one, though, was massive, and there was frost coming from its nostrils. Kai had a grip on Gale's hand, and they watched as the huge deer blew air from its mouth. They could see the cold air leaving its mouth, and a steady stream of wintry air was being released at one area. Seconds later, they heard Mickey yell, "Hang on, everyone!" Mickey yelled as the bus began to swerve. "Hang tight, kids," Sam said with a stern face. The bus swerved and turned left and right and left again. Jessica and Dexter had to stop using their abilities and had to brace themselves. The bus skidded, rose on its side and flipped over. Kai's head was ringing, the bus was smoking, and his skin was crawling. He knew these walking beast things were close. "Is everybody okay?" Sam asked. He heard voices of confirmation from everybody. Kai saw Gale and Reed first. He heard the others and knew they were okay. At least the ones he could hear. Everyone began to exit the bus by climbing out the door. Kai heard yelling and rushed out as fast as he could. The beasts were so close. Sam's strength, Dexter, Jessica, and Taylor Telepath stood in front of the students, sandwiching them between themselves and the bus. Everyone prepared to fight for their lives. Then a barrier appeared around the heroes and the bus. A bloody Mickey Mend stood atop the turned bus. "Everybody stay alert, shoulder length apart, shooters, shoot, effect users, use your effect skills, physical users, wait until they're close, do not get ahead of us," screamed Mickey. "Get ready, this isn't a game, it's life or death, we're under attack." Chapter 26. Taylor held his arms out, green circular pulses of energy, spread out from his forehead and passed through the swarm. Then the first two rows of failures turned and attacked their brethren. "That's all I can do without losing my full range," Taylor said. He needed the majority of his energy to use his long-range communication skill. It cost no energy to release it, but once he reaches who he is looking for, his energy will drain twice as fast as normal during communication. He was now their only chance of reaching help since Felicity had been shot down by an ice blast. "Phil, can you release your poison at range?" Dexter asked. "Yes, it will be weaker the further it goes," Phil replied. "Don't care, use it now." Dexter yelled. "I'm getting low on energy," yelled Jessica. "Me too," screamed Dexter. "I can't hold this barrier too much longer," Mickey yelled. "Let them through," yelled Sam. "What?" screamed Dexter. "Reed and Andy, you're with me." "Beat, shit, down," Sam hollered. The failures slammed into the invisible shield. The three physical users, Sam, Andy, and Reed, began to throw their hardest strikes, bursting noses, lips, and shattering eye sockets, but the failures kept coming. "What are these things?" Reed yelled. "Shut up and keep punching." Sam yelled back. Brenda released her vicious voice, and a blast of air released from her mouth and blew chunks from the failures. Sage made quicksand to hold them in place, and Isabella threw all the flurries she could. Otis was shooting a small blue beam from his eyes, and Ernest had expanded his arms. He was literally crushing their heads. They did all they could, but the sheer number of these humanoid creatures was overwhelming. Mickey spit out blood, and the youths could see the barrier starting to flicker. Mickey was on one knee, and his breathing was ragged. Then he collapsed on the bus, and the barrier broke. "Power punch," said Sam as he released a punch that exploded the head of a failure. The force of the strike continued past that one and did the same to three others behind it. Andy activated his flex skill, and his muscles grew. Pronounced veins appeared over him, and he began to throw hard, rapid punches. Reed looked at what the others were doing. He didn't have a special technique, so he just punched and punched. Erica couldn't explode without hurting others, so she just cut any and everything she could. Christian's ability proved to be outstanding. He made a clone of himself and sent it away, splitting their group. Not many followed, but a couple dozen gave chase after the clone. Gale threw her gravity ball. Robert rewound the closest ones. It made them take a few steps backwards, causing the others to simply trample them. The number of failures had been cut in half. Then supers began to run out of energy. One of the greenish-brown failures sliced Andy across his chest. A purplish-pink one used its claws to slice Reed. Soon all the failures were tearing into the supers. Yelling and screaming was heard, overlapping each other. Kai lost sight of everyone. All he could see was mad, snarling humanoids in front of him. He couldn't get to his best friend Reed. He couldn't get to his new friends, Sabino, Evan, Otis, and Ernest. He couldn't get to his instructors or the healer. He couldn't get to Gale. Kai's anger grew. His fists began to glow. He started wailing on the beasts. He struck them with his energy fists, grabbed them and drained their energy to heal himself. They were ripping his flesh, and blood was pouring out. Just as quickly as he bled, he healed. He would touch them at first and take a small bit of energy. This would stun them for a bit. When Kai touched them, they would pause as if they couldn't move or think. When Kai released them, they stood stunned for a few seconds. Once Kai noticed this, he began to mix in bullets with it. The creatures were falling, and there were only a few left. Then the ground began to rumble. The huge deer was charging at them. It had lowered its head and was heading right for the bus. The antlers on its head were getting thick with ice. Sam screamed, "Steve! Steve! Open a portal. Concentrate." But nothing happened. Then the deer turned and ran away in the opposite direction. Hector was lying on the ground with his trembling hand raised. He had the power of haze, meaning he could create illusions. He smiled and passed out. He was in terrible shape. He had a huge gash on his head and his chest. His leg was twisted in an awkward angle. Kai tried to check on everyone while focusing on topping off his energy. His energy wasn't depleted because he had drained the creatures earlier, but he still wanted to be full. He stood and tried to check on who he could. He took a step and heard a familiar rumble. The ice deer had returned. It sprinted towards him. Kai picked up his sword and prepared himself. He kept releasing bullets, and the beast kept charging. It was leaving a trail of ice in its wake as it got closer and closer. Kai tried to attempt his energy bomb. He created his bullet and tried to focus energy into it. Then the deer arrived and gored him with its antlers. The antlers went through his shoulder and pinned him to the bus. Kai lost focus and his. Bullet dissipated. Kai screamed as pain took over his senses. His arm went numb, and he swung with his other hand. The antlers made his face too far to be struck. The deer ripped up with its antlers, slicing a huge gouge in the bus. It shook its antlers, and Kai was flailing like a rag doll, screaming all the entire time. Sam jumped and punched the deer. It shook his head, and Kai weakly slid off the antler. The deer ran with its head down and raised it at Sam's feet, lifting him in the air. Sam corrected himself mid-air and came down with a punch. The deer's head slammed into the ground. It yelled a strange noise. It hurriedly stood up, legs skidding on the ground. Sam and the deer charged. Sam jumped, and the deer dipped, jumped and twisted in the air. Its antlers impaled Sam, and he went limp. The deer threw him like trash and raised on its hind legs like a horse and roared a victory roar. It turned to Kai and slowly walked to him. Kai could swear he could hear the thing laughing. Kai was charging his energy, but it was charging extremely slow. His energy had left with the bomb. It was like Gale said, it drains too much energy. Kai also noticed that once he uses it, his energy charges slower. Kai looked up to the sky to pray. Well, this is it. I guess I'm dead, he thought. Then he noticed the sky was getting dark. A bolt of lightning barreled down, striking the beast. The flash temporarily blinded Kai, but he was too weak to turn away. When his vision returned a few seconds later, he looked to see the beast was on the ground, writhing in pain. It was letting out an agonizing cry as its fur was smoking. It stood and retreated a few steps and looked up. Kai returned his eyes to the sky, and there he saw a man floating in the sky. Chapter 27. A dark-skinned, bald-headed man hovered in the sky. Kai laughed. Thaddeus Thunder. Kai mumbled. He was the leader of the superiors. He controlled lightning and was the strongest hero alive. A flaming mass streaked across the sky and landed in front of Kai. He had red hair and was way too muscular. His fists and feet had orange fire swirling around them, red flame with the power of fire. A huge cyclone ripped through the land, and when it ceased, a slim blonde woman with ivory skin popped out and slid to a stop next to Fred. A huge tidal wave and a large mound of earth moved side by side towards the new arrivals. The woman on the mound of earth was Evelyn Earth. She was medium brown-skinned and very curvy. The man on the tidal wave was Wayne Water. Wayne was of Asian descent and had a lean, athletic build. From the tidal wave came water javelins, water sharks, spinning saw blades, and all sorts of weapons and animals made of water. They pierced the beast, and black blood squirted from its wounds. Evelyn jumped from the mound of earth, and it hardened and changed, turning into a 10-foot-tall rock golem. The golem smashed into the deer, and they went tumbling to the ground. Wayne raised his hand, and a drizzle began to fall. "Everyone's alive, but they're in bad shape. Get them to Irie. She'll have more healing patches," Wayne Water said. Kai began to point in a certain direction, and Wayne took notice. Wayne walked over and saw a light brown-complected, blooded young man with a hole in his chest. He squatted down and stared at the young man, and the hole in his chest. Kai was focusing as best he could on closing the large wound while trying to speak. He was thinking about how stupid he was to attempt that energy bomb. He had to figure that thing out. Wayne looked down at him and smirked. "What are you trying to say, kid?" Wayne asked. Kai stammered. "Felicity, over there," Kai said. Wayne called out to the others. "Hey, come look at this freaky kid." The others were by his side seconds later. "Man, that's a nasty hole in his chest," Evelyn said. "Look at how fast it's closing," Wayne said. "Thaddeus, bring your ass down here and come see this." Fred yelled. A lightning bolt struck, and then Thaddeus was standing next to the others. All 5 were right here. The strongest heroes in the world were all standing here. In front of Kai stood the superiors. Wayne leaned over and whispered to him and pointed at Kai. "So, you're Kai?" Thaddeus said. Kai looked at him curiously. How did Thaddeus know his name? Kai thought. "Hey, Wendy, Felicity is somewhere in the field outside my search area. He pointed over there," Wayne said, pointing in the same direction Kai did. Then Wendy Wind turned into a cyclone and began to swirl around the field. She scooped up as many of the injured supers as possible and blew away in a huge swirling cyclone. "She'll need multiple trips. Let's make sure we cover her," Thaddeus said. "Time is up anyway. My golem is at its end," Evelyn said. They all turned to face the huge ice deer magic beast. Thaddeus boomed over his shoulder at Kai. "When you heal up, get the fuck. We'll be right behind you. This will be light work," and walked off. Kai took this as an opportunity to close his eyes and use greater focus. The ice that surrounded his wound began to melt faster and disappeared. His self-healing accelerated and the wound closed. He was healed, but was completely out of energy. Kai was frustrated. He had to continue focusing to restore his energy and get back in the fight. While focusing, he watched the superiors slowly walk towards the ice deer magic beast as it froze Evelyn's stone golem and stabbed it with its antlers, crushing it. The superiors walked towards the beast. It raised on its hind legs and roared. Shards of ice began to form on the ground. Fred opened his hand, and a wave of fire passed over the ground, melting it. The ice deer scooted back and lowered its head. Its antlers turned a thick, solid white, and the air turned cold. The magic beast was riddled with holes and was struggling to stand. Thaddeus's lightning strike, Wayne's water constructs, and Evelyn's golem had weakened it severely, not to mention Sam's powerful punches. The deer released a beam of ice-cold energy, and Fred threw out a blast of fire. The fire ate through the ice and struck the beast in its head. The beast spun in a circle, bucking like a horse. Fred pointed and laughed at it. Evelyn raised a small boulder from the ground. She then made a fist and opened it. The boulder then broke apart into small pieces of rock. She then made a claw shape with her hand, and the pieces of rock turned to stone. She then opened her hand again, and the stone pieces elongated to take the shape of stone knives and flew at the magic beast. The stone blades tore into its flesh, and the beast fell to its knees. Evelyn then made a "come here" motion with one hand, and the stone blades left the beast's flesh and returned to her. They circled around her, and she held her hand to the side. The one closest to her hand formed the shape of a sword. The other stones continued circling around her. Fred summoned a large fireball and split it into 6 smaller ones. They also circled around him like Evelyn's stones. Thaddeus made lightning dance around his body, and Wayne summoned swirling. Water with a sharp outer layer around his waist. "Wayne, finish this," said Thaddeus. Wayne pointed at the beast, and the razor water around his waist unraveled and turned into a stream of water. It reformed into a spinning circular saw blade made of water and sliced off the deer's head. The deer didn't move. Its head simply slid to the side and black blood erupted from its neck. Kai was amazed. They had such control and so much power. Their techniques were leagues above his. He stood there looking. By this time, Wendy had taken everyone except a few recruits back to the sect. "All right, I'll get the core. Everyone else grab the remaining kids and let's head out." "Kai, you're with me," said Thaddeus. Once they finished, Thaddeus had taken the core. He left the antlers, bones, hooves, and skin. A team of gatherers would return to get this later. He then touched Kai on the shoulder. They turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Chapter 28. Kai had on his wolf armor and his bastard sword that Mr. Smith, his town's blacksmith and sword instructor, had given to him when he first left his hometown. He had the sword across his back, and his wolf armor felt good, as he finally had a chance to break it in. His wolf armor was all black gambeson armor. The pants that Mr. Smith made to go with them were black cargo pants that he had added extra padding in certain areas. The knees, the thighs, the private area, and even the ankles had an additional layer of padding sewn in. It was still light to Kai, though, as it didn't hinder his movement at all. The sword was light to him now, and he was enthusiastic about using it. It was a simple design with a black handle and a beautiful double-edged blade. The pommel was a silver circle with a deep black V carved into it on both sides. This was made to represent the Ville, Kai's hometown. He was given no time to rest as the others needed health patches as soon as possible, and he was the only one who could get the ingredients to make them. He was attempting all the missions he had been given by Erie, the world's smartest person, and Thaddeus, the leader of the superiors. Gathering herbs should be easy enough, but of course that wasn't the case. For some reason the herbs needed to grow near the edges of magic beast lairs as, according to Erie, the feces from the magic beasts made great fertilizer, and perhaps it was what gave the herbs their effects. She said she was still researching her hypothesis. Kai didn't really care, he just wanted to help as many people as he could regain consciousness. Luckily, Erie had given him pictures of the 3 plants he needed. No one would be out with Kai to see him, but he didn't want to look like a jackass picking up and looking at a bunch of different flowers. He needed to find aloe vera because of the wound healing, and the sticky gel from the stem was the main component for making the compound for it to stick to the skin and fusing the ingredients together. Next, he needed a calendula flower. This flower is known for healing cuts, burns, wounds, and has antibacterial properties. Finally, he had to find a ginkgo plant. This plant simply fought fatigue. This affected supers differently than one might think. The fatigue it fought is the fatigue of one's energy. It accelerated the already accelerated. Healing of a super. Normally, healing patches are not needed when one rests, as the body of a super naturally healed faster, because one was essentially in a state of absolute calm. When a super was in critical, their natural healing was halted. The ginkgo made the fatigue of energy flow, or the halting of it move, and jump-started it. Once that effect happened, the natural healing from a super's energy pool will kick in. Then the aloe vera and calendula would take effect, giving the body a double dose of wound healing. The calendula would eliminate cuts and burns, and the antibacterial effect would eliminate poisons. The energy from one's body, plus the ginkgo nullifying fatigue, made the energy work twice as fast, thus healing the super. The original formula had ginseng, but everyone had trouble sleeping. Supers didn't sleep as often as others, so when they tried to sleep and couldn't, it was a major problem. It quickly became obvious that a bunch of cranky, restless people with powers wasn't good for anyone. These 3 plants, aloe vera, calendula, and ginkgo, were then mixed and ground together. It was then mixed with a small bit of the gel from the stem of the aloe vera plant and rolled out. Then it was cut into 1-inch squares and dipped in the gel. 1 plant of each flower made 10 squares. Irie suggested getting enough so that each person had at least 3 healing patches, so 32 people were injured, including the instructors, so he needed 96 healing patches in total. That meant he needed 10 plants of each. That would give him 100 healing patches. He only needed 10 of each, but they were completely out. Most likely he would need to get more, but not that much more. time was of the essence. Kai got off his hoverbike, a motorcycle that had the ability to hover and was powered by a lightning orb, and entered the wooded area marked on his map that Eerie had given him. The good thing about the hoverbike was that it was very quiet. He needed to keep the element of surprise. He wished he could have hunted the small, spiky electric things from his field trial, but heading back east after the ice deer attack was too dangerous. Instead, Thaddeus and Irie decided he should do something just as dangerous, head to an area unknown to him, by himself. He had to sneak past static snakes, a mutated form of the boa constrictors. Once these snakes turned into magic beasts after mutating, they gained the ability to emit electric pulses by wrapping around their victim and generating electricity. Also, they had now grown very large. According to Thaddeus, they used to grow to around 10 or 13 feet. Now they were around 20 to 25 feet long, and this was his obstacle. He walked as quietly as possible through the woods. He saw a few small creeks and some crumbled single homes in the woods from long ago. He wondered who would live in the woods alone like that, but quickly refocused. Kai came to an area in the forest that had fallen trees and large rocks. He squatted down and carefully watched the area. He kept his head on a swivel, looking to the side and behind himself too. Then he saw it. One of the woods was split in half, and when he peered through it, he saw several large, static snakes. Smartest person in the world, huh? Kai mumbled to himself. Chapter 29. Kai had on his wolf armor and his bastard sword that Mr. Smith, his town's blacksmith and sword instructor, had given to him when he first left his hometown. He had the sword across his back, and his wolf armor felt good as he finally had a chance to break it in. His wolf armor was all black gambeson armor. The pants that Mr. Smith made to go with them were black cargo pants that he had added extra padding in certain areas. The knees, the thighs, the private area, and even the ankles had an additional layer of padding sewn in. It was still light to Kai, though, as it didn't hinder his movement at all. The sword was light to him now, and he was enthusiastic about using it. It was a simple design, with a black handle and a beautiful double-edged blade. The pommel was a silver circle with a deep black V carved into it on both sides. This was made to represent the Ville, Kai's hometown. He was given no time to rest as the others needed health patches as soon as possible, and he was the only one who could get the ingredients to make them. He was attempting all the missions he had been given by Eerie, the world's smartest person, and Thaddeus, the leader of the superiors. Gathering herbs should be easy enough, but of course that wasn't the case. For some reason, the herbs needed to grow near the edges of magic beast lairs as, according to Eerie, the feces from the magic beasts made great fertilizer, and perhaps it was what gave the herbs their effects. She said she was still researching her hypothesis. Kai didn't really care. He just wanted to help as many people as he could regain consciousness. Luckily, Irie had given him pictures of the 3 plants he needed. No one would be out with Kai to see him, but he didn't want to look like a jackass picking up and looking at a bunch of different flowers. He needed to find aloe vera because of the wound healing, and the sticky gel from the stem was the main component for making the compound for it to stick to the skin and fusing the ingredients together. Next, he needed a calendula flower. This flower is known for healing cuts, burns, wounds, and has antibacterial properties. Finally, he had to find a ginkgo plant. This plant simply fought fatigue. This affected supers differently than one might think. The fatigue it fought is the fatigue of one's energy. It accelerated the already accelerated healing of a super. Normally, healing patches are not needed when one rests, as the body of a super naturally healed faster, because one was essentially in a state of absolute calm. When a super was in critical, their natural healing was halted. The ginkgo made the fatigue of energy flow, or the halting of it move, and jump started it. Once that effect happened, the natural healing from a super's energy pool will kick in. Then the aloe vera and calendula would take effect, giving the body a double dose of wound healing. The calendula would eliminate cuts and burns, and the antibacterial effect would eliminate poisons. The energy from one's body, plus the ginkgo nullifying fatigue, made the energy work twice as fast, thus healing the super. The original formula had ginseng, but everyone had trouble sleeping. Supers didn't sleep as often as others, so when they tried to sleep and couldn't, it was a major problem. It quickly became obvious that a bunch of cranky, restless people with powers wasn't good for anyone. These three plants, aloe vera, calendula, and ginkgo, were then mixed and ground together. It was then mixed with a small bit of the gel from the stem of the aloe vera plant and rolled out. Then it was cut into 1-inch squares and dipped in the gel. One plant of each flower made 10 squares. Irie suggested getting enough so that each person had at least 3 healing patches. So 32 people were injured, including the instructors, so he needed 96 healing patches in total. That meant he needed 10 plants of each. That would give him 100 healing patches. He only needed 10 of each, but they were completely out. Most likely he would need to get more, but not that much more. Time was of the essence. Kai got off his hoverbike, a motorcycle that had the ability to hover and was powered by a lightning orb, and entered the wooded area marked on his map that Irie had given him. The good thing about the hoverbike was that it was very quiet. He needed to keep the element of surprise. He wished he could have hunted the small, spiky electric things from his field trial, but heading back east after the ice deer attack was too dangerous. Instead, Thaddeus and Irie decided he should do something just as dangerous, head to an area unknown to him, by himself. He had to sneak past static snakes, a mutated form of the boa constrictors. Once these snakes turned into magic beasts after mutating, they gained the ability to emit electric pulses by wrapping around their victim and generating electricity. Also, they had now grown very large. According to Thaddeus, they used to grow to around 10 or 13 feet. Now they were around 20 to 25 feet long, and this was his obstacle. He walked as quietly as possible through the woods. He saw a few small creeks and some crumbled single homes in the woods from long ago. He wondered who would live in the woods alone like that, but quickly refocused. Kai came to an area in the forest that had fallen trees and large rocks. He squatted down and carefully watched the area. He kept his head on a swivel, looking to the side and behind himself too. Then he saw it. One of the woods was split in half, and when he peered through it, he saw several large static snakes. Smartest person in the world, huh? Kai mumbled to himself. Chapter 30. Kai watched one of the snakes come out through the opening between the fallen trees. The thing was creepy. It had creepy eyes and creepy slimy scales. The sight of it made his skin crawl. This is bullshit, Kai thought, but he knew what he had to do. The snake flicked out its tongue like it was tasting the air and looked around. Kai studied the large tan-colored snake with dark brown markings on it. It slithered from side to side. No way am I fighting all those snakes at once. Then Kai had an idea. He retreated back into the forest a couple dozen yards and grabbed some small rocks. He then hid behind a large tree. He cocked back his hand and threw. The stone struck the snake in the center of its body. The snake continued slithering around and doing snake stuff. Did it even feel that? Kai thought. He threw another rock, but nothing happened. Goddamn snake with its tough skin. Kai inwardly screamed. He took a step to get closer and stepped on a stick. The snake quickly looked in his direction. It bared its fangs and charged. Well, that's one way to do it, Kai said as he turned and ran away. Kai burst from the woods and ran in the opposite direction of his hoverbike. The huge snake followed from the side of the road. Huh, so they really hate the roads, huh? He thought to himself. Kai stopped and ran at the snake. The snake reared up and slithered side to side on its lower body, but it never left the woods. It just slithered there behind the trees close to the road. Kai just stood in the middle of the road and just looked at it. It can't be this easy, he thought. Kai shot bullet after bullet. He kept his focus while he fired at the snake. Black blood was leaking from multiple wounds from his bullet. The snake had one of its eyes closed from damage, and it looked to be nearing its end. Then it abandoned its protection and emerged from the woods with its mouth open, trying to eat Kai. Kai jumped to the right and released 2 quick bullets. They hit the snake and it hissed loudly. Blood instantly dripped from its scales. Kai looked at his left hand. Oh shit. Are my bullets getting stronger? Kai thought. The snake quickly slithered towards Kai in desperation, and Kai withdrew his bastard sword. The snake extended and risked it all for one last chance to end this match. Kai ran towards it, and when he was close, he spun and was now facing the same direction as the snake. He braced himself and put both hands in front of the blade and held it to his right. The force of the snake charging forward, combined with Kai leaning backward with his sword, made a perfect tension that allowed his sword to slice open the entire left side of the snake. The snake tried to turn, and then its guts spilled out. The smell was putrid and loud, very loud. Kai checked the snake to make sure it was dead. He took a few steps and heard a faint rumble. He stopped, looked back in the direction of the noise, and hauled ass. Kai was now on his hoverbike, driving further to the west. He didn't want to lead them back to the Sect, so he continued the way his bike was facing. Behind him were 3 huge snakes. They were rolling over each other and snipping at each other. Kai began to realize the stupidity of these snakes. He skidded to a stop on his hoverbike. He turned and drove towards them as fast as possible, with his sword raised. The snakes began to pulsate, releasing a golden electric discharge. They all shocked each other. They all fell to the ground with their skin smoking. He heard the pained moans of the fallen beasts. Kai was dumbstruck. Man, these things are stupid, he thought. He continued to ride at them, slashing at them at their vital points. He slashed their eyes, and they just laid there, not moving. They were dead. Kai left them there and marked the location on his wristband that was given to him by Irie to track and mark locations. He was also given a backpack to store magic beast cores and plants. He entered the woods and worked his way towards the location the other snakes had been. He passed the fallen trees from the side where he had a clear view. He saw the plants by an old gated area. There were tons of plants. These were substations that distributed electricity to homes from old times. He took a step and saw a huge slithering snake moving. It raised its head and looked at him. The snake then spoke. "Why are you in my territory, young man?" It said. Kai had never heard a magic beast speak before. The huge ape at their training area never spoke. It just grunted. "Hello, I am Kai, hero of the superior sect. Look, I don't want any trouble. I need those plants to help some friends. Not all, just a few," Kai answered. The snake leaned towards him. Manassa, Queen of Snakes, do not care what you need. Why should I care about the ones that hunt us for our hearts? Also, didn't you just kill my children? She asked. Your children came at me. I was just trying to get to the plants, Kai explained. You threw a rock, the snake said. Well, yeah, but... You threw a rock, the snake repeated. Kai stared at the huge snake. This was going downhill fast. The thing had to be 30 feet tall, and it was getting angry. So, is there any way I can get those plants? I'm sorry about your kids. I had to protect myself, though, Kai said apologetically. The snake looked at him seriously. Well, there is one thing you can do, the snake said. Yes, anything I can do to help. I desperately need to help my friends, Kai said. Well, you can die, the snake said, and charged Kai. It wrapped around Kai and said, Now have a taste of my charge skill, it said. Then it began to release electricity and shocked Kai. Chapter 31. Kai jerked and twitched. His teeth were clenched and his skin was starting to sizzle. He had no choice but to close his eyes and focus. When he did this, his energy regenerated faster and he healed faster. He had begun calling it his greater focus. He wasn't good with names. His energy began to rise and he started healing rapidly. The snake continued using its charge skill and electricity ravaged Kai's body. He was in agonizing pain, but he could not lose focus. The blood vessels in Kai's eyes began to burst and heal. His skin was repairing itself and burning again. He fought the urge to give up as the pain was excruciating. Then the snake's ability began to sputter. It dropped Kai and slithered back. Like supers, magic beasts and abominations had a limited supply of energy. The huge snake had exhausted its energy supply, thinking that Kai would be electrocuted to a crisp. It was now vulnerable. And Kai recognized this. Kai kept focusing to recharge his energy. His burned flesh healed and his energy replenished. He withdrew his sword and charged the snake. Kai hacked and slashed at the giant snake, his sword bouncing off its scales, but some finding purchase. Blood was seeping from wounds Kai had made on the beast. The snake was retreating, and its eyes were big with a panic. This strange bug, this worm, was still alive, and he appeared to be fine. He keeps attacking, and I can't recover, the snake thought. The snake then spun in a rapid circle multiple times. Its scaly body slapped Kai, slicing him open and knocking him back. Blood dripped from his forearms and abdomen. His self-healing began to work, closing more wounds. Kai held out his hand and shot out a few bullets for good measure. The snake opened its mouth and dove at him, fangs bared. The fangs were sharp and ready to puncture Kai's skin. Kai moved left as the snake was near him. He planted his foot and thrust his sword out. His sword sunk into the underside of the snake's mouth and it hissed loudly. Its tongue now full of its own blood. Kai's sword was now stuck underneath the snake's body. If it were a human, it would be stuck under its chin. Kai was now weaponless with an angry snake that was trying to either bite or eat him. It made the end of its tail a jagged point by straightening the very end of its body. It then performed multiple jabs at Kai with it. Kai danced, dodged, and evaded the strikes. A few got through, but his armor stopped the blows. It left dents in it, and Kai rolled away. He lit up his fists and performed simple dodges and struck at the tail as it passed by. The snake would quickly pull its tail back when he punched it, and now it had slithered back and was glaring at him. "You will not leave alive," the snake hissed at Kai. "Look, I just want a few plants. I just need 10 plants." "There are way more here than 10, Kai said. "What? You get nothing. You will die here. I will suck out your bones and blood and enjoy the delicacy of human guts," Manassa said. "Well, I don't know how you will suck out bones." "That's strange, but I really am sorry. Please," Kai said. "Puny human, you are afraid," Manassa said, laughing. Kai was calmly focusing the entire time. He hadn't quite gotten used to performing his focus while battling. He could do it very slowly and still battle, but when there were lulls in a fight, he would quickly focus. This way, he could at least keep his energy from depleting fast. Kai responded to the snake. "You know, you're right, I am afraid." "Afraid I will kill you," he said. "Insolent human, die," Manassa yelled in a slithering voice. It dove at him again, and its fangs had electricity surging through them. Kai focused on a bullet and sent energy into it. Not a lot like he usually did, but just a little more. He released it at the snake, and it popped in Manassa's face. She hissed and hollered, the snake shaking her head in pain. Kai's sword was still stuck under its chin. Kai wasn't tired or anything. He felt fine. The charged bullet didn't have the same power as a bomb, but it was stronger than his bullet. He felt it took a bit more of his energy, but not too much to incapacitate him like his bomb did. He could work with this. He knew one thing. He needed his sword. Kai ran to the snake, trying to reach his sword, but then it opened its mouth and tried to close it on him. Kai tried to stand straight and hold open its mouth, but its tongue was slippery. Kai could no longer hold it open. He slipped and was swallowed whole. Manassa let out a victory hiss. She hissed loudly and smiled, sure of her victory. However, she had celebrated too soon. Kai was disgusted inside the snake's belly. He had to work quickly before its stomach acid consumed him. He sent energy to both of his hands. They began to glow. He then held the wall of the snake's belly. Outside the snake's stomach, Manassa began to have a severe stomachache. Her eyes had a look of surprise. She began to hurt badly and tried to expel everything inside her stomach. Kai held onto her stomach and drained all the energy he could. Her supply was already low. She could no longer use her charge ability, but she had gathered enough to use the electric fang technique she tried. He could feel the huge serpent rolling, and her stomach contracted and expanded. It was trying to do whatever it could to get rid of him. Kai would not let go, and a few moments later, the snake was still. He felt the inside wall of the snake's stomach, and it felt strange now, like paper. He punched it with his energized fists, and his hand burst through. He tore open the hole in the snake's belly and freed himself. He breathed heavily, covered in nasty, slimy digestive enzymes. His skin sizzled, but his self-healing ability quickly dispelled it. Kai grabbed his sword from the snake's chin. The snake looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "What are you?" Manassa asked, and then her eyes went white. He then gathered as much aloe vera as possible and cut out the snake's core. He stored them and looked at the snake. She was lifeless, and her skin was a dull color now. Manassa now looked like she had been made from rotten wood. Kai really didn't want to kill her, but he needed the plants. This magic beast had a family and children. It even had a home. He thought to himself that these beasts were not that different from them. He said a silent prayer for Manassa, then kicked her in the head and headed to his hoverbike. Chapter 32, Kai rode to his next destination on his map. He had collected lots of the aloe vera plant and had 5 large lightning cores. The large lightning core was his biggest concern. He now had that and could focus on medium cores and didn't have to worry about lightning cores anymore. Getting electrocuted was not fun. Who the hell fought these things to get large lightning cores anyway? Kai thought. Kai now had to find the calendula flower. These were guarded by hydro hogs. These hogs would squeal and shoot a stream of water known to pierce people. Both Thaddeus and Irie said that they were not a huge threat. Just make sure you do not stand directly in front of them. Kai rolled up to the marked area. There was actually a sign that said hydro hogs. Kai followed the path along the sign until he cleared some trees and came across a large muddy area that was full of hogs. Just past that area were the calendula plants along the base of a hill. The hogs were black and grey and strange. They had sharp teeth protruding from their mouths. Kai froze and looked. Are those tusks? Kai thought to himself. The hogs were huge, like 6 feet tall, huge. Easy, my ass, Kai said. The hogs raised their heads and looked at him. Their already red eyes began to glow, and they let out a blood-curdling squeal. The hogs began blasting water at Kai. However, the water was shot at the ground of the muddy area. The mud came at Kai in a spray-like formation. It blinded him, and he moved back, wiping his eyes. He opened them to a stream of water barreling at him. The blast of water smacked him, and he crashed into the tree behind him, shattering it. What type of water is this? Kai shrieked. Several pigs ran at him, and a coat of water began to swirl around them. The water then followed the pattern of the tusks and extended, making longer water tusks. The length of the original tusks was duplicated in water form and essentially placed on top of them to double the length. One of the hogs did a strange headbutt move, and the water tusks doubled again. They slammed into another tree on the side of Kai. Kai looked at the tree with 2 deep gouges on each side of it. These pigs are crazy, Kai yelled. He quickly pulled out his sword. I had better start pulling this out as soon as I get off. My bike, Kai mumbled. He used his modified bomb and threw it out. It slammed into the pig fat on the side of the hog. It jiggled and the pig squealed loudly. It was a loud, deep squeal. It sounded like a deep voice, but in squealing pig form. Kai thought it may have been the most disturbing sound he had ever heard. By this time, 2 other pigs had come. A stream of water sent Kai flying. He stood and looked back. The first one had the water tusk thing going, and the other was just blasting water. It was a powerful non-stop blast of water. It moved its head slowly to the right and was just clearing the area. Every tree it touched, it demolished, and the stream of water was coming right at him. The hog charged and tried to do a headbutt. Kai jumped to the side and ran at the first hog he had hit with his modified bomb. The hog charged him, and the other followed. The third had stopped using the water blast and was watching the action. 3 other hogs were still rolling in the muddy mess, oblivious to the fight. The 2 hogs ran to turn Kai into a human sandwich. Both had their tusks infused with water. They lowered their heads and tried to shove their tusks into Kai's body. Kai jumped as hard as he could to the side at the last minute. The 2 hogs crashed into each other with a loud thud. From their necks burst 2 streams of water, blackened by blood. Both pigs let out weak squeals and fell. Kai ran and sliced their necks for good measure. A dumpage of blood fell from their fat necks, and Kai was sure they were dead now. The third squealed and charged. Kai heard more hoofsteps and saw that the other 3 were now coming at him. He threw 3 weak bombs at the closest one, the one that had the water blast. He didn't want to get hit by that. The weak bombs hit it in the gut in the exact same spot. A small hole was there, and blood shot out in a steady stream. The hog charged Kai, but a few steps later it began to slow and fell. The other 3 squealed in anger. 2 released several bubbles, and 1 turned its entire body to water. Man, I wish Evan was here, Kai said, shaking his head. He shot bullets at the bubbles, popping them. The noise that the pop made was too loud for words. Kai screamed and held the side of his head, covering his ears. Blood seeped between his fingers, and Kai went deaf. He energized his fists and yelled a silent yell because he could not hear. He ran at one of the hogs, and the thing sped up. It was enthusiastic about killing a human. The hog went for the headbutt, but before that, Kai jumped and threw his fist as hard as possible. The fist dented the pig's forehead, and it fell and slid a few yards. It tried to stand, but fell for good. The other bubble-spitting hog began to jump and squeal. It was enraged. It spit several bubbles at Kai. He ran around and he shot them all. He was deaf anyway, so he didn't care. The bubbles popped and Kai shot his weak bomb. It slammed into the pig's rump roast, and it fell on its butt. It began dog-scooting across the ground, squealing quickly, obviously in pain. Kai laughed. Then he ran at the hog and shoved his sword in its back. He held it there and kept shooting his weak bomb in its back. It fell to the side and laid there dead. The final hog was walking in a circle, sizing Kai up. The hog's body was made completely of water now. Kai shot a bullet at it, but it passed through its body. Kai could see the pig's water mouth turn up. This thing was smiling. Kai created a bomb, not a modified one, but his real one. The hog squealed loudly and Kai's bomb went right in its mouth. The hog got a surprised look on its face. Kai could see his bomb inside its body. Kai turned his head to the side and watched it. The hog began to swell in size. Kai began to bag back. The hog's water body exploded with Kai's bomb. Water went everywhere, washing Kai all the way back into the road. Kai laid in the road and sighed. This is ridiculous. He then stood and went to collect the water cores and flowers. Chapter 33. Kai arrived at his final destination. He was glad. His ears and his energy were fully healed. Let's get this over with, Kai griped. Further up, he could see where a desert area would start. It was separated by a small mountain range. It only stood around 20 feet tall. That wasn't tall for a mountain range, but tall enough. He had tons of aloe vera and calendula plants, around north of 40 each. He now had 5 large lightning cores and 6 large water cores. Kai was tripped out at the contrast of the landscape he was looking at. A desert-looking area was further up, but right beside it was what resembled a rainforest. This rainforest was also his final destination. Man, I gotta go in there for this ginkgo plant. Kai's head dropped. It was nearing night, and he needed to find shelter soon. He planned on doing a quick run through just to see if he could locate the plant without having to fight another magic beast. This was getting tiring and irritating. He withdrew his bastard sword and started to walk. He had learned his lesson. He would now always withdraw his sword. Kai entered the forest slowly. He looked from left to right as he walked. He saw trees with purple mixed into the leaves. Some had strange fruit hanging from them. There were all sorts of plants as well. He was warned to be careful of one that would give someone a really bad rash if it touched him. The deeper he got in the forest, the stranger the plants became. He came across an especially strange plant. It wasn't that large, around 6 feet tall. However, it had many petals. Kai didn't know if they were petals or not, because each petal had what looked like teeth. Lots and lots of teeth. The petals were heads. More accurately, they were mouths. Kai was looking at a large, multi-headed plant with several jagged, sharp teeth in each mouth. Kai was tired and had no time for games. He threw out a weak bomb, and it exploded on the plant. Green blood glooped out with the texture of sludge. The multiple mouths began to chatter rapidly. They quickly lashed out, their teeth biting down on Kai. Some pulled back with pieces of Kai's flesh in their mouths, chewing and swallowing it. Kai yelled at the stupid plant. His self-healing was restoring his flesh as he got distance from the plant. The plant was stretching and snapping its many mouths. The plant had limited range, so Kai knew he could keep his distance and fire at range. Kai stood back and used the plants for target practice. He took his time and worked on hitting the plant with his bullet when it snapped out. The plants with teeth were withering and dying due to the bullets Kai was using. He thought about stabbing out at them the exact moment they extended, but he needed to hurry. After a few more bullets, the plant shriveled up and died. Kai had no clue what this plant was, but he decided to take it anyway. Eerie could research it and maybe use it for something. It was dusk now, and Kai needed shelter. He had no choice but to survey the mountain. He searched and looked until he noticed an indention in the mountain. It was interesting because it was only visible when the sunset hit the small mountain a certain way. It was in the middle of the mountain, making it around 10 feet off the ground. Kai climbed up the wall and grabbed the lip that sat at the halfway position in the mountain range. He pulled himself up and worked his way through the indention. There was an opening to a small cave. It had nothing special, just a hollow cave. This was Kai's best chance to rest in a safe space. After checking the cave for anything that could be dangerous, he sat down. He didn't have any way to start a fire, so he just rested against a wall. He was tired and ready for this day to end. He had been through a lot today. He felt a small sting on his neck, as if one was bitten by an ant. Shortly after, he fell asleep, and the ground never felt so good. He dreamed of a good hot bath. He dreamed of delicious foods. He dreamed of clean clothes. He dreamed of his best friend, Reed. He dreamed of his new friends. He dreamed of Gale. He dreamed of a frog. A frog? What in the world? Then things got weird. Several frogs began to hop around in his dream. All the frogs were two-toned. Some were yellow and black. Others were blue and black. Different ones had different color patterns. All of them had black somewhere on their bodies. Whether they were black stripes, black dots, or black patches, they were somewhere on their bodies. The frogs began to flick their tongues at Kai. Their tongues sounded like whips. Kai just looked at them, and then he felt a lash on his face. He touched his cheek, and it had a small smear of blood on his hand. The frogs stood on two legs and threw up their fists. One began shadow boxing, throwing rapid punches. It even breathed with the punches and everything. Another began to do multiple high kicks in the air. Several charged, throwing punches and kicks. One did a spinning back roundhouse kick. Kai leaned back and felt the wind as it grazed his nose. Another did a one-hop that sent himself towards Kai at an extremely fast pace. He landed in front of Kai, and a push from a frog behind him sent Kai towards the frog. The frog swung his frog fist and sunk it into Kai's stomach. Kai bent over, surprised at the strength of the frog. Another slid under him on its back. It put its hands over its head and pushed off the ground. It planted its frog feet in Kai's chin, knocking him in the air. Two others were sticking to the wall. They both jumped down towards Kai while he was airborne. One did a karate kick and stuck out his right leg in Kai's gut, knocking his wind out. At the same moment, the other dove with two hands out and pushed Kai's chest. They both drove him straight down, smacking his head on the ground, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 34. Kai opened his eyes and looked around. He was now in a strange village. There were small huts all around. The huts were made from what looked like the same material the small mountain was made from. The roofs were made from large leaves and twigs. Kai was tied up to a large pole that was buried in the ground. There was a fire burning around 10 yards in front of him. Over the fire was a human. The human was tied up, wrapped in large leaves similar to the ones used for the roofs of the huts. The leaves were held together by what looked like small, bendable twigs. It was a man, and he was being cooked. His skin was colored burgundy from the flames, and it was starting to blister. Several of the blisters were slowly bursting, and the fluids from the burst blisters were dripping in the flames. Kai could smell the burning flesh. His stomach turned, and he thought he would throw up. This is a vivid dream. I can actually smell the guy cooking, Kai thought. There were frogs of various sizes dancing around the fire. Their sizes varied from around 5 feet to around 7 feet tall. Some were skinny, and some had big stomachs. They had red eyes and were singing a song while jigging around the fire. These were magic beasts. Simply frogs that had gone through the mutation process. There were small, regular, underdeveloped frogs hopping around as well. Kai glared through the fire, past the roasting human. In the distance, he saw a huge frog sitting on a throne made from bones. This frog did not have black anywhere on its body like the others. Its upper body was orange, and it faded to a blue lower body. The large frog wore a headdress made from a large animal skull with the bottom jaw removed. Atop the skull were leaves that stuck out of it. It had a spear made of bones that was upright, leaning against his bone throne. It glared at Kai with disdain. The giant frog licked its entire face with its long tongue. Kai struggled to break free, but he couldn't. He saw his sword and his wolf armor. They laid a distance away on a makeshift table. Behind the table, at the edge of the forest, he saw his true prize. There he saw several beds of the ginkgo plant. The entire area behind the table were square beds of this plant. Kai had full energy but could do nothing, being tied up from his ankles to his shoulders. He grunted and squirmed, trying his hardest to break free. The frog stopped dancing around the fire and looked at him. "Ribbit, he's waking up," said one. "We feast good tonight." "Ribbit," said another. Two took the man that was cooking over the fire and laid him on another longer table. They carefully untied the twigs and leaves. The leaves fell open and smoke rose from the inside. They had smoked the man. He died with a look of horror on his face, a red and black spotted frog. With a cape on, walked forward. It had a wooden staff as tall as it was. At the top of the staff was a skeletal head of some animal. It stepped forward and walked around the table, looking at the cooked man. It stopped at one of the heads of the table and stuck its staff in the ground. The other frogs stopped and stood around the table. They all faced the cooked man. Then they all lowered their heads. The red frog began to speak. "Ribbit," it said. All the other frogs said "Ribbit" in unison. "All blessings be to Lord Leap." The other frogs repeated. "These things are praying. You gotta be kidding me," Kai thought. He didn't have time for the strange frog prayer. This dream was getting too freaky. He couldn't wake up to save his life. Why couldn't he wake up? The frog kept talking. "We bless this meal and give thanks. We thank Human for filling our bellies," the frog said. "Thanks, Human," the others said. Kai raised his eyebrows. This dream is crazy, he thought. The red and black frog reached under its cape and pulled out a knife. Kai could see it was originally white, but the filth had made certain parts of the ivory-colored knife yellow, and it also had blood-red stains on it. The handle was wrapped in a strange, dried, flesh-colored material. "That's blood. And is that dried-up skin?" "The hell?" Kai mumbled. The cape-wearing frog walked to the center of the table where the cooked man was lying. The frog stood directly by the man's chest and clasped two frog hands around the handle. It raised the blade and let out a loud ribbit. The others followed its lead and let out their primal ribbits aye as well. It then sunk it into the dead man's chest. Blood pooled around the blade that was sunk into the still smoking flesh of the man. Kai kept looking. "What's the point of this dream, I wonder?" thought Kai. The frog drug, the blade down the man's flesh, perfectly symmetrical with his belly. Button. The frog then sliced the side of the man's feet, legs, arms, sides, and the center of his head. It stepped back, and a very large and strangely muscled yellow and black frog stepped forward. It had huge biceps and even a six-pack. There was a distinct white line that ran in between the yellow and black on its body, separating the two colors. It grabbed the skin around the man's shoulders with force. It let out a loud, deep, pulsating ribbit and jerked hard. The man's skin peeled off, and its entirety was now in the frog's amphibian hands. It held it over its head, and a sack under the frog's throat grew big. Then a loud croak was released. The others began to croak quickly and repeatedly. The large yellow and black frog slung the skin to the side and sat at the table. All the other frogs sat as well and began to quietly croak back and forth at each other as if they were talking in their own language. The red and black cape-wearing frog then removed the heart from the man and put it on a plate made from twigs and leaves. It then took it to the huge frog that sat on the bone throne. The huge frog took it and the frogs kissed. "What am I seeing right now?" Kai thought. The cape-wearing frog then returned to the body and began cutting pieces from it and dropping chunks of human meat in front of the others, with the largest piece going to the muscular yellow and black one. It then went to a large tree and grabbed a wooden bucket that was sitting on the ground directly under a large tree leaf. It returned and poured the water into makeshift cups. It then went to the large frog with a plate of human meat and sat next to her king or husband or whatever he was. The frogs had captured rainwater and were drinking it while eating human meat. The frogs ate greedily while blood leaked down their slimy frog faces. They washed down the bloody meat with rainwater and even rubbed their bellies and burped when they were done. They then stood, led by the muscular one, and walked to Kai. The muscular frog spoke. "All right, time for seconds," it said. Kai looked at the large red-eyed frogs and said, "Okay. It's time to wake up." Chapter 35. The frogs glared at Kai, laughing like lunatics. The muscular one hauled back and punched him in his face. Kai felt his eye close and his lips swell. Then he felt them begin to heal. The muscular frog and the others stepped back. They looked at Kai intensely. The large frog made a fist. Its biceps bulged and one could see its veins. It made a face like it was trying to punch Kai's lights out. It punched Kai hard. Kai felt woozy and his eye again closed. His tooth dangled and fell. Kai's head dropped. The muscular frog smiled. "Holy hell, this isn't a dream!" Kai yelled. How did he not know this? Did he heal while he was knocked out? So when he woke, he was fully healed and thought he was dreaming this. Whatever the case, it was not going down like this. He would not be eaten by some amphibians. His face healed, and Kai grimaced as his tooth began to regrow and his eye reopened. The frogs bagged back. One ran and grabbed a knife made of bone and returned. A purple and black frog slashed Kai's throat. Kai let out gasps of air, and blood pooled down his neck and soaked his shirt. Kai's eyes had a shocked look, and then he went limp. He was in total darkness. His energy was healing him, and although alive, his energy was leaving rapidly, attempting to repair the extensive damage. Kai smiled inwardly as his throat closed, and he healed. He had just realized something. As long as he had energy, he would live. Even after getting his throat cut, he did not die. It just costs more energy to repair. So the greater the damage, the greater the energy was needed to heal. Now he knew he had to find a way to store energy or make some type of reserve. He had his head down as they untied him and shoved him face first on the ground. He kept his eyes closed and continued to focus. His energy was replenishing, but so far had only filled a small portion of his body. If Kai would rate it, he would say he was around 20% full. He knew a way to fill it quicker, and he knew he could not let them tie his hands behind his back. Kai thought about his body cooking and healing continuously. That would be torture, so much so that it would break someone mentally. Plus, these frogs would simply cut him and remove parts of flesh to snack on, and once he healed, they would repeat the process. They would repeat this process over and over again. They would feast on him, forever and ever. "Oh, hell no!" Kai yelled and grabbed a frog leg. He began to drain it. Its eyes went wide and it shriveled up. Kai rolled on the ground as a spear was stabbed into the ground. He released bullets to get space and hurriedly stood. He then released his weak bomb at the stupidly swollen frog and ran for his sword. He knew he could not get his armor. Well, he could, but he could not put it on, so he ignored it for now. He grabbed his sword and turned to face the frogs. He had 10 to fight, 13, including the yellow and black muscular one, the red and black cape wearing one, and the large orange and blue one on the throne. That had to be the Frog King. The king and his woman never left, remaining by the bone throne. The muscular one stood there smirking at Kai. It folded its arms and watched. The other frogs began to hop towards Kai on 4 legs. Then 6 stopped and 4 continued. 2 of the 4 performed a huge leap in the air, disappearing from sight. The other 2 stood on 2 legs and ran at Kai. Kai did a figure 8 with his sword and prepared himself. If he didn't win this one, he was frog food. He performed a thrust, and one frog slid on the ground with its legs open and the other did a small spin, and backfisted Kai in the back of his head. The one sliding on the ground then closed his legs and bent his knees. When Kai stumbled forward due to the backfist, the frog used his forward momentum to leg sling him in the air. Kai went flying up, and the 2 that had jumped in the air were coming down with their bodies straight. They were going to double stomp him in mid-air. He remembered that double team move. It was similar to what they had did to him in the cave. The force of his head smacking the ground would surely knock him out again. How in the world do I get knocked out but still remain conscious when I get my throat slit? I have to research that, he thought. And then he tucked his head and performed a front flip. He left his sword extended while he flipped, and the blade sliced off one leg from each frog. They fell to the ground, blood shooting from the hole where the leg used to be. They were rapidly croaking and trying to stand on one leg. The king frog sat up on his throne, and the cape-wearing frog put its hand over its mouth as if to gasp. Kai looked at it. Is that thing gasping? He thought as he landed through the table the remains of the cooked man was on. The muscular one had unfolded his arms and growled. The other 2 charged and began to kick at him in various ways. One did a knee, then changed his mind and kicked the other foot. The other kept doing spinning kicks. Kai jumped back and placed two, hands on his sword handle. They charged, and they would zigzag around each other. They were both purple and black, so Kai didn't know which one did the switch kick thing and which one did the spin kicks. He never found out, as the one to the left did a flying kick. When Kai dodged, the other had made a quick leap right next to him and made a bunch of punches in rapid succession. Kai swung his sword, but the frog evaded his strikes. Kai stepped back and spit blood. Kai switched his grip from two-handed to one. He held his sword in his right hand and sent energy into his left, making it glow white. The frogs looked at his glowing hand, and Kai could see the caution in their eyes. "All right, let's do this," he said. Kai clinched his teeth and charged. Chapter 36. Kai leaned on his training from Mr. Smith, his village's blacksmith and weapon trainer. When the frog threw a kick, he would parry it with his sword and shoot a quick bullet. That was the good thing about his energy bullet, which he simply called Bullet. The good thing was that it was quick. Kai had noticed that too. His bomb was not slow, but his bullet came out as a rapid marble-sized ball of energy. His modified bomb was larger, around the size of a golf ball, but the color was white with hints of gold flakes, and it was stronger. His bomb, however, was baseball-sized, and it was stronger than them all. His bomb had more distinct golden flakes. His bullet was beginning to hit harder, though. When he first unlocked it, it made small indentions, like a person who would throw a rock at someone. Now it left a clearly visible indention, like a strong person threw a rock with all the fury they could muster. It wasn't world-changing, but Kai could see small improvements. His father often had talks with him about small improvements. He would say, Rome wasn't built in a day. Wherever that place was, Kai was using his sword to mainly misdirect the frog's attacks and shooting them with bullets. He was being as calculated as possible, watching for an overextension so he could slash at a limb. After a few minutes, it happened. One of the frogs attempted a high kick. It bent its knee back to Kai as the kick made it stand sideways on one leg. Kai didn't dodge. He simply raised his sword to his face and used one of his left forearm to brace the blade as he held the handle with his right hand. As soon as the ankle drew near, Kai used his forearm to push the blade forward. The two collided, and the sword sunk out halfway into the frog's amphibious ankle. Kai then quickly two-handed the weapon, slid his left foot forward, and swung forward as hard and fast as possible. The frog's ankle flew off, and it began to hop on one leg, reaching for the leg where Kai had severed it. It croaked and hopped, spinning in a circle. That was its mistake. Kai shot a bullet at the other frog to keep it at bay. When the one with the severed ankle spun towards Kai, Kai spun towards it, removing its head. All the others began to hop around towards Kai. The muscular one let out a large ribbit and walked off towards a particular hut at the back of the Frog Hamlet. Kai had incapacitated 3 and had 7 left to face, excluding the 3 important ones. The 7 came at him, flipping and croaking. Kai was stepping back and firing bullets. He charged them quickly and shot them as rapidly as possible. He was hitting some, knocking them out of the air. By simply adding a little bit more energy, his bullets were slightly stronger. As soon as he felt the energy enter his bullet, he released it on the frogs. Kai slashed and cut at their legs whenever they tried to kick him. Like the blackbirds from his field training used their wings to rocket in the air, the frogs used their legs to jump around. They could jump extremely high and did quick jumps, especially when they jumped sideways. Even though Kai was slicing at the frogs, he was still observing them. One would jump high and one would go low. One would jump left and one would jump right. Kai recognized these moves. His dad and Mr. Smith would do this when he and Reed trained to confuse them. They would make one stand in the opening they used for training. Then his dad and Mr. Smith would attack simultaneously. Either him or Reed would then have to deflect or evade as many attacks as possible before getting hit. Reed wanted to punch things even before getting his power. Reed would lose patience, but Kai excelled in this. His father was an avid reader of books and would often talk to Kai about patience, observing your opponent and patiently waiting for the perfect strike or critical blow, as his father called it. Mr. Smith called it a killing blow. Similar, but they described it differently. Mr. Smith said this blow should either kill an opponent or injure them so badly that killing them was absolute after the blow was landed. Kai's father, however, described it as a critical blow because, according to him, It would severely injure or hurt your opponent, but that did not mean they could not still fight. There were even people who used this to turn the tables on an opponent. One would favor a certain side of their body as to fake an injury. Then when the other's arrogance took over, they would then relax or drop their guard, as his dad called it. Then the one faking the injury would lash out at the overconfident person, killing them. He called it playing possum. In other words, it's not over until it's over. And this fight was far from over. Kai waited until two of the frogs passed in front of each other. He would then shoot his bullet before their bodies crossed. The front frog actually blocked the rear frog's view, and when the front frog cleared the rear frog's view, Kai's bullet hit it in its face. The frog croaked and its forehead smoked. It grabbed its head with its hands. Then Kai shot forward, cutting the frog's throat. Kai carefully measured his attacks. He kept his focus steady, recharging his energy. He was now only using the energy he was replenishing to shoot his bullets. During his sword attacks, his energy would slowly rise due to him not using it. The king frog and his wife watched as Kai cut down their minions. Kai shoved swords in stomachs and cut bodies nearly in half. When he wasn't doing that, he was chipping away at them and keeping them off balance with his bullet. Kai finished the last one with a sword thrust in its chest and stepped back. He was breathing hard now. His self-healing didn't affect stamina or blood loss, just healed internal and external wounds. Kai looked up as he heard leaves crunching under someone's feet. Kai looked up, and walking towards him was the muscular yellow and black frog. Chapter 37. The yellow and black frog had strange wraps around its fists. They were all black and had small thorns protruding from where the knuckles were. It came at Kai with its fists held close to its face. Kai watched the strange magic beast as it approached. The muscular yellow and black frog stopped a few yards away and glared at Kai. It dropped its fists by its side and smacked them together. Then it returned its fists to their previous positions and did a come here motion with them. Kai smirked at the crazy frog. Oh, really? He said. Kai sheathed his sword and energized his right fist to match his already energized left fist. Kai threw up his set and prepared to fistfight the frog. The frog approached cautiously with its knees bent. Dipping its head from side to side, Kai walked up regularly with no form whatsoever. Then the frog threw out a left hand and punched Kai square in the nose. It broke instantly, the thorns dug into his skin, shredding it. Kai staggered back as blood streamed from his nose. He knew his nose would heal, but still. Ouch! The frog was crazy strong. Kai got in a fighting stance again and approached the frog again. This time he threw a punch, but the frog bobbed its head to the side the punch came from and punched Kai in his side, and then threw an uppercut. Kai was airlifted and fell on the ground. He got up staggering backwards again. "The hell?" Kai said. The frog laughed a croaking laugh. Underneath Kai's chin were 3 lines of blood. His wounds were closing, and he was slowly restoring his energy, but the pain was still there. Then the frog flicked its tongue out directly at Kai's face. Kai moved to the right as the tongue flicked past him, grazing his neck. The tongue flew back past him and made a snapping sound as it went back in the frog's mouth. Kai took a step forward and stopped. His vision began to blur. The frog smiled and its throat sac enlarged. "Ribbit, poison spit," it said. A light purple-colored liquid shot from the frog's mouth. Kai rolled to the side and looked up at the frog from his knees. The purple liquid hit a tree. Kai glanced back and forth between the frog and the tree. He took note as the tree began to deteriorate. A few moments later, its bark began to fall off. The leaves turned all the colors of autumn. Slowly but surely, the tree was dying. "That looks stronger than Phil's poison," Kai murmured. "Human will rot," the frog said. Kai shot a bullet at it. The frog crossed its arms in front of its face. Kai's bullet hit them and the frog's forearms began to smoke a little. It peered at Kai from behind its arms. The frog snarled and ran at Kai. He threw the fastest punches Kai had ever seen in his life. Or in this case, didn't see. The frog made contact with Kai's face no matter where he tried to dodge. Kai went right, it jabbed. He went left into a right cross. He leaned back and the frog threw a haymaker, hitting Kai and buckling his knees. Kai's legs felt like jelly and the frog knew he had him. The frog stung Kai's face with a stiff, left-handed jab. Then it tucked in its elbow and threw a nasty uppercut. Again, Kai went flying, and he could hear the fat king, frog and its frog tramp, croaking and ribbiting at him. Kai turned on his knees to rise and spit out a bloody phlegm mixture. His head was fuzzy. He couldn't land a lick. He was losing. Kai felt a sting on his hand. He looked to see the frog's tongue leaving his hand. Kai now had a double dose of poison to fight off. The first just grazed him, but the second was a direct hit. Kai began to sweat like a drunk on a hot day. He looked at his hand, and it was deteriorating. It was literally rotting, like the tree. Kai didn't have time to refine his dispel poison ability. He really needed to name some of his skills. At least the support ones. According to Gale and Sabino, this calls the exact skill, and it goes to work. Kai was instead remembering how it worked and was trying to recreate that particular feeling. He had to admit, in the heat of battle, it was proving to be challenging. What wasn't a challenge was him. Not to this frog anyway. The muscular yellow and black frog had hands, and he was beating the stuffing out of Kai. Now his hand was rotting, he was poisoned, and he could see 3 different frogs, and all 3 were boldly walking towards him, laughing. Kai shot a bullet, it missed, and he got punched in the mouth. Kai threw a punch, it missed, and he got punched in the mouth. Kai yelled at the 3 frogs, and got punched in the mouth. Then Kai thought to himself, what am I doing? You know, I might need to practice hand-to-hand combat more. At that moment, he again remembered something his dad said as well. Never fight someone on their terms. After all, it's their terms. Always, if you can, put the battle in your favor. The youths of the village had been trained with weapons. No one fights snarling, insane mutated magic beasts with their fists. That's the whole reason sword and weapon training exists. Kai closed his eyes and focused. Ribbit, oh no you don't, the frog said and charged. Kai didn't have time to use his dispel poison skill due to the frog rushing at him. He still smiled because it was rushing at him, rushing right into its death. Kai only needed to be sure when thrusting, not slashing. 3 frogs meant nothing if they walked side by side and shoulder to shoulder. If the poison had made all 3 move in different directions, then Kai would have been confused and overwhelmed. However, what the arrogant frog was doing was simply an intimidation tactic. To be fair, Kai didn't know if that was the frog's doing or the poison's doing. It didn't matter though, Kai had his plan. He still was attempting to dispel the poison, and the frog charged with the intent of killing him. Kai closed his eyes and listened. He heard twigs snapping and the muscular frog's heavy steps. While the other frogs he fought were nimble, this frog had no grace. The only speed he had came from his hands. Other than that, he was all power. When Kai figured the frog was close because he could hear the low croak getting louder, he grabbed his sword from over his shoulder and swung in a right-to-left sweeping arc. Then, once his swing ended, he performed a backswing, and once he did a full revolution, he then thrusted out directly in front of himself while dropping to his knees. Kai felt his sword sink into flesh, or whatever frog skin was. The footsteps stopped. His sword had found purchase. Kai's wounds were healing. Kai was maintaining his focus the entire time. The rotting on his right hand was slowing. It would soon begin to heal. Kai then ripped the blade up until it came out through the frog's head. He then put the sword over his left shoulder and swung it across at the same length. Half of the frog's head was sliced off between the nose and top lip. The top right piece fell off in a chunk, and the top left piece did the same. The frog fell to its knees, and Kai stepped to the side as it fell dead. The king frog and its frog tramp croaked louder than Kai could stand. He cringed at the noise. Kai increased his focus, preparing to battle the final 2 frogs. Chapter 38. The king frog grabbed its bone spear and leaped from the seated position. The lady frog began to spin the staff, and then she spit out the same purple liquid as the muscle frog did. When it hit the staff, it sprayed out in a mist. The king came straight down, belly first on the ground. Kai retreated and kept his eyes on the crazy king frog. When it landed, a burping noise was heard, and a purple gas came from its mouth. It then bounced on its stomach, then landed on its feet. It spun the spear and held it facing down, with the shaft aligned with its arm. The lady frog walked out, and her throat sac grew large, and she held it there. She looked funny with a huge throat, and the fat frog king was slightly crouching, with his eyes locked on Kai, with the spear clinched tightly. Now that the king was holding it, Kai could really see the detail of the bone spear. It had a smooth beige shaft, and a few inches from the bottom there were cutouts going a foot up. The spearhead and the shaft that connected the spearhead had thin, dark brown string twisting around them. This was just for decoration because the entire spear was made from one piece. "Ribbit, you killed our son," the king frog said. "Come on now, I just watched all of you eat someone," Kai said. "What do you expect us to eat?" the king frog asked. Kai looked at him and held his hands out and looked around. "Plants, it's tons and tons of plants here. I even saw fruits growing here," said Kai. "Yeah, well, we don't want that all the time. Hey, at least we cook our food." "Well, somewhat," the frog said and stared at Kai as if he didn't understand proper frog etiquette. The frog lady released whatever her throat held. It came out as a large and thick purple cloud. Kai stepped back slowly and cautiously. Before his vision was completely obstructed, the Frog King, known as Lord Leap, jumped. Kai had no way of dispelling the cloud of whatever that was that the frog lady had released, so he retreated as far away as possible. However, the cloud moved fast. The cloud went out first, boxing him in. He couldn't escape. The only way out was to go up, but Kai didn't have springy frog legs to jump that high. He couldn't go up, and he wasn't going to climb a tree. Lord Leap landed with a thunderous boom, nearly squashing Kai. There was a 3-foot crater where Lord Leap landed. The king shoved his spear in the ground and spun on the shaft with his feet extended, kicking Kai away. Kai staggered back from the force of the king's kick. He staggered back, right into the frog lady's purple cloud. Kai covered his nose and mouth. He coughed a little, and his eyes watered. He looked at the large frog king, and his face began to warp. The atmosphere slowly changed until he didn't recognize what he was seeing. Kai was now seeing his hometown, the Ville. He was standing in his room. Kai came down the stairs and stopped short of the kitchen. He heard his father Kevin and his mother Christy. He could hear the trainer, Mr. Smith, and Pastor Praise, all huddled up in his parents' house, having a discussion. "So he didn't unlock," said Mr. Smith. "It's okay. We know how to fix this situation," Kai's father Kevin said. Kai looked puzzled. It was his 18th birthday, and he had unlocked his powers, didn't he? He could have sworn he could do something. "What is my power again?" Kai pondered. "Kai, get down here," his father called. Kai took a few steps in place to make it seem as if he wasn't standing there eavesdropping the whole time. He came downstairs and saw his father smiling so hard he thought his face would split. Then Kai saw his mother's smile. How he had missed his mother. His dad gave him a bro hug, and his mother nearly smothered him with her embrace. Pastor Praise had his, hands clasped together in prayer hands, and Mr. Smith smiled sincerely. "Sorry you didn't unlock last night, but that's okay. You're my son, and I love you. Come on outside. We have a surprise for you," Kevin said. All the adults went outside, and Kai followed. They walked through the strangely empty town. They walked to the church but did not enter. Instead, they went behind it. Behind the church was a fire in the center of a clearing. "We're having a cookout in your honor," said Pastor Praise. Kai raised an eyebrow. "In my honor? But I didn't unlock," said Kai, puzzled. "And where's the food?" "Well, son, you're the food," Kevin said as his tongue flicked out and wrapped around Kai's neck. Kai grasped the tongue. It was surprisingly strong. "Dad, what are you doing?" Kai groaned. Then Kai's father lifted him with his tongue and slammed him over his head. He slammed Kai from side to side multiple times. Kai's vision was starting to wane, and he couldn't believe his father was doing this. "You're a disappointment. Why couldn't you unlock? 18 years of feeding and clothing you, and for what? So you can be nothing. Now die for wasting our time, his dad said. "I wish I never had you," his mother sneered at him as she spoke. The pastor was just doing backflips in the same spot, and Mr. Smith was doing push-ups. The hell, Kai thought. He knew something was wacky here. The pastor and Mr. Smith were doing stupid things, and these people could not his parents. His father told him to remain with the women until they kill the wolves because he wanted to protect him from the wolves. But now he wanted him dead. Wait, Kai had killed an alpha wolf. He got burned alive, but he did manage to kill it. Him and someone else. The pastor. He and the pastor fought it in the church. Kai looked back at the church and it blurred. Then it disappeared, replaced by small little huts. The pastor fought it until he nearly died. Now he was part of this nonsense, doing flips like an idiot. He looked at the man, and he was fading in and out. Him and Mr. Smith. How many push-ups had he done? Kai's mother was just standing back, laughing. "You're a disappointment. You're a disappointment. You're a disappointment." Kai's dad kept repeating over and over again. He knew for sure now something was wrong. His father would never say that. He was starting to remember. He remembered his training. He remembered Gail, Reed, Sabino, Jessica, and the others. Kai looked at his fake father, and his face began to warp. His face color turned orange, and his pupils became slits. Kai became enraged. The angrier he got, the more he felt something rising inside him. Kai's hands began to slowly glow. His grip tightened more on the tongue. His vision was now clear. In front of him stood the Frog King. Behind him and slightly to his right was the Frog Lady. Kai's eyes bulged. "Fake frogs faking like my family. Drain!" he yelled. The Frog King stiffened. Kai felt his energy refill, and the Frog King's energy was rapidly draining. Kai stepped and threw the frog over his shoulder. The Frog King was in the air with a surprising look. Kai then planted his foot, wrapped the tongue around his forearm, and jerked in the opposite direction, against the direction the Frog King was flying. The Frog King's tongue popped out of its mouth, and a spray of blood shot out. The frog was loudly croaking before it hit the ground. The Lady Frog tried to run past Kai to her king. As she was nearly beside Kai, he simply stuck out his sword. Her body continued, but her head did not. It sat atop Kai's sword. The Frog Lady's decapitated body was on the ground, twitching. Kai turned to the Frog King and approached it. The Frog King was rolling around on the ground, holding its mouth. It saw Kai approaching and began croaking and scooting back. Blood was pouring from its mouth. Kai walked to it. "Guess she couldn't fully hold the mirage. She could only make 2 perfect mirages," the Frog King said. "Yeah, the whole pastor doing backflips thing made no sense. Why didn't she just project 2 mirages?" Kai said. "For every perfect mirage, an imperfect one is created. That's the flaw in superpowers. You have one as well, you just hide it well. If she had created one image, the imperfect one would have really stood out," the frog said. Kai just looked at the king. Was he stalling, or was he being truthful? Something else Kai would have to investigate, but not now. "Rest in peace," Kai said. "Please, ribbit." "Don't. Ribbit," the Frog King pleaded. Kai ignored the groveling frog and shoved his sword in the king's forehead and sunk it into the ground. He left it and walked to collect the ginkgo plants. He marked the territory on his wristband and looked at this small frog village. They were actually trying to make a life here. Sure, they ate humans, but still. Humans ate animals. Were they so different? Kai couldn't think about these animals. Humans took priority right now. The humans he knew. Kai removed his sword from the Frog King's head and sheathed it. He said a short prayer over the cooked man's remains. He walked to the yellow and black frog and removed the spiked hand-wrapped things from its hands and put them inside the small pouch in front of his bag, separate from the ginkgo plants that were in the large part of the bag with the other plants. He then walked over and grabbed the Frog King's spear from the ground. He bowed his head to the dead frog warriors. Then he ran to his hoverbike and left to return to the superior sect. Chapter 39. Loyal Lizard Man walked through the underground labyrinth to find his lord, Therian Black. He was to report on what he witnessed during the Ice Deer attack. He was to observe and gauge the powers of the inferiors. This is the title the Therians used to refer to the humans. Loyal approached the opening to Therian Black's throne room. He looked past the massive minotaur that stood guard by the opening. The minotaur glared at Loyal. Loyal kept a straight face and hid his fear of Maliki Minotaur. Loyal entered and stood in front of his new king. Therian Black stared at his top spy. "Report Gecko," said Black. "I'm not a gecko, sir. I'm a chameleon," said Loyal. "No one cares." "Report," said Black. "Well, my lord, the Ice Deer was defeated." Black sat back in his chair. "Did it kill any of them?" he asked. "Yet to be seen. Everyone was gravely hurt. Then the inferiors that pushed back King Grizzly's forces arrived and changed the flow of the battle," Loyal said. As expected. Before we get to that, how did the failures do? Asked Black. Admirably, sir. They clawed through the inferiors and would have most likely killed them if not for the others. Black listened intently. So 500 failures and one powerful magic beast nearly eliminated the young inferiors. Black stated. Did anyone stand out? He asked. Loyal kept direct eye contact. No, sir. As I stated, they almost died, Loyal said. He answered a few more questions about the superiors and their powers. Then he touched on a few of the young supers. He was then excused as Black was left to ponder. He didn't tell Black about the ones who used their powers strangely because he didn't know how to even explain it. One young woman had glowing purple fingertips and another had red ones. One young man would do something that hurt Loyal's ears and another had something blue come from his eyes. Loyal was really interested in the one whose hands glowed. The color they shone was the opposite of the color Therian Black emitted. As Loyal left the throne room, he smiled inwardly. He couldn't help but feel he had found something in that young man. He had been ridiculed and humiliated multiple times by the Therians. He knew it was only a matter of time before he would be squashed by one of them. Loyal, a gruff voice called. Loyal jumped. He turned to see Logan Lycan approaching him in his werewolf form. The lizard man stared at the huge all-black werewolf. He was always drawn in by the werewolf's golden teeth and claws. Even his pupils were of a golden hue. Yes, answered Loyal. You and I need to have a chat, Logan said. He put his massive clawed hand over Loyal's shoulder and led him away. Moments later, they were together with Victor Vampire. They asked the same questions that Therian Black did and received the same answers. Victor spoke. Look, we see how you are treated. We know that you are loyal, but you cannot be loyal to someone who isn't loyal to you. Any information would be a great boon to us. We will not be here forever, and we need to be well informed, said Victor. What exactly were they hinting at? Loyal would tell no one of his discovery, especially Therian Black's lieutenants. This would be tricky for Loyal to accomplish. His plan depended on the progression of a human. He had to keep the one whose hand glowed white a secret as long as he could. Loyal had to let the young human continue to refine his skills, so new ones would be unlocked. He didn't know what the werewolf and vampire wanted, but he knew he wanted no part of it. Or did he? He would use this to his advantage. Whatever they were planning, it would help his plans. While they put their plan in effect, he would play the background and work in the shadows like a lizard should. He knew he had to give someone something. Well, two individuals stood out to me. Some of the inferiors had strange powers. One made a protective barrier, another made certain parts of his body grow bigger. Yet another made the earth move, and a few were very strong. There was even one who could make loud noises with her mouth. The sound that she released killed a few of the failures on the spot, Loyal told them. Loyal figured that if he aimed the two in a different direction, that they would never look in the man's direction with the glowing hands. He saw Logan and Victor look at each other and then give a quick nod. Thanks, Loyal. If everything goes right, then this will benefit all of us. The Therians only care about the Therians, said Logan. The chameleon stood, nodded, and left. Well, we have a few prospects, said Victor. Yes, but that's down the line. I still think it's a good idea to slowly infiltrate their city with the ones that will be unassuming, Logan said. We still have a lot to think about, Victor said. The two sat back and pondered. Meanwhile, back in Therian Black's throne room, Black sat and thought about what Loyal was saying. All the Therians were present. So here's what I know, said Black. Loyal is downplaying the situation. Some of the young ones had to be exceptional to defeat 500 failures and a magic beast. They all sat quietly for a while. Well, the inferiors reproduce similarly to their human counterparts. However, each one produces at least 2 offspring. Also, unlike their human counterparts, they lay eggs. Therian Blue said, Our plans are slightly delayed. I wish for the failures to keep reproducing. We will send more next time. Blue, be sure to rotate them out. Older ones will attack, and younger ones will hang back. White, I wish. To try to instill some kind of intelligence in them. See what you can do, Black ordered. White and Blue both nodded. We will need to expand our eyes and ears, some way to expand our influence, find a way to keep tabs on those inferiors. I will have a talk with Victor and Logan, said Black. I'll summon them, brother, said Red. No, I'll visit them myself, said Therian Black. He stood and left the others to go and visit his lieutenants. Chapter 40. Kai pulled to the southern wall of the superior sect, where mundane humans with large axes stood guard. After they called and verified that Kai was indeed a super under direct orders from Thaddeus, he was allowed to pass. Kai now had to ride a few more hours through the southern domain to the central domain, where Thaddeus and Irie were currently waiting. They were currently in the medical ward with the others. Irie had the injured supers connected to monitors to observe their statuses. They could do nothing now but wait for Kai to return so Irie could prepare the health patches. Thaddeus was inside a small room that resembled an office. It had clear see-through windows that allowed them to view the supers. Thaddeus had a smile on his face. Irie was back and forth between that room and another room in the back that had 3 cold metal tables in the center of the room. On the first was a greenish-brown creature, and on the third was a purplish-pink one. The center table was empty of bodies, but full of medical tools. She then went into the room with Thaddeus. She noticed he was smiling and looked at what he was smiling at. She noticed he was looking at a wall of televisions that showed different locations throughout the city. He was paying attention to a certain television screen in particular. Well, Thaddeus, that didn't take as long as we thought, said Irie. Yeah, kid's been gone a little over a week, Thaddeus said. Well, he can self-heal after all, Irie said. Yes, he will be a great addition to our ranks, especially since these things have shown themselves. What are they exactly? Thaddeus asked Irie. Exactly, I cannot say. I did find something disturbing, though. I detected human DNA inside them, she said. Thaddeus froze and looked at her. Are you telling me these things used to be human? Asked Thaddeus. Not sure, but I don't think so. I detected abomination and human DNA. However, the DNA is fused, Irie said. How is this possible? Thaddeus asked. Irie locked eyes with him. I think we are looking at what happens when an abomination and a human conceive, said Irie. My word, Thaddeus said. Also, as far as the kid's idea of farming magic beasts, we should get on that soon. My reports show that they are dwindling. For survival purposes, they are mating with other magic beasts and forming abominations. Then these abominations are mating with humans, thus forming these things. Although these things are mindless killing machines, we cannot assume that every situation has resulted in these creatures. According to the reports, there were hundreds of these creatures. Pretty sure smarter versions were produced. The magic beasts are being replaced by something. Abominations are a part of it, but there has to be something else. I assume it's these things. And we don't know how many of these things there are. The only plus is that they do not have the ability to use any powers, and due to this, they have clear cores. However, their physical prowess is well above advanced. If they ever gain the ability to increase their intellect, we will have a huge problem, Irie said. Then we have a problem, said Kai. He had made it to the medical ward. He sat the bag down on a table and emptied its contents. Irie ran to the table and grabbed the ingredients. A section of the wall opened and Irie went inside. Come on. Thaddeus called for Kai. The two followed Irie inside the secret room. Irie laid out the plants and began the procedure to make health patches. She placed the plant with the teeth far to the side and shrugged at it. Thaddeus stared at the young man. His armor was stained with blood and it was heavily dented. He put his hand on Kai's shoulder and looked at him. Okay. What's the problem? He asked Kai. Well, from what I saw out there, the magic beasts are creating civilizations. I encountered a huge snake named Manassa that had kids and a living situation. They all lived around an abandoned electric substation, said Kai. Kids like what? You mean baby snakes? Thaddeus asked. They weren't babies. There were 4 of them, and they were around 20 feet long if you call that babies. Their mother was a 30-foot snake named Manassa. We actually had a conversation like 2 people would talk. Then I encountered a load of hogs. They had no leader, but a sense of unity. When I killed one, I could feel the rage coming from the others. Finally, I encountered an entire hamlet full of frogs. They had a fake little monarchy, complete with a king, a queen, and a prince. They had the ability to make one hallucinate like Hector Hayes can, and one made my skin rot, Kai said. That spear and the spiked hand wraps I have came from that little hamlet. They had small huts, and they cooked and ate a human. They were going to eat me, Kai told them. Eerie stopped and looked at Kai. They have intelligence. They are trying to thrive and survive, she said. Something else. The frogs knew fighting tactics. The smaller frogs were doing a lot of flipping and kicking. The prince had exceptional hand-eye coordination. His punches were well-timed, and the king knew how to use a spear, Kai said. Thaddeus listened to Kai speak. He was disturbed by this revelation, but he was also looking at Kai, wondering how in the world he had survived. He was supposed to sneak around the magic beasts and get the plants. Kai had instead fought all of them head-on, and won. This young super had defeated multiple huge snakes that electrocute people, huge hogs that gore people, and an entire hamlet of frogs that fight like warriors and make people either hallucinate or their skin rot. Yet here he was, standing there as if nothing had happened. Besides the bloody and torn clothes, he was in decent shape. This young man did this with no health patches and no help. Thaddeus thought they had problems with the magic beasts and abominations, but he looked at Kai and thought, what if this young man would ever become a problem for me? Chapter 41. Kai watched as Irie mixed the ingredients and then used a rolling thing to cut them in small squares. She said they used this item to cut pizza with. Her, Thaddeus, and Kai then attached them to the unconscious supers. Irie told Kai that it would take a week or so before they were fully healed. Until then, they would stay under her care. They would be awake in 24 hours, though, in case he wanted to visit. Thaddeus told him where to go to have his armor repaired. He was told to head to the lower central region for repairs. Kai wanted Mr. Smith to repair it. He regarded him as the best blacksmith he had ever seen. His weapons and armor helped mundane humans survive and defeat magic beasts. Before that, he wanted to sell his core he got from the fellow townsman for defeating the Alpha Fire Wolf. He also felt it was time to claim his rewards. He had rewards for placing first in the individual field trial, gathering the plants for health patches, and marking places of interest. That was simply where the dead bodies of the magic beasts he slayed were located. So he had 3 in total. He, Thaddeus, and Irie were now back in the room with the monitors, preparing to discuss his reward options. Kai did not like what he saw when he was out gathering plants. He knew that it was only a matter of time before magic beasts and the strange creatures would attack the Val. He didn't want to return and find his parents dead. So his first request was fairly simple. I would like a house, said Kai. You do know that all supers get free housing once selected to a domain within the sect, right? Thaddeus asked. Each superior controlled a certain area of the sect called domains due to the sheer size it had grown into. Thaddeus controlled the central domain, Fred Flame controlled the southern domain, Wayne Water controlled the western domain, Evelyn Earth controlled the northern domain, and Wendy Wind controlled the eastern domain. The sect had grown to nearly 10 million people, and no way could one superior manage that many people, so the sect was divided in domains for each to govern. Yes, but I would like a house mainly for my family, Kai responded. And what exactly do your parents do? Thaddeus asked. My father is a weapon instructor with his friend Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith is our town's blacksmith. My father is also a fighter and a gardener. My mother is a cook, Kai answered. Kai, you have saved many lives by gathering these plants to create health patches. I will let the others know that if they select you, that these are your requirements. That is your first reward request. You have 2 more, said Thaddeus. Next, I would like to keep some beast parts and core, Kai asked. The beast parts should not be a problem, but you know how badly we need the cores. What if we compromise? How so? Asked Kai. How about we keep the ones you bought back this time, but the next 5 expeditions, we split them, and you have first pick. Usually, the heroes keep 25% of the cores they find and 1 part of a magic beast. That's 1 of every 4. As a show of good faith, you can select 1 core and 1 beast part from the cores we have gathered from your trials, Thaddeus offered. Kai didn't like this, but he really had no choice. The superiors were the rulers of this land, and until recently he wouldn't dream he would talk to any of them, much less the leader. In the end, he agreed. "And your final request?" Thaddeus asked. "For the magic beast farming system. Has a decision been made?" Thaddeus looked at Kai curiously. This time Eerie answered. "Not yet, but it seems likely," she stated. "Well, when it's decided, I would like 10% of the cause," said Kai. 2.5, Eerie said. 7.5, Kai retorted. "Let's just do 5% and stop playing games," said Thaddeus. Eerie glared at him. "It is his idea, Eerie," Thaddeus said. "Yes, but we need all the cores we can handle. The more we expand, the more cores will be necessary." "We can do 5% if you gather the magic beasts of each element needed," Eerie said. Kai tried not to roll his eyes. "Pretty sure we will be collecting them anyway," Kai thought. This fact made the deal a no-brainer. "That's fine, but when will I be able to collect? Once every month?" Kai asked. "Absolutely not. Once a year," Eerie said. 6 months, Kai said. Eerie tried to counter, but Kai cut her off. 6 months, Kai said seriously. "I only require 6 cores each time. I'll choose either one of each element or a few certain ones. I will never take all of the same element. Also, if I don't need anything, I will just take monetary compensation instead," he said. Eerie thought for a bit. Thaddeus was sipping a cool beverage through a straw, looking back and forth between the two. "We can do that," Eerie said. Kai thanked them and informed them he would return in a few days to review the paperwork and sign it. He wanted to get his armor repaired and tour the city a bit further. Once his friends were awake, they would be selected to protect a certain domain and explore the danger zones in the wilds, far outside the city past the villages. They were looking to expand the city further. He knew that Thaddeus and Irie would play games, although Thaddeus wasn't bad. Honestly, he would have taken the 2.5% from the farm system, but he decided to press his luck, especially after what he had just done. This would be the best time, when they were grateful for him gathering the plants for the health patches. Once the selections are made for the recruits to join a certain domain, he will see about getting a house. He put the thought out of his mind. He would cross that bridge once he got to it. For now, he would fix his armor and see how much his fire core from the Alpha Fire Wolf was worth. Chapter 42. The city was bustling with activity. It was 6 o'clock at night. The sunset kissed the tips of the large buildings in the city. Inside these walls, people were oblivious to the dangers that loomed on the outside. With the huge stone walls reinforced with metal and magic beast bones, people felt safe. Only the supers who fought the beasts that lurked in the wilds knew better. And now, Kai was one of those supers. He hadn't been selected to a domain yet, but he was confident he would be a high selection. Kai went to the hotel that Eerie had set up for him. He bathed and relaxed a bit. Then he put on some casual clothes and shoes. He still slung his sheath across his back and sheathed his sword. They were told to always be prepared because either magic beasts or abominations could attack at any time. And now there were these humanoid things. Kai thought about this. 3 threats that they know of. What else is out there? No one has made it halfway in the wilds, and if the maps of this forsaken world are accurate, the wilds are massive. Humans are confined to one large city, everything else belongs to magic beasts and abominations. The humans were barely hanging on. As Kai walked, he wondered about Manassa. He never checked behind the substation to see if anything was behind it. Also, the Frog Hamlet had several huts. He didn't have time to check any of them. The hogs were in the open, rolling in mud and filth, so he didn't really need to research that area. He still would, though, just to be thorough. Kai knew that they needed any advantage they could get, and the fact that the frogs could use martial arts interested him. He wondered how in the world did they learn it, and from whom or where. Then the weapons they had were something else he was pondering about. The spiked hand wraps and custom spear from the frogs had given him an idea. Kai wanted beast bones to try to create new weapons. He would give them to Mr. Smith when he visited his hometown again. He wanted to watch him and attempt to learn how to do blacksmithing. The profits from the magic beast farm should cover the expenses for this endeavor. Plus, he would have a reliable supply of cores at his disposal. While preparing to take his armor for repairs, he decided to inspect his sword thoroughly. He noticed that his sword had a few chips on it. Hacking and slashing powerful magic beasts put a strain on weapons, and getting swallowed by a huge snake didn't help his armor. He needed a stronger sword and armor. He thought about the unique weapons that the frogs used. Then he remembered his father had an old book with different weapons in it. His dad said it was called a comic book long ago. In this book, the warriors used different weapons, and they used certain gems to empower them with skills. Kai would watch Mr. Smith learn to craft weapons and armor and try to incorporate this concept. A fire core is needed for fire, and a water core for water. What would happen if he mixed the essence of a core with the materials for a sword during the forging process? It would take a while to master this because he had no clue how to craft anything. He did watch Eri make the health patches and was sure he could replicate that. He might have to ingest the powder from it instead of making a paste, but it was something to keep in mind in desperate situations in the wilds. Kai himself could self-heal, but others could not, so it would be good to keep a few on hand. The field trial proves that. He bought extra plants to make extra health patches, so his request for a house should be granted. If not, he would demand money. Kai had arrived in the southern region of the Central Domain. He went to a restaurant and ate a good meal. He had steak and a loaded baked potato. He drank chilled, sparkling white wine. This meal was followed up with a nice piece of apple pie. Veronica Vines, who is the mother of Vicky Vines, always grows perfectly ripe fruits and vegetables. With a full belly, Kai then walked to the blacksmith of this domain. He really thought hard about waiting until he returned home to get his armor fixed, but he could not wait. Instead, he would get it fixed now because he really didn't know when he would return home or what else was out there. He was sure Mr. Smith was a better blacksmith, but better materials were available here. Also, he had a new mission now. He now had to find male and female versions of 6 different magic beasts, 2 for each element. He approached the blacksmith and they talked for a while. He handed him his armor and sword. He agreed to fix it for $3,000 and they would be repaired in 3 days. Kai grimaced at the price, but he needed it. Now he knew that learning to craft from Mr. Smith was vital. He wanted to leave the next day, but figured he would wait. He wanted to see Reed, Gail, Jessica, Sabino, Otis, and the others. Also, once everyone was healed, their training would resume. Kai figured he would talk to Eri about where the smaller creatures that bred quickly were rumored to live. He realized that with the injuries and having to get ingredients for health patches, he never asked to see the machine that powered the entire city. The machine is supposed to send power to certain terminals, and those terminals are loaded with cores as well. Certain ones power certain things in certain areas. Kai had a theory, but it was completely dependent on the city core. If he was right, instead of fighting huge dangerous beasts, they could instead gather many cores from smaller beasts and just use them instead. "Well, I'll be. It's a super slut," a young, very dark-skinned man said. "Excuse me," Kai said. "Oh, you're excused, tramp. You like being the superior's prostitute, huh?" the man said. Kai looked at this messy guy. "Dude, what's your deal?" Kai asked. "You give them nearly all the items you collect, and you're good with that?" the man asked. "Why are you worried about that?" Kai asked, looking at the man with disgust. "Because I quit them clowns. They're not pimping me," the man said. "Quit, or you couldn't cut the mustard," Kai stated. The man looked at Kai incredulously. "Bitch what?" the man asked as he closed in on Kai. "Why is it always a little crusty, dusty fool causing mess?" Kai pondered. "I had the goods. I was the man. I left them," the man said with certainty. "Yeah, good for you," said Kai as he walked past him. He grabbed Kai's shoulder. "Hey man, don't walk past me like I ain't shit. The hell's your problem?" the man said. "Don't fucking grab me like that, weirdo," Kai said. "I'm trying to have a friendly conversation is all," the man said. "Look, I'm busy, bruh. I get it. You didn't make it, and now you regret quitting. It's all good. Everyone can't do this." Kai was doing whatever he could to leave this situation. He knew a messy person when he saw one, and this guy was getting on his nerves. "Tell you what, my name is Ray Rubber. Allow me to show you what I can do." Chapter 43. Ray Rubber smiled as he issued a challenge to Kai. "So, what's up? You scared?" asked Ray. All Kai wanted to do was get his armor and sword fixed, wait for the others to wake and visit them, and relax. He really wanted to relax. 5 stacks. I got 5 stacks that says this guy's a chump, Ray yelled. No, no, we're not doing this, said Kai. He's a chump, didn't I tell you? Chump, chump, chump. And he's scared y'all, he's scared of this, Ray yelled. Kai walked away, but people began to close him in a circle. He was now getting very irritated. He considered releasing several bombs on everybody, but reconsidered. Being a hero, he had to set an example. Instead of energizing his fist and backslapping this Ray character, he had to be diplomatic. Hey everybody, I just came to get some stuff done. I don't even know this guy. I've got better things to do. So if you'll excuse me, Kai said. Since when did the supers become cowards? Ray said. And these are the ones who are supposed to protect us. I say, who needs them? All the citizens of the sect started looking around and nodding. Yeah, who needs them? Said one man. Yeah, they just sit on their high horses and think they're better than us, a woman said. Ray smirked. Kai closed his eyes and sighed. He knew what he had to do. I accept, he said. What did you say, clown? Ray asked. I said I accept, Kai repeated. You all heard it. 3 days in the arena, Ray looked up. You superior suckers heard that. I know you're watching. Get the contract ready. The first to quit for 10 grand and half of the losing bets. We will each get 1 stipulation, Ray said and walked off. People were patting him on the back like he was a hero or something. Kai looked up and saw a camera looking right at them. Good grief, mumbled Kai. He sighed and went back to his hotel room. The next day, Kai woke to continuous knocking on the door. Kai yawned and lumbered to the door. He looked through the peephole and saw Thaddeus there. He opened the door, and Thaddeus had a look of intrigue on his face. Come in, Kai said, and went back inside. Thaddeus came in and sat on the sofa. So Ray Rubber, huh? He asked. Man, I don't know what happened. Dude just started messing with me, Kai said. I tried to avoid it. He was relentless, said Kai. Yeah, that's why we had to let him go. He wanted to be the man. He has no sense of teamwork, Thaddeus said. I figured he wasn't any good, said Kai. Well, I never said he wasn't good. He was actually one of our best. His power is rubber. Everything bounces off him, but his attacks are solid, Thaddeus said. Kai thought about this. His attacks hit hard, but hitting him is difficult. Well, here's the contract. Pretty standard. There is a line for you to add a stipulation and one for him. Be smart with this, Thaddeus warned. It must be turned in within 24 hours. But forget all that for now. I really came to get you to go to the medical ward. Some of your friends are waking up, Thaddeus said. Kai ran and brushed his teeth and washed his face. He threw on some clothes and ran out the door. Thaddeus grinned at him. They soon arrived at the medical ward. Kai rushed in and saw a few of the supers awake. Jessica, Gail, Isabella, Sabino, Sage, and Evan were the only ones up. Kai looked at the others and asked Irie, why are the others not up yet? She turned to him. Everyone is different. It depends on when they reached critical, and it depends on the person. We can assume Reed, Sam, Andy, and Phil will take the longest. They are strength-based, so they took a lot more damage. The more damage that's taken, the more healing time is required. Then, because Phil is poison-based, it will cause health patches to act slower, Irie answered. Kai nodded. He locked eyes with Gail. She smiled at him, and he went to her. He hugged her tightly. Someone missed me, she said. Kai smiled and looked at her. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine, just a little stiff, she answered. And they will all be stiff like that. Remember, even though they are okay, they are still recovering, and they need to be monitored, said Irie. Kai smiled at Sabino and Evan and gave them both fist bumps. He hugged Sage and Isabella. He gave an especially long hug to Jessica. He still didn't trust her at all, but she was the one who had brought him here, and he was grateful for that. The Baker brothers would probably have kept attacking him if she had not dealt with them. Plus, she stopped the wolves from attacking his town by closing their cave opening. Maybe he was overreacting, but he knew she had an ulterior motive. He did think of something else. If he could get inside that cave opening that Jessica closed, then he would have some fire cause. So, a fight in the arena in a couple of days, huh? Asked Sabino. How do you know? Kai asked. Irie told us, just kick his butt, said Sabino. Kai smiled. Speaking of that, are you ready to get this over with? Asked Thaddeus. Ray's stipulation is a 3-person format. What? I thought he had just challenged me. What's this 3-on-3 situation? Kai asked. Well, he picked the number of participants, so you pick the format, Erie chimed in. Kai thought about it for a bit. I'm in. Me too. Sabino and Gale said to Kai, Are you too sure you are up to it? Kai asked. They'll be fine by then, Erie said. Yeah, we'll be fine by then, said Sabino as he kept looking past Kai. Kai noticed what he was looking at. You like that? Kai asked Sabino. Yes. I have been training with one my whole life, Sabino said. Cool, it's yours then, Kai said. Sabino stood and walked over to the wall and picked up the bone spear. He spun it and passed it behind his back and brought it back to his right hand and slammed the butt end on the floor. It suits you, said Thaddeus. Sabino smiled. The weight is perfect. Where did you get it? Sabino asked. That's a long story. Thaddeus, I think I have my stipulation, Kai said. Thaddeus smiled. I'm all ears. Chapter 44. The day before the challenge issued by Ray Rubber, Kai had asked to be left alone. That day, he simply ate and slept. He needed to rest mentally more than anything. The day of the challenge, he met with Gale and Sabino, and they headed for the arena on the west side of the central domain. Kai planned on putting this rubber guy in the hospital today. He couldn't even sell his fire core from the Firewolf because this guy decided he had an agenda he needed to address. On the day he met Ray, Kai was wandering the city, searching for the blacksmith and the pawn shop. He didn't want the superiors to know about the core. They might have wanted him to donate it or something, and he wanted to sell it to get additional money. He was looking at buildings and mumbling the names of the buildings like a tourist. It was easy to tell he wasn't familiar with this area, so when Ray noticed Kai walking with his gear, he decided he would be the one he messed with. He didn't recognize Kai, so he knew he was new. Now here they were, everyone standing around waiting to do a stupid and unnecessary challenge. The arena was a newly built building with a retractable roof. The floor was made of dirt, and there were tons of seats. The other superiors were there, and Kai noticed all his fellow warriors in the stands. Everyone was better now. Even Jessica, Dexter, Felicity, and Mickey were there. Kai smiled with his arms folded. Gale stood to his right and Sabino to his left. Thaddeus was behind them with a cheesy grin on his face. So what's the deal with this guy? Asked Kai. Well, he's part of our recovery team. After you all kill the beasts, a team goes to gather the parts. He is part of that team, Thaddeus answered. So, what team would I be in? Asked Kai. As for the ones, being trained now, you are all on the elimination squad. You will do the killing, Thaddeus answered. Kai looked at him. Thaddeus smirked. So are you all ready? Thaddeus asked. The 3 young heroes all nodded. Okay, follow me, he said, and walked to the middle of the arena. We all stopped in front of the other team. The chubby Ray Rubber stood there with 2 others. One was an olive-skinned female with short brown hair, and the other was a tall, skinny man with tanned skin and black hair. They were escorted by Wendy Wind. An announcer spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge today. This challenge was issued by Ray Rubber to Kai from the Ville, a member of the elimination squad. The announcer said. Everyone began to murmur about where Kai was from, since no last name was announced. He could hear faint whispers of, "He's a bumpkin, and he's a country boy." Kai closed his eyes and shook his head. The announcer continued. This is a standard challenge. Basic tactical gear and combatants get to choose their own weapons. There will be no weapons during the one-on-one versus battles, only powers. The first event will be a squad versus squad event. 2 stipulations have been put in place. Ray's stipulation is, Wendy Wind walked up and spoke. 3 separate matches, 1 versus 1 with Ray and Kai fighting last, she said. The announcer continued. And Kai's stipulation is, Thaddeus stepped forward. They must hunt a magic beast, he said. Wendy quickly huddled up with the recovery team members. After a few moments, they broke the huddle like an American football team. We pick what beast they hunt, said Wendy. And we pick yours, said Thaddeus. Everyone nodded. Kai just wanted to get this over with. The announcer stood and became real animated. It's going down, he shrieked. Both sides have agreed, and now they will select the magic beast for the other squad to hunt, the announcer screamed. Thaddeus smiled and said, They must hunt a ground gorilla, Thaddeus said. We accept, do you see? The recovery team said in unison. Wendy then stepped forward. We wish for the Eliminators to hunt a night owl, Wendy said. The crowd gasped loudly. Hold on, Wendy, you're going too far, Thaddeus yelled. What, you didn't train these fools? Are you just going to send them to die? You're trash, Wendy yelled. Sabino leaned over to Kai. Looks like somebody's got history, he whispered. Let's be reasonable, Wendy. I selected a magic beast that is standard. It's even the final beast for the field trial, he said. Hey, what's the deal with the night owl? Why is everybody tripping? Kai asked. That owl controls the gravity element. That is the only known magic beast that controls that element. It is a unique magic beast. A black spider is the other. That one controls darkness. Only one has ever been seen, Gale said. Wendy's face had turned red. She was screeching at Thaddeus. You're the man, right? You're the #1 hero, right? All the ladies love you, right? The Eliminators are elite, right? Well, we accept, Kai interrupted Wendy. They have accepted, the announcer yelled. What are you doing? I don't care what she says. Unique magic beasts are trouble, even for us, Thaddeus warned. What if we run into one and you're not around? Besides, we will be watched, right? Just do your lightning bolt travel thingy, Kai quipped. Thaddeus wiped the sweat from his brow. He turned to the three, and they all walked away from the others a few paces. He then looked at them. Listen, the night owl resides fairly deep in the woods. It likes to hang out in dark places, huge caves, deep crevasses, things like that. Just be careful, he told them. The three nodded. Thaddeus looked up at the announcer and gave a thumbs up. The announcer nearly jumped out of his seat. The rules are set. First, there will be a hunt. The team that kills their beast in the shortest time will win that part. Next, a 3-person, one-on-one battle. If there is a tie, we will come up with a unique scenario. What will it be? Who knows? The teams of Ray Rubber, Stuart Steam, and Tierra Twinkle versus Kai, Sabino Sonic, and Gale Gravity are ready to battle. Now there will be a 15-minute prep time. During that time, the contestants can select their weapon, and then the games will begin, the announcer yelped. Kai, Gale, and Sabino all went to a designated area that had different weapons laid out. All the members of the recovery squad grabbed arming swords. They took practice swings and nodded to the announcer and went to their starting area. Kai grabbed an arming sword as well and held it. He would retrieve his equipment from the blacksmith after this contest. Sabino raised his spear. Gale stood at the table. Kai watched intensely as he planned to attempt to make her a weapon. Sabino had his spear that Kai had gifted him. Kai had his sword that Mr. Smith had given him. Gale, however, didn't have a custom weapon. Kai would see to that. Gale selected a curved blade that fit into a scabbard by her side. She had selected a katana, the famous sword of the samurai, the famous Japanese warriors. Gale sheathed her katana and walked to the starting area with Kai and Sabino. Kick their butts, Reed yelled. Everyone that participated in the field trial roared and cheered. Yeah, we'll see, Ray yelled. Sabino raised his spear and began to jump in place and move his head around, loosening himself up. Gale took a deep breath. Kai closed his eyes and said a little prayer to himself. The crowd went crazy. Everyone stood and yelled. The noise was deafening. The announcer yelled into the microphone, On your mark, get ready, set, go. Chapter 45. A loud drum was heard as someone smacked it with a long pipe that was wrapped at the end. 2 cameras followed each team, one overhead and another was behind them. These cameras allowed the people in the arena to see the action. The recovery team went left into the wilds. The elimination squad of Kai, Gale, and Sabino broke off to the right. With them being in the western area, the recovery squad would hunt several miles above the area where Kai found the Frog Hamlet, and Kai and the Eliminators would be in new territory. They would be in a combination of woods and mountains. Kai had to keep in mind that he was the only one that had been out solo to hunt magic beasts. Gale and Sabino had hunted in parties. Kai wasn't an expert by any means, but at least he could say he had hunted magic beasts solo. The recovery team ran for miles and finally came to an area that was green and lush with vegetation. Strange animal sounds could be heard, and the young adults slowed and began to approach the forest area cautiously. They saw trees and shrubbery, and the deeper they went, the more sickly the forest began to look. A rhythmic beat began to fill their ears. They crouched and crept towards the sound. They hugged trees to the best of their ability. Just ahead of them, they could see a 10-foot dark brown ape. Ray whispered to Stuart, "On you, Stu." Stuart nodded and mumbled, "Steam release." His skin began to smoke, and soon a dense fog began to fill the area. The gorilla looked around, confused by the sudden weather change. It stood, grunted, and made strange ape sounds. Ray then nodded at Tierra. She opened her hand towards the gorilla and said, "Shooting star." A twinkling star quickly shot from her palm, exploding in the gorilla's face. The overgrown ape hooted in pain and looked around, upset that something had hit him. Tierra then sent another star around the beast. The gorilla saw it this time and followed it with its eyes. It leapt and smashed the star with a double-fisted slam. The star shattered and the broken pieces lay on the ground. The broken pieces then began to pulsate, glowing and fading back and forth. The gorilla became curious and leaned closer to look. It touched one, and Tierra yelled, "Starlight!" The broken stars let out a bright light, blinding the gorilla. It yelped and scooted back. "Now," said Ray. The three charged and slashed at the beast. Their main goal was its legs, in an effort to cripple it. Allowing the gorilla to perform large leaps into the air and coming down with earth-shaking force would make this challenge difficult for anyone. Back in the arena, everyone cheered and yelled as the recovery squad hacked at the huge gorilla. It seemed as if everyone was rooting for them and no one wanted the Eliminators to win. Ushers walked around with popcorn and drinks. Bets were being placed for those who did not place wagers before the event began. Stuart called out, "Burning breath." He breathed in and blew out a concentrated stream of hot air. The hot breath attempted to dig into the flesh of the ape, making it roar and retreat. Reed, watching overhead, leaned and told Andy, "Man, that's some stanky breath," and laughed. Andy looked at him. "Your breath stinks. Don't talk to me," he said. "What's your problem?" Reed asked Andy. "We worked together to pass the field trials. That's it. You knocked my teeth out, I damn near. Spent all day getting my teeth regrown. You know how much that hurts? In no way are we cool." Andy then stood and went to sit elsewhere. Reed smiled and shook his head. Then he continued looking at the overhead screen. Ray ran to the gorilla with his sword held tightly with two hands and leapt towards it. The gorilla swung a mighty punch, and right before impact, Ray yelled, "Pinball." He then tucked in his head, turning himself into a human ball. The fist slammed into Ray, and he was slung back into a tree. He bounced off the tree and came back at the ape. He was now a fast-moving spiked ball, and he was approaching with enormous speed. The gorilla swung again, but this time the human ball stuck to his fist. Ray's sword was embedded in the gorilla's fist, and it shook its hand, trying to get it out. In a show of calmness and intelligence, the gorilla stopped and simply plucked the ball of flesh away. Ray again went flying, but remained in ball form. Stuart kept releasing his burning breath at the gorilla's legs, and Tierra kept releasing her shooting star and her starlight. The gorilla kept smacking Ray in his bull form, and Ray kept bouncing back and coming back faster. Soon, Ray was bouncing off the gorilla's face and body. The sounds of him impacting the gorilla were loud, and it was having an obvious effect. Kai and his crew could not see this, but Reed especially studied these three. He thought they had interesting skills and wondered why they had chosen to go a different route, other than eliminate the beasts that now plagued this world. He noticed that the more Ray was hit, the faster his rotations and speed became. He also noticed that Ray actually had full control of where he went. Once his momentum started, he was very difficult to stop. "I can see how he would be a problem," Ray mumbled. Otis caught what he said and slowly nodded. If Ray was to wrap himself with blades, he would be a spiked ball of death. Ray was moving so fast and with such momentum that he was smashing through trees. If he couldn't smash through it, he would simply bounce off it. After 30 minutes of this, the gorilla fell to its knees. The gorilla opened its mouth to roar, and Ray entered its mouth and burst out the back of its head. The gorilla moved its hands as if to reach for something and fell dead. The crowd went wild. The announcer screamed, "Beast vanquished by the recovery squad," he bellowed. The Eliminators all looked at each other. Reed said to Otis, "Man, they better bring it." Chapter 46. Kai, Gale, and Sabino arrived at an area with large mountains and a deep crevasse in the ground. The trees were strangely thin and absent of leaves. A blanket of fog blended with the canopy, leaving an eerie feeling in the air. Kai had his head on a swivel, looking around like a crazy person. "Man, this is something from a horror movie," Sabino said. "Don't say it out loud," Kai said. "It won't change anything," Sabino said. "Will you two stop being so stupid? Good gracious." Gale fussed. "That's him," said Sabino. "No, that's you," said Kai. The sound of fluttering wings was heard as bats flew from the deep crevasse. The trio stopped and stared at the weird, one-eyed bats. They flew to the trees and hung upside down and looked at the group of young heroes. Their large, single red eye with a yellow iris scanned back and forth between them. "I'm going to kill them," said Sabino. "Hold up," said Gale. "Why?" said Sabino. A loud hoot was heard from the crevasse. The squad looked in that direction. A large black bird shot into the air from the crevasse. It came up with its wings folded in and its head looking straight towards the sky. The owl landed with a thud and took a small hop towards them. Its head rotated until it looked like it was upside down. The owl's eyes had the same color scheme as the bats. The owl flew in the air again and landed on the tip of a small mountain. It let out a hoot and the bats began to release blasts of sound at the group. The sounds were quiet when released, but when they bounced back, the sound hit them with an invisible force that made their insides tremble. Gale and Kai staggered and spit up blood. However, Sabino was fine. He looked at Gale and asked if she was okay. Then he looked at Kai and laughed. "Really, bruh?" Kai asked Sabino. "I'll handle them," Sabino said. He released his shrill wave and the bats fell to the ground, wings flapping. He spun his spear and dashed at the bats. He stabbed the flying rats with his bone spear, killing them. "That was simple enough," said Sabino. Then the huge black owl swooped down. Its wings were outlined with a deep purple glow. When its wings flapped, it created strong grey blades of wind with hints of purple blended in. The gust hit the heroes, and they all tumbled backwards. When they stood, Kai couldn't help but notice his steps were heavier. Sabino seemed to be laboring as well. They had deep bleeding cuts on them from the wind blades, and Kai was the only one that could heal. Gale was cut and bleeding as well, but she could move just fine. She lashed out at the bird with slashes from her sword. Kai and Sabino rose and joined the attack. Kai took the lead because he could heal. Sabino and Gale went wide to flank the overgrown bird. The owl put its left wing in front of its face to block the incoming weapon attacks. Although the attacks got through, they did minimal damage. It was like hitting a stone wall. The owl was smart enough to wait for a small break in the trio's attacks and swing with its wings. The edges of the bird's wings were sharp enough to slice Kai's forearms open. He grimaced but persevered, knowing they would heal. Sabino was performing thrusts at the owl, trying to puncture it in a vital spot. Gale had the most success, slicing it with the katana. She would slice at it and then toss a gravity ball at it before retreating. Then the owl's head did a strange upside-down flip rotation. Its head spun right and then left. Whenever it did this, it was as if it was looking at the sky. When its head returned to the correct position, it raised its wings. Dark purple filled the outer edges of its wings. No grey was visible from its wing gusts, only purple. Then it raised its head and hooted a long hoot, and the trio was then slammed to the ground by an immense pressure. Kai screamed as his body was smashed into the ground, face first. Sabino was screaming too as he was on his back. Bones were heard snapping as the two were being crushed by gravity. Kai was focusing as best he could, healing himself. This was tortuous. As he healed, his bones continued to snap. Sabino had activated his Mark I and did a backwards crab walk away from the affected zone, crashing into a tree in the process, smacking his head. Gale was struggling to stand, but was slowly standing nonetheless. Her face showed grit and determination, resolve evident in her eyes. She was up against her power, the power of gravity. Gale was shaking like an action star from a bad action movie. Her face shook, her nose had blood leaking from it, and her eyes were focused on the bird. She clenched her teeth and steadied her nerves. Gale gripped her katana and let out a crazed yell. She yelled, "Pressure release," and dashed past the bird. The bird let out a strange cackle, and its wings flapped wildly as it dropped its gravity hold on Kai and Sabino. Black blood flowed from its neck area, mixing with its feathers. The owl turned and tried to fly away. "Don't let it get away," Sabino screamed. Gale leapt up with her sword and hacked at it. Her sword clanged off the sharp talon on its foot, and she stumbled back as she landed. Sabino used his Mark I skill to quickly get beneath it and released his shrill wave. The multiple ripple effect from the wave dug into its stomach. The bird hooted and released its bowels while in flight. The nasty release landed with a loud splat as the three all jumped away. They continued to chase the owl and ignored the feces it had dropped, but then it began to bubble and steam rose from it. It turned a dark purple color and then pitch black before it began to pull things towards it. It had become a black hole. The dead bats, trees and stones were all being sucked in. "We have to kill it," Kai yelled as the owl continued to fly away. It was bleeding badly, both from Sabino's wave and Gale's slash. Kai stopped running and planted his feet. He took aim and fired 3 bullets at the bird's right wing. The first missed, but the second one landed, puncturing the wing. The third hit it in its body as it began to spin and lose altitude. Soon after, the bird crashed to the ground with a loud boom. They had to hurry because the force of the hole was getting stronger. Kai opened his hand and focused. He didn't think about his bullet and then added energy to it. He thought about his bomb skill and nothing else. White light began to coalesce in his palm. Then a baseball-sized ball of white energy formed in his hand. He turned it towards the bird's body and yelled, "Bomb!" A bright light blinded everyone, even the ones. Watching on monitors back at the arena, and a loud boom-see rang out. When the light dissipated, the three stood and looking at the now blown-up body of the owl. The announcer spoke. Well, okay. Then, enemy vanquished by the elimination squad." The crowd was silently looking at the aftermath. "Way to go, guys," Reed shouted, snapping everyone out of their silence. The trio stood victorious. Kai stared into the camera. Sabino raised his spear over his head and let out a loud, "Yeah!" And then chunks of the owl began to rain down, painting them red with blood and guts. "Gross," Gale grimaced. Chapter 47. Therian Black walked to the courtyard and bellowed for Logan and Victor to come down. Shortly after, a low tremor could be felt. A pair of golden eyes peered through the shrubbery that hid the home of the Therians. Their home was an underground industrial park near the old Kansas City area. Once Malachi Minotaur learned to control his power, he fortified the upper level, right under the forest floor. It was only 10 feet thick, but was as hard as a diamond. Then he hollowed out the floors and went deep and wide into the earth, making their lair massive. He had gone so deep underground that he had found underground streams. Tunnels from the lair led to certain hidden areas on the surface, making entry accessible for only those who know. These tunnel entrances were blocked by hidden obstructions like old schools and a treacherous mountain range. One particular mountain range had an enormous cave where the back of it spilled out to one of these tunnels. Inside the lair were all the makings of a home, complete with beds and a large living area. This was the lair of Logan Lycan. Victor Vampire's castle was underground, like the Therian's turf was. As Malachi went wider during his expansion of King Grizzly's former underground lair, he found some old forgotten ruins, complete with a dilapidated fort. This was gifted to Victor Vampire by the Therians, and now was Victor's home. The most astonishing find was an entire castle, full of weapons and plate armor. Therian Black resided in the keep. The keep had apartments attached that stretched on each side of the keep, covering an entire rear area. This is where the other Therians lived. They were, in a sense, Therian Black's royal knights. Walls ran from each side to the front of the castle. These were battlements and had lizardmen as guards. Loyal resided near the front of the castle or the squire's hall near a lookout tower. The very front had battlements in place. It had a broken drawbridge that didn't raise or lower and a broken portcullis that didn't raise or lower either. Malachi had taken an underground hamlet and, with his earth power, had created an underground city. He resided on the other side of the Therian's castle. If Victor Vampire was to the west of the Therian's castle, then Malachi Minotaur was to the east of it. He watched as his lord walked past him to address his blood brothers, Logan and Victor. When Therian Black walked into the courtyard and yelled, his voice echoed through the tunnels. With Logan's heightened hearing and Victor's vampire senses, it sounded as if Therian Black was right next to them. Victor sat at a large table with his 3 wives, sipping a cup of human blood, rolling his eyes at his master's call. He excused himself and walked towards the back of his castle. He made it to a door and opened it, peering down a long pitch-black hall. He transformed into a bat and flew towards the voice. Logan sat in his chair, made from wood and coated with the fur of fallen magic beasts. He chewed on a human male's femur when he heard a voice. When his master's voice reached his ears, he simply stood, tossed the bone, and transformed into his wolf form. He ran to a tunnel opening, covered by dense foliage. He ran through them and entered his massive tunnel, heading towards the voice. Victor emerged from a tunnel, flapping his giant bat wings through the underground city. Moments later, the 3 were gathered in the courtyard. Therian Black looked back and forth between the 2. "How loyal are you to me?" he asked the 2. The vampire and the werewolf glanced at each other. They would kill loyal lizard man for ratting them out. If they survived this, they were as vague as possible with the lizard. "He is a scout and a master of hiding after all. How can you trust someone like that? Loyal is just a name. That doesn't mean he is really like that." All sorts of things were running through their minds when Therian Black spoke again. "If Red is my brother, I consider you 2 and Malachi to be my close cousins. You are all much too powerful to be cooped up here. I wish for Malachi to be my personal guard, but you 2, I have plans for," he said. The 2 began to tense, and their hearts started beating rapidly. The confusion was evident. Were they in danger, or was he showing gratitude? Black continued, "The inferiors only inhabit a small piece of this world. The east, west, north, and south are uninhabited by our forces. I wish to expand my influence. In order to do that, you 2 have to expand your influence. If we want to perform a proper pincer attack, we need to set up areas they cannot retreat to. North of them resides the first of us, the gelid manticore. It is an intelligent beast, but very non-confrontational. We will seize this area first just to be on the safe side. I doubt it, but we do not want a chance interference. Before that, you 2 will establish your new domains. One of you will claim the far edges of this land to the east, and another will do the same to the west. Build your armies, and when I call, we will attack the home of the inferiors from all 4 sides," Therian Black said. The 2 creatures of legend looked at each other surprised. This is exactly what they wanted, to have their own territory. The 2 had grown tired of lounging around, doing nothing. They knew that this came with a catch, though. "I only ask that you do this in my name. Whoever serves under you must understand that they ultimately serve under me first." "Do you both understand that?" Therian Black asked. The 2 nodded. "I haven't decided how the north and south will be distributed, but the east and west are yours. Both of you will leave in 10 moons. After that, you have 100 moons to get established. I will contact you then, regarding my further plans." "Good luck," Therian Black said. The 2 bowed to Therian Black and returned to their homes. Minutes later, Therian Black and Therian Red sat across from each other. "So, Red, you will deal with the Manticore. This may not be your territory, though. Once we crush the inferior scum, the territories will be decided," Black said. "So I take it, the plan went well?" Red asked. "Yes. The 2 wish for power. I can feel it seeping from their pores," Black stated. "Let them do the dirty work. They will build an army in our name. They will also lighten the number of inferiors. This tactic is called the appearance of freedom as opposed to actually being free." Therian Black laughed. "No matter what, it benefits us. Whatever forces they gather will attack immediately after the failures. Moments later, the human-hating magic beasts, and finally, the abominations. By the time we enter the fray, the hard work will be done," Black said. The two tipped their glasses and laughed heartily. Around the corner, away from Malachi Minotaur's gaze, loyal lizard man walked far away from the conversation he was eavesdropping on. Only then did he deactivate his camouflage, avoiding Malachi Minotaur's powerful sense of smell. His camouflage was so complete that it camouflaged everything, including his smell and breathing. Time was winding down. He could not let these vile beings win. He had to do something. Chapter 48. Gale looked at her sword as the trio walked back to the arena. Kai and Sabino were watching her. "Are you okay, Gale?" Kai asked. "I'm not too fond of this weapon," she said. Gale was struggling to put the sword in its scabbard. It still had blood on it, and she griped about the handle being too long. Kai looked at the weapon. "Mind if I try it?" he asked. She tossed the sword to him. He reached out and grabbed it mid-air. Unfortunately, he grabbed the blade and it sliced his palm. He dropped it and looked at Gale. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "It's fine," Kai told her, holding back his irritation. He didn't blame her. He was really mad at himself for being so careless. He knew better than to grab the blade, plus he knew he would heal. What amazed him was the sharpness of the sword. He picked it up off the ground. He stopped and gave it a few swings. Sabino and Gale turned to look. After a few one-handed swings, Kai switched to a two-handed grip and tried that. It's effective either way, and so light and sharp. How can she not like this? Kai thought. He was proficient with swords and was in love with this one. He asked Gale, "So if you could choose a weapon, what would be an ideal one for you?" Gale lowered her head slightly, as if she was recalling all the weapons she had ever touched in her life. "I don't know. Something that's flexible. Reach would be nice. Maybe a whip," she answered. "Kinky." Sabino smirked. Gale sneered at him. "I'll cut you," she said coldly. They both looked at Kai as he was studying the sword with intensity. "You're looking at that sword like it's food," Sabino said. Kai smiled. "It's just as deadly as my bastard sword, and my transitions are smoother because it's a lot lighter. The slight curve of the blade makes the slashes more effective," Kai said. The two were looking at him like he was speaking a different language. "Well, Gale, looks like you've been replaced," Sabino teased. Gale looked at Kai teasingly. "Have I now?" she said. "Never," he said. He handed her the sword back. It was a loner weapon. If he could not find a picture of one, he would sketch a picture of this sword from memory and commission Mr. Smith to craft him one. He would make sure to get that book from his father with the different weapons in it for reference, and so he could research a custom weapon that might be suitable for Gale as well. Soon they arrived at the arena to a mixture of boos and applause. Kai couldn't understand this. They were the ones that would keep the dangers at bay. They would patrol a certain radius, clear out any lingering danger, and search for nests. They would then strategize and return with a group to eliminate the nest, preventing it from overflowing and attacking the sect. Yet these people were booing them. When they entered, an attendant retrieved Gale's katana and Kai's sword since they were property of the sect. Sabino had to leave his personal weapon in a holding area until the next phase was over. They were allowed 1 hour to rest upon returning to the arena. Mickey, the resident healer, came down and healed everyone. The recovery squad required minor healing, but the elimination squad was a different story. Kai was fine because he could self-heal, and after a few concentrated focuses, he was fully healthy again. Gale and Sabino needed around 15 minutes each. After that, the two squads stood across from each other on the arena floor. The recovery squad looked at the elimination squad with disgust. "Took long enough," Stuart Steam said with a smirk. The other two squad members shook their heads. The elimination squad had fought a night owl, a magic beast with devastating gravitational powers. The recovery squad fought a ground gorilla. This magic beast was large but not that intelligent. This was the same final beast that the group had to defeat to pass the field trial. All magic beasts had the ability to speak. If they didn't, it was because they didn't want to. The gorilla, however, just grunted a lot. The ability to speak was gained in conjunction with their elemental power. Certain ones controlled unique powers like darkness, hallucinations like the frogs Kai had encountered, or gravity like the night owl that nearly crushed Kai's bones. He knew this was strategic in hopes of weakening them before this 3-person, one-on-one battle. Kai was impressed at how fast they could coordinate, and although the ground gorilla was weaker than the night owl, they had beaten it nonetheless and returned to the arena before them, meaning they were a formidable squad. Fighting one-on-one and in a squad were two different things, though. The announcer then spoke. Congratulations to both squads for completing Stage 1. The times have been finalized and will be announced after the completion of Stage 2. And now, the second stage. Versus battles, he yelled. The crowd jumped and cheered, fireworks went off. Holographic displays of the 6 individuals were floating around the arena. Kai looked at one and noticed that it had a profile of one of them. Different monitors had a different database of information about each one of them. He saw Gale and Sabino's information floating on a screen and focused on it. It read, Name Gale Gravity, age 18, date of birth August 6th, 3000, place of birth Lower Southern Sect, gender female, power gravity, skills gravity ball pressure. Then Sabino's information was name Sabino Sonic, age 18, date of birth April 13th, 3000. Place of birth Upper Northern Sect, gender male, power Sonic, skills shrill wave Mach. Kai flinched. What's this about? He wondered. Why is all of their information being displayed? This would give any enemy a huge advantage when it comes to combat, espionage, and finding their weaknesses. He would discuss this with Thaddeus and Iri. He then found his, and it read, Name Kai, age 18, date of birth July 29th, 3000. Place of birth the Ville. Gender male, power energy, skills, self-healing, energy release, energy absorption, energy fists, and dispel poison. Wonder if they're labeling energy absorption as my drain skill, and I see they don't have my focus on there. Still, I'm surprised they don't have our blood type and our favorite food. Hell, Kai mumbled. Man, you got a lot going on. How many times have you refined your skills? What kind of power is energy and self-healing, huh? Ray said. Kai just looked at him. This is what he didn't want, his opponents knowing his hidden talents. Now Ray had an idea of what to expect. He looked at his opponent's powers and skills. Ray had the power of rubber, and his skills were pinball and deflect. Stuart had the power of steam, and his skills were burning breath and steam release. Tierra had the power of stars, and her skills were starlight and shooting star. The announcer spoke again. Now we will randomly select someone, and they will call out their opponent. First up is Tierra Twinkle. Tierra walked onto a large round platform, waving to the crowd. She smirked and pointed at Gale. Gale glared at the young lean woman and walked onto the platform. The other contestants retreated to their respective side of the platform and watched. The announcer stood and yelled, Our first matchup is Tierra Twinkle versus Gale Gravity. Let the battle begin. Chapter 49. Shooting Star, said Tierra as a spinning star left her palm. Pressure, said Gale, and the star crashed to the ground. The star remained whole, though, as it laid in the center of the stage floor. Gale charged and raised her hand back behind her head. Gravity ball, she said. She pushed her hand forward, and a bowling ball-sized mass of dark purple concentrated gravitational energy shot from her hand. Tierra shot a shooting star into it and charged forward. The star dug into the ball, exploding it. Gale activated her other form of pressure release. Instead of increasing the gravity in a certain radius, she could activate this and decrease the gravity in a certain radius. Her radius was set at roughly 6 feet, and she could not increase or decrease the distance. She knew her control over this would improve once she refined her skills further. She had grasped an understanding of this skill and used it and all its intricacies to make it formidable. Her pressure skill would start from within her and quickly expand outwards. Whoever or whatever was within this radius would have gravity increased upon it. So when she used pressure release, it would allow her to move in quick bursts. If she let it fully release, the individual that was in her field of range would not gain speed like her. Instead, it had no effect on them. It only increased her speed and affected projectiles, causing them to go haywire and scatter in different directions. Using this, she quickly closed the distance. She threw a punch at Tierra Twinkle, and Tierra dodged it. She did a cartwheel to the side, and when she landed, she shot another star at Gale. Gale dodged and attempted to run at Tierra again. Tierra used her starlight skill, and the star that was in the center of the stage exploded with a blinding light, similar to Kai's. Gale covered her eyes and turned her head. Tierra charged and released a shooting star at point-blank range. Gale screamed in pain as the star exploded in her face. Gale yelled in pain as her face had received a blast of heat. Tierra followed up with a series of blows, and Gale, who was still blinded, had to take them all. Gale tried to instinctively dodge, but had no clue what she was doing. She figured it was better than just standing there taking blows. Gale activated her pressure skill, and Tierra greatly slowed. Gale took advantage and began to strike back. Her vision hadn't fully returned, but she could see the silhouette of a person in front of her. If this was Christian Clone, she would be worried. But no one else had that ability. An enraged Gale was now on the offensive. Her nose was busted, and her left eye was swollen and nearly shut. Tierra was now taking serious blows to her face, and when she attempted to block, Gale would activate pressure, making Tierra feel like she was lifting an extremely heavy weight. Gale did a back kick to Tierra's stomach, and the woman doubled over. Gale bent her knees and went for a ferocious uppercut. When she began to do the uppercut, she activated pressure again. Tierra tried to stand upright, but the pressure kept her head held in place. Before contact, Gale released her gravity ball directly in Tierra's face. The woman shrieked in pain as the ball crashed into her face. Tierra went into the air and landed with a thud. The fall was doubly painful, because Gale's pressure skill was still affecting her. Gale prepared another gravity ball and held it ready. Tierra staggered and fell to the ground. She stood again, legs shaking to hold her up. "I'm not done yet," she yelled. "Yeah, you're done," Gale replied and shot her skill at her. Tierra shot multiple shooting stars at Gale, and Gale released pressure to make the stars go awry. As soon as Tierra noticed this, she shot 3 in succession, making Gale's ball explode in the center of the platform. Gale again used the other effect of her pressure skill and released it instead. Tierra's stars began to veer away from Gale. At that moment, Tierra activated her starlight skill. The stars exploded in 3 bright flashes of blinding light. Gale covered her eyes and gritted her teeth. Tierra, who was now nearly out of energy, took her opportunity and charged Gale. She ran as fast as she could, wanting to kick Gale's teeth in before she could recover. Tierra did a jump kick right to Gale's face. Gale was not inexperienced, though. She had a feeling Tierra was getting desperate. When she shot her stars at her and saw that Gale could make them miss with her skill, instead of retreating and trying to let some kind of energy restore, she chose to go for broke and kick her instead. Gale took her kick head on and grabbed her foot, taking a few steps back in the process. Gale now had Tierra's right foot resting on her shoulder as it slid off her face and landed there. Gale had caught it and held it there. Tierra was hopping on her left foot. She looked at Gale in her eyes and saw her anger. Gale's hair had come undone, and her face was scarred from Tierra's point-blank shooting star she had taken to the face. Pressure. Gale shrieked, and Tierra's body slumped to the ground from an immense force. Her right knee and foot, however, was being held by Gale. That part didn't move. Instead, it was dislocated from the knee. Tierra's leg bent at an awkward angle, and she let out an ear-piercing scream. The announcer jumped and yelled, "Winner, Tierra Twinkle." Kai was confused. Gale had clearly won. The woman could not continue. He looked at the monitors and saw why Gale had lost. Apparently, when she caught Tierra's foot, the steps she had taken back to steady herself had caused her to step off the platform circle. Gale threw the broken leg off her shoulder, turned and walked off the platform. The women from the elimination squad cheered for Gale. "You go, girl, Visika," Isabella yelled. She was on the team with Gale, Kai, and Sabino. They had begun to develop a budding friendship. Others in the crowd weren't so happy for her. "Bully and degenerate," the audience yelled. Tierra was on the ground, writhing in pain. She was holding her leg, crying loudly, in obvious pain. Kai thought Gale never looked so good. Mickey ran down the steps, rushing to Tierra's aid. He touched Gale as he passed, healing her. Gale's burned and bleeding face healed some. The burned portion of her face healed a good bit, but some still remained. Her swollen eye and broken nose were completely healed. Tierra was screaming so loud that it sent chills down Kai's back, but he would never show it. He was proud of Gale and blew her a kiss when she glanced his way. She smiled and winked at him as she went to the dressing room. The guards took Tierra to the dressing room as well. There, Mickey could heal them both. Gale might need 2 more doses of Mickey's healing. Tierra would need more, at least 4 more. The announcer spoke loudly. Since Tierra won, her team will get to choose who they battle. The random draw has selected Stuart's team, the announcer said. Stuart pointed to Sabino, and Sabino quickly walked to the platform. They both got in their battle stances and prepared to engage. The announcer yelled out, "Ready, set, go." Chapter 50. Shrill Wave. Sabino called as he immediately went on the offensive. Stuart took in a deep breath and yelled, "Burning breath." A stream of hazy, dense steam flew from Stuart's mouth. He blew as if he was blowing out a bunch of candles. The concentrated blast of steam hit Sabino's rippling sound waves, eliminating it. "Mark 1 inch," Sabino said and darted at Stuart. "Steam release," Stuart yelled. Steam quickly shot out of his skin. Sabino continued running with his Mark 1 skill. Steam filled the platform. His steam covered a general 10-foot area. He could shift his steam cloud around in that same 10-foot area, so he could take his 10-foot cloud of steam and extend it out 10 feet to get a maximum 20-foot range if he held it at the edge of his range. The downside is, the further he extends his steam cloud, the faster his energy depletes. Sabino made it to Stuart, or where Stuart used to be. Sabino was in the thick of the fog. He looked around with frustration. He really wanted to punch this guy. He then felt a sharp pain on his left shoulder. He jerked and turned towards the direction the pain had come from. He could see nothing but dense fog wherever he looked. He used his Mach skill and blindly ran out of the cloud of fog. He skidded and stumbled as he nearly stepped out of the platform ring. He wouldn't fall or anything, the ring was level with the ground, but he only needed to touch the ring to be considered out of bounds. He turned towards the fog moving close to him. He used Mach again and ran through it in the opposite direction. When he exited the fog, he saw Stuart breathing out with his burning breath skill. Sabino leaped in the air as the skill passed beneath him. He landed in front of Stuart, but Stuart quickly released another burning breath. It sank into Sabino's side, and he gritted his teeth as it pierced his flesh. Sabino stepped back and staggered. He reached and touched the point of impact. Blood began to fill his hand as he realized he was hurt worse than he thought. Sabino swung at Stuart with a punch, but it was labored due to his injury. Stuart jumped back a few times with a grin on his face. He called his steam cloud towards him and circled Sabino. Sabino threw out a shrill wave, and it zipped past Stuart as he dove to the side into the cloud of steam. Sabino threw out a couple of shrill waves. They went into the steam cloud and came out the other side. Stuart sent the cloud at Sabino and followed up with a burning breath. Sabino was the recipient of 2 breaths, one on his leg and one on his right shoulder. He noticed that these burning breaths hurt, but didn't pierce him like the one that hit his side. So the closer he is, the stronger the breath, Sabino realized. With this, he could gauge the distance between himself and Stuart. He was getting picked apart by Stuart and his steam skill. Sabino knew his opponent could not keep this up. The cloud had to be draining his energy. The question was, could he keep it up? He knew his energy was still decent, but he had a serious wound. Blood was seeping from the wound on his side. He was starting to feel a little woozy due to blood loss. He did devise a plan, though. It was a fool's plan. But it was a plan nonetheless. Sabino closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He heard the roar of the crowd. He continued to listen. He heard a sound like someone blowing out. He ran towards the sound. Sabino burst through the cloud and saw Stuart standing around 10 yards away. Sabino activated his mark, and Stuart's burning breath hit him square in the chest. Sabino took the blow and laughed as he was quickly next to Stuart. Stuart was still breathing out the last of his skill when Sabino was upon him. Stuart's eyes enlarged when he saw the crazed man in front of him. "Shrill wave!" Sabino yelled and put his hand directly on Stuart's chest. Stuart's face shook, and his jaws vibrated as the wave of sonic power permeated his body. A loud ringing noise and a pop went off, and Stuart slid on the ground. Sabino ran and dove onto the man. He began to punch him in the face repeatedly. Blood was flying and Stuart was underneath him, kicking and squirming. Stuart kept trying to release his burning breath, but every time he tried to speak, Sabino punched him in his mouth, shutting him up. He put his hand over the man's mouth and began to speak. Shrill. He didn't finish as the guards dove on him. Fred Flame and Evelyn Earth both came down to defuse the situation. He never said he quit. I'll crush him. He wanted me. He got me. You can't hide behind your cloud now, can you? He was yelling all kinds of smack. Stuart was lifted with his face blooded, and his jaw was hanging, broken from Sabino's angry punches. The crowd gasped as they saw the condition of Stuart's face. They're savages, the crowd yelled. Boos erupted from the stands. He and Sabino were both taken to the dressing room to be healed. Sabino walked past Kai and told him, "You better come through," he said. Kai nodded while smiling at his hot-blooded friend. The announcer began to speak, and Kai walked on the platform before he could even begin to speak. There was no one left but him and Ray, so introductions were unnecessary. This would be the final fight. Ray walked up and looked at Kai with a curious look. "You'll find out that I'm not a pushover," he said. Kai just looked at the chubby messmaker. The announcer still did his introductions. When he finished, the two walked up and stared each other down. It was obvious that this would be bloody. The announcer spoke. "So while we finish sorting out this mess, we will continue. For our final fight, we have Ray versus Kai. Ready, set, fight."